job industry. They left thinking the 1,000 cedi was too small, but I said, I am not going. I'm going to prove myself. I'm going to learn on the job. And when I am now capable, I can talk my price. Today, I had to help some of them to go back to do NAPCO. And I can comfortably say, after I had done that and overachieved some of those targets, I became a business development manager for Ghana. And just last year, January, I was added additional responsibility for Cameroon, Sierra Leone, and Benin. Out of the small 1,000 Ghana cedi I refused to take, now they are going to do NAPCO. My 1 month's salary could pay them for barely, probably about 3 years. I did not look at what they were giving me at that time because I was preparing to know the job. What I'm telling you today is that don't expect to come out of university with a first degree and expect to be paid like a 10-year experienced person. Learn on the job. Your focus should be on the capabilities. And if you are able to excel, then you can sit back and speak your price. So the first and most important thing is not just about the qualification. And don't just look at too much academics. We have a lot of first-class students who are very, very intelligent, but they are not smart. You put them on the job, they cannot do anything because they do not have relational abilities. They are very good at the theory, but they can apply. But at the workplace, you are not working with robots. You are working with human beings. And relationships is what keeps you. Whilst you are learning, try to join associations, try to join clubs. That helps you unearth your leadership and communication skills. And that is what actually catapults you within the industry, which is the workplace politics. If you don't know some of these things, you will find it very difficult to rise. I stand here and I say, thank you for your time. What you need to take away, learn, unlearn, and continue to relearn. Thank you for your time.
Learn, unlearn, and then continue to what? And continue to what? No, I just want to be sure you really heard what he said. Learn, unlearn, and continue to relearn. In fact, Osman's presentation is so profound because these are the practical things you need to hear. You know, I believe that if some of us heard these things way back in school, probably we would have gone further than we are. But you're privileged, and that is why I'm happy that you're here. And that is why the summit is themed Mind Shift. We are trying to take our minds away from the very basic way people think. We want to inject you with vitamins that will propel you to do well in Africa. Are you with me? Hello, are you with me? Success Africa. No, some of you are saying, mind shift. But your mind is not going to shift like that. Success Africa. I still can't feel it. Success Africa. Yes, I am speaking to future ambassadors of the country in other places. I'm speaking to maybe the UN Secretary General, probably here. I'm speaking to presidents of the World Bank, maybe here. So I need you to speak like people who are aspiring to become great. Success Africa. Very well. I feel that. So please, open up. And Osman is going to be around. Okay, Osman is going to be around. You can see him when we go on a break or probably when we break out. Okay, ask him some very personal questions. There are some things he said that you're probably not too clear about. You'd want to see him and ask him, try and get clarity. Because like he said, building a professional qualification in addition to your basic degree gives you a competitive video. I want to invite someone very important to the podium. The person is the reason why we're all here. You know, some of you don't even know and understand how this program came about. But there's someone who's the convener. I call him the youth president of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together and welcome Mr. Albert Prempekusi, the executive director of Success Africa.
Thank you. Oh, please, let's do it better for ourselves. Tell somebody, wow. Success Africa. Success Africa. Oh, University of Ghana. Can you kindly pick up your phones and remind your friends to join us? I'm told most of the first years are struggling to find a venue. So kindly go on your phone, go to your groups, and tell your mates that we started here at the CD conference hall. Just tell them near the economics department, and they may find themselves here so they don't miss out of this important event. This happens to be the 7th campus we are visiting, and we are expecting today to be the biggest of all. I want to welcome students who have joined us from the University of Cape Coast and University of Education, Winneba. Thank you for coming. Let's appreciate our partners helping us to make Success Africa possible. Number one, let's give it to EcoBank. Oh, come on, show some love to EcoBank. When I say EcoBank, you respond the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank. Kindly download your EcoBank mobile app right away and set up your Express account. Right after that, pick up your form and get your MX Express card. It has done a lot of good for me personally using the card. So if you don't have the card, you are missing out from an amazing packages from EcoBank. And I'm sure you can see EcoBank ATMs all over campus. And therefore, regardless of wherever you are, you can get to be part of this experience. So kindly fill out, download your account right away. When we come back, we'll pick 10 people who have downloaded, set up the account, and I'll do what we call double for double. You don't understand the double for double, but then it means, okay, I'll say it later. Let's also appreciate Sima. Oh, come on, let's give that for Sima. Osman is an amazing man. I mean, he left University of Ghana and is working with one of the largest institutions in this country and Africa. He doesn't only supersede Ghana, but also other countries as well. And he does a lot of things alone. So you are here, you want to take your professional career to the next level. Why don't you sign up with Sima? Let's also appreciate Belakwa for giving us drinks and water for this event. Please, let's appreciate them. Also give it up to Binance. Binance. Come on, let's appreciate Binance. I want to begin and contribute to the discussion. And today, most of you will be winning some amazing cash prizes and a lot of good things. What excites me about this store was last Thursday at Accra Technical University, where somebody couldn't pay her fees, and she was struggling to pay her fees. And the deadline was the day of the conference. So in as much as my team were concerned that we should cancel the ATU program, that lady got into that hall and she didn't have an idea how she was going to pay the fees. But she found herself at the Success Africa event. Then one speaker got to know of it and volunteered and gave her 2,000 Ghana cedi to pay her fees. In fact, she went to the account office, paid the fees, brought the receipt to the hall. Come on, put your hands together for this platform. It's doing amazing things. Oh, how you are clapping, those of you who are new, your clap alone can win you some of the items on this platform. So don't take anything for granted. When I say Success Africa, you have to respond so well that we will catch your attention. And at the University of Cape Coast, where somebody won a brand new laptop. And I even have a volunteer here who won 600 Ghana cedi at UPSA. And EcoBank gave someone 500 Ghana cedi at Takwa UMAT. So it's amazing. So tell your friend, get ready. Tell the person, participate. I'm speaking briefly on the topic, what I wish I knew before I left the university. And the reason why I'm passionate about this topic is because for several of you, you are concerned about getting a university admission, but you do not understand what that admission means. And yesterday, when I heard the Vice Chancellor speak at PM Express, where she said, some people don't need to be at the university. They have no business coming there. And I said, wow, some people don't have any business coming to the university. I tend to agree, but if you are fortunate and you are here, then it means you must take advantage of every opportunity to prepare yourself and to be able to leverage on that opportunity to get to the next level. Osman talked about being a speaker of the House of Parliament for this great university. And years down the lane, he's speaking across every single region, city, letting people know about SIMA. That skill of communication is critical for his job. But he started gaining that experience right here at the university. Henry also came to University of Ghana. Today, I think 90% of my speakers are from University of Ghana. It must tell you that beyond the certificates that they hold, they also needed extra skill. Tell somebody you need an extra skill. Oh, tell the person you need an extra skill. We also have one of our speakers flying all the way from Dubai to be here with us, Sam Harvard. He'll be joining us very soon. So you need that extra skill. Can you move the slides quickly? So one of the critical skills you need when you get yourself on campus is to acquire multiple skills in communication, public speaking, digital skills. Some of you don't know how to use Word. You don't know how to use PowerPoint and Excel. These are tools you need at the job market. Your communication skills will let EcoBank make you an ambassador. Those of you thinking of becoming ambassadors, how good is your communication skills? Because you are going to be talking to your colleagues to download and set up the EcoBank mobile app. And EcoBank pays you for everyone. You are earning as much as 400 to 500 Ghana cedi a month as an allowance. So the dynamics have changed. You don't need to complete school before you start working. The dynamics of, let me go and write exams. Let me do mid-sem. Let me prepare. I'm in first year. Now I'm in second year. Now I'm in third year. You need to be multiple prepared right from first year and navigate yourself to the top. So you need the skills of organizational skills, leadership skills. A lot of people clamor for leadership. But I say that leadership is about results. Let your work speak for itself. In the last 2 weeks, we visited 6 universities. We have 8 more to go. Next week, Wednesday, we are at Amstead. Thursday, Kumasi Technical University. Friday, KNUST. They always come on top every year with over 2,500 sitting. Then we move to the north. It's about results. So for us, I train leaders and I tell them the leadership step you take that I want to be that leader is a first step. The second stage is as to whether you actually become or you fail. Yesterday I was there and I got a call from a high office in this country saying, we want to be at your event. And I said, wait, let me consult my board. No, we are ready. Can you come to this place? Cantonments, we need to have a meeting with you. And I said, you wait. I'll get in touch later. Leadership is about results. So those of you who aspire for departmental positions, faculty positions, hall positions, be concerned about your works. Let your work speak for itself. But most times when people attain the position, they forget about the work, and all they do is to ensue arrogance, pride, and they feel they've gotten there. But the life journey is a long journey. So keep working, keep preparing, and don't think now that you are so president, you have arrived. There are lots more hurdles you need to climb in your quest to get to the top. Learn how to drive. It will help you in navigating your way to the top. A company can employ you even in second year or third year or first year. And I say, okay, can you come and pick the company vehicle and drive to Liman Hall? We want to do an activation there. He say, hey, I'm in first year. I don't know how to drive. It's not part of my course outline. You've missed it. Who knows how to drive here? You have a license. Please, you don't have a license. Put your hands down. Don't be telling me I'm driving my mom's to the market. You have a driving license, a valid one. Are you sure? Bring your license. Come and show it to me. You get 100 Ghana cedis in an EcoBank account right now. Come and show me the license. Show me your license. Go to Henry. He will credit your account with 100 Ghana cedis. It's not here. No one is coming now. You have it. Are you a student? No, I'm looking for students. I know there are people who have come from their various workplaces here. Tell somebody, acquire skills. Some of the speakers will be talking to you about how you can make money with your mobile phone. It's a powerful tool. A speaker will be sharing with you how he made $1 million with a phone. You need to build strategic relationships. When you're on campus, it's the best time to know any top executive in this country. And the reason is that because these seminars and conferences happen quite often at a number of the venues around the campus, you need to be strategic enough to build these relationships. You see, don't be quick about building the relationship alone. It's a whole course program that I need to run. But be interested in getting to know. So sometimes when they say their social media handles, you just go and follow. You may never know. So can you pick your phones and look out for me on Instagram? Let me see those who have followed me on Instagram. Who has followed me this morning? Not 5 years ago. I know there are people here who's been following for 5 years. So follow me on Instagram right away. When you are able to connect with these people, maybe you may not have the opportunity to speak to them today, but when you connect with them, you can go back and say, I met you at this function, I'm looking at this, I'm looking at that. You see, your conversation must be a conversation of results and help. Because they also need help. So don't just think that it's about, oh, I want you to do this for me, I can't pay my fees. Oh, and my mother died when I was at age 3. If you don't give me a job, I will die. Then you will die. Imagine telling a speaker in his inbox, whether on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, that I met you at Success Africa, and I think I want to offer help in this area or in that area. I'm available. If you give me a call or a message, I will do well to be available to assist. Listen, don't also go and do that, and when a call comes that, can you come to the office now? Say, hey, I'm at the lecture. Tell somebody you are not serious. I get that a lot. Oh, Mr. Kwesi, I'm ready. Oh, I'm always available. I just place a phone call. Can you meet me at Medina? Hey, say, we have a class. Then you are not ready to build strategic relationships. So be strategic about it. Go to point 2. So this is the same hall in 2017 Success Africa. And we have there quite a number of talks. Can you off the stage on the lights on the stage? Can it come off, please? The lights on the stage. Media team, kindly put off the lights on the stage so they could see the presentations clearly. I think they are the wings. We have Magdan coming here, KSM, Bishop Gideon Titi Ofe. Who wants to walk away with the 1,000 Ghana cedi prize? No, I'm not sure. Are you sure? Then you must do something, because something you must do would make it happen. Tell somebody, build strategic relationships. And for those of you doing small things in your own small way, don't ignore the people along the journey. Because the people you meet on your way down, they are the same people you meet on your way up. Move on to the next. Mentorship. Tell somebody, mentorship. This is purely a mentorship program which we've been running over the last 15 years to empower and equip young people, bringing top busy executives, sharing their experience, sharing their life story, just to encourage you to believe that regardless of whether you are finding a room or you are a non-resident, you can still achieve your greatest dream. Some of you don't know that being a non-resident is even an opportunity to do several businesses and to navigate your way to the top. The 4th point says that think about being an entrepreneur and think about working for yourself. When I say that, a lot of young people feel that it's easy. Yes, we know it's not easy. I have combined entrepreneurship with full-time work over the last 12, 13 years. What it simply means is that have the desire to start and build something. And along the line as you build, it will help you in your journey to the top. I'm sure Madam Regina just walked in. Please, let's appreciate Madam Regina from EcoBank. Come on. Oh, can you show her some love? Oh, is that all you can do for the group marketing? These are busy executives, and for them to spend their Saturday with us is a blessing. So when we say appreciate them, please let's do it better for her one more time. I'm grateful you made time to come. Thank you so much. You'll be going next right after me. So this is a young man who did BSc chemistry at the University of Cape Coast. I don't know what chemistry has got to do with fashion design. But today he owns his own fashion home here in Accra, Kumasi, and Koforidua. And he was doing it right from second year. Second year, he left the university in 2013, but he's been building this business right from 2011 when he was in second year. I personally went to his room when I was in final year for him to sew some trousers for me. And right after lecture, he comes to sit behind his machine. Years down the lane, that is what he does full time. You are studying, you are writing the exams, you are not understanding. Beyond the exams and beyond you understanding Echo 101, Echo 102, begin to ask yourself, what can I do? Because for you, maybe you just came in to take advantage of the environment to build a business. Maybe you just came in to take advantage of the environment to get that opportunity from that company. This EcoBank ambassadorial thing Henry talked about, it is not about your level, your year group, or your CGPA. It's about students who says, I am interested, I want to earn extra income, and therefore I want to be part of that team. I want to meet my targets and achieve or be able to acquire my allowance of 500 Ghana cedis a month. That is why I'm joining. We wouldn't say bring your resource before we consider you or not. But there are some battles you need to battle with when it comes to the issue of entrepreneurship. And I call them the 5 battles to starting a business. The first battle, let's appreciate Madam Sylvia from MTN. Come on! University of Ghana, the kind of speakers I have brought you this morning, you have no idea. Otherwise, you could have picked your phone and tell your friend that, Charlie, wherever you are, rush to the city conference hall for the Success Africa event. So fight the self-battle that says, hey, so can I do it? Am I qualified enough? I'm 18, how can I be a CEO? Even though you are 18 and we are encouraging you to be CEO, don't be CEO and also think that you have arrived. That's what we are currently facing. I have too many young CEOs who think they've arrived. When you call them, they don't even pick. First, they will call you and check up and say, can I do this for you now? They feel that, me too, I'm CEO. Why should I call me? I'm a big man now. But fight the self-battle, fight your family battle. That's, hey, we've been hearing that you've been doing certain things on campus. Stop! Focus on the books. You need to fight that battle as well. But most importantly, fight the societal battle that seeks to discourage you. One time I had traveled from the University of Cape Coast to Accra. And I was in MTN's office. In fact, I was with George Anda, Sylvia. And as I was having a conversation with George Anda, I got a call from school. Albert, there's going to be a quiz in 30 minutes' time. I said, wow. But do you know where I am? I wish you all the best. Because where I am, there is no way I can make it to Cape Coast. He said, hey, so you are failing 30 marks? I said, I wish you all the best. I know that particular was international marketing. I said, I'm with the chief marketing officer of MTN. You do the theory. I'm doing practicals here. There was no way I could go to Cape Coast. So George asked me, is everything okay? I said, everything is fine. Let's continue. I said, okay, so I'll be coming to your program, okay? And we'll see what we can do to do some branding. I said, yes, sir, yes, sir. They kept calling. Charlie, the lecturer, he said, 40 miles, it can be 50. There is no way I can get to Cape Coast in 1 hour, even if I had a private jet. You must fight the societal battle. Most importantly, fight your financial battles. When I started this journey, no company was willing to sponsor. So I stopped even chasing companies. It got to about 7th year before companies started calling to engage and to find out what they can do in positioning their brand. This is the 16th year running, and this year alone, this is the 7th event running. We started from University of Education, Winneba. Right from Winneba, we moved on to Koforidua Technical University. Right from Koforidua, we've moved to Takwa UMAT. Very far. From Takwa UMAT was University of Cape Coast. For University of Cape Coast was the Accra session. Accra session started on Wednesday. So normally we would have brought everybody from Accra to this hall. We did UPSC on Wednesday. Thursday we are at Accra Technical University. Saturday, University of Ghana. Next week is the Kumasi tour. From Amstead to KSTU to the biggest of all, KNUST. We don't even end there. We go to the north. Visit UDS, WA campus, go to Sunyane. We will have a mega grand finale in Ho Technical University. And one of the company is Henry here, and I was having a conversation on monetary issues with one of the companies, and he was amazed about the cost we go through. And they had to revise their notes and say, no, we now understand. This hall is a lot of money to get a hall like this. But do not allow I don't have money to be a reason why you can't achieve that dream. I started doing self-financing for many years, and I'm still doing self-financing. But trust that when you have the edge and the capacity to begin, God will bring people along the journey that will help you make the journey much more easier. But finally, and the most importantly, is fight your spiritual battle. Spiritual battle simply means that you need to commit whatever you do to a source. Yesterday, I was at the hospital for about 4 hours. I couldn't move. And I said, God, how are we going to do tomorrow? I need strength to get out of this hospital. The doctor said, you can't even move for the next 3 days. But I prayed, and by 7 p.m., they were discharging me from the hospital to go and come back after the program. So whatever you do, commit it to God in prayer. Pray as if everything depends on prayer. Sometimes our volunteers have embarked on 1 week prayer and fasting. And someone say, hey, I've just come to volunteer to I should fast. And we say, oh, it's a requirement. If you can't fast, you can't even be part of the team. When you are able to fight your spiritual battle, pay your tithes, have a man of God that ushers you to your area of field, you are more confident. I mean, we've traveled across this country in 15 years, back to back to back, no accidents. But we always meet accidents on the way. We left Takwa 1 a.m. And 1 a.m. we're driving from Takwa to Cape Coast. You can't see anything on the road. The road is very dark. A lot of potholes. We got to Cape Coast around 7 a.m. And you just have to walk into the hall because by the time we got there, the hall was full. They were ready for the event. You must allow, the Bible says in Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you. They are thoughts of good, not of evil, to give you a hope and a future, an expected end. You must believe when David says in Psalms, for I lifted up my eyes unto the hills, and from whence did my help come from? My help came from the Lord who made heaven and earth. Fight your spiritual battle in your quest to begin that business. Let's move on to the next. Investment is critical. As young people, you must understand money, and you must protect and save money. You can't spend everything that comes into your hands. Have a savings plan, have a savings culture. You can have a savings account with EcoBank, and that account, you focus it to say, I'm just saving. I don't want to touch it. I want to touch this money after 2 years, after 5 years. Begin to read more about investments. People are doing crypto, and it's amazing. At ATU, they had a lot of people wanting to know about what is happening in the financial markets. You must open up yourself to opportunity, but understand whatever you are doing and the risk that comes with it. Move on to the next. Volunteering and internships is critical, guys. And when we say internships now, guys, I see internships as volunteering. You see, you are begging the company to say, don't pay me. Because, guys, companies have budgets for interns. So one time I was pushing 20 interns to one firm. They said, no, Albert. The budget is for 40. Top management has taken 20. We can't give you all the 20. We can give you 5. I said, oh, okay, me, my 20, free. Say, are you sure? With that, we can consider it. Companies have interns budget that says, we are picking 40 interns, we'll pay them 200 cedis, or we'll pay them 500 cedis. So if you are going to go through that route, you may not be the best candidate because there are other candidates also in University of Ghana who are equally also qualified like you are. So what do you do in your search for experience before getting to the job market? Is to say, EcoBank, I want to be your ambassador. So right when you begin ambassadorial program with EcoBank University of Ghana, you're already working with them. And the training and the interaction you have with them will give you that training you need. So don't always think that internship is about vacation. Please, I'm calling. This is my CV. When can I start? No. Internship is now starting whilst you are in school. Build a personal brand and reputational equity. There's a speaker here, Daniel. Daniel is an amazing young man who says, I'm Africa's greatest sales coach. And not only has he said it, he has demonstrated it in what you do. When this was when we had COVID in 2020, and we couldn't. George, welcome. Oh, let's appreciate George from EcoBank. He's a big man. This was in 2020. There was COVID, and I said no. Success Africa must happen every year. So I went in with gathered all my money, went to a radio station and paid. And we did a conference on radio, back to back. So we don't have any year that we didn't run the conference. So 2020, everything was done online. I hosted the speakers who come into the studio every Sunday, 5 to 7. Spend time to attend these workshops. Because these workshops brings you to a world of opportunities. I am meeting people here, I'm meeting them even for the first time. So not only do you benefit, even we as organizers also do benefit. I've been chasing George, I can't find him, but I'm glad today he has entered here. Because he has problems to solve for me. And George, when you meet him, you solve all your problems for you. I've been chasing Madam Sylvia, she was in South Africa. I thank God she managed to be here this morning. So you must attend these conferences and meet other lecturers. Let me call them lecturers. They will not come to your lecture hall. Yes, some of them, by virtue of their relationships, one of the lecturers can call and say, oh, can you come to my lecture hall and talk to my students? But most importantly, these people come for these seminars and conferences. Even as speakers, there's a networking that goes on. How much more participants you can take advantage? This was KNUST in 2021. The instruction was make sure everybody is in mass before we can allow you to have the conference. And we are back in this hall next week, Friday. If you have friends in KNUST, just remind them to be at the postgraduate block C, School of Business, on Friday, 4 p.m., running all the way to 9 p.m. But this was the beginning of the Lex story. The story of running this conference began in 2007, in September, where the passion was to gather prefects from the senior high schools and build their capacity because they are going to become future leaders. I believe so much in that 11-year, 12-year-old student who was capable of running an election, sharing toffees. In my time, they were sharing toffees. I don't know about your time. And they were reading their manifesto to the whole assembly in order to become SP, DHP, etc. So when the passion started, it was to empower prefects. People say, are you a church? We are not a church. I intend building capacity of young people. As to when I'll stop, but we have a long-term goal. Our long-term goal is to build a world-class university. Oh, you didn't clap. Why? You would allow your friends to come to the university? Because today what you are going through is a whole university lecture. So this was the beginning of LEC with Professor Ibok Odro, now Provost College of Science at the university at KNUST, coming as the speaker. Who can identify where I'm standing? You get 100 Ghana cedi in an EcoBank account. George is here. I'm sorted. You can pinpoint that this is you. This is 2007. In fact, I remember the theme for the program very well. I coined the theme Ghana at 50, the role of school prefects in effective school administration. Ghana at 50. This was my journey in conferencing and empowering young people. Oh, no one. Yes, sir. Dennis, you are from Winneba. You don't qualify because I might have done the same presentation there. Yes, sir. Just say what I'm wearing and you get it. White shirt. Description is key. Ability to describe. It's money. George 100 Ghana is not an easy money. Yes, madam. Do you have the EcoBank app? Come. She has won the thing. You could have also said you are the one behind the lady in the green and white school uniform. Have you seen it? That's me there. This was at Prempeh College. This was our first ever seminar. So we don't only empower tertiary students, we empower them from the senior high to tertiary. So it got to a time when you come to our conferences, it was a senior high school who have come to the university who are attending. So please sit by this man. Make sure you download your app. He'll push 100 cedis into your account very quick. And you get your MX Express card. Okay, so get your phone. Go and bring it. Hey, you don't have your phone. The money is 5 minutes, so be quick. Otherwise, it reduces to 50. So what are your interests? So because I knew this was what I was interested in, I was not bothered by a lecture. I was not bothered about missing an assignment. By the way, I had a very good roommate who says, you go, I'll do all the assignments for you. So one time he called, Charlie, your class people, they bring some assignments, but this one, I don't even sit up. I said, boss, I'm in Kumasi, speaking at KNUST. Master, do the work. And that assignment was supposed to be submitted in 2 hours. So identify your strengths, your interests, and your talent. I knew this is what I want to do. Yes, lucky for me, I have some speakers coming who will tell you they didn't get their certificates. I got my certificate. I've done MBA in marketing. I'm almost completed with my law degree also. I've done several other short courses. Because at some point, I wanted to be a lecturer. Yes, I wanted to prove to the first class people that it's not that we can't study you. Because at the point, for you to be part of the LEC club on campus, you must have first class. My roommate had first class. Most of our executives had first class in my time. We're trying to let you know that it is possible to achieve academic excellence and achieve leadership excellence as well. So identify your strengths, your interests, and your talent. There's a book you can find at the book stands. It talks about how to convert your talent to a career, written by Kafu Ide. You want to get a copy of that book to guide you that whatever you feel you are good at, it may end up becoming your career option. Finally, I want to encourage you to know God more and to commit to his source. Whatever I do is just been by the grace of God, because everything we do is committed. I remember traveling to a mountain in 2007 and embarking on a prayer to say, as I begin this journey, lead me. Lead me. The Bible talks about it in Proverbs, that commit your ways to the Lord and he will establish your path. Pray more. Some of you misplace your Bible. Buy new ones. Some of you don't go to church. Today we are guided by a great man of God, Bishop Dominic Alote, and if you don't have a place of worship, then you can be part of the Living Faith students and associates and be part of a gathering that empowers you to the next level. When I came into contact with that bishop, he has been a blessing to us in another level. Next week, he'll be hosting a mentorship session for all young people. It's at the Living Faith Church, can be found at Ashalibuche. If you are here, you want to be part of it, we will take your details. A bus will be available on campus to pick you to the place. I want to give you my details and to thank you for. So this is Winneba. It's already done. We've done this. Okay, so connect with me on all the social media platforms, and I'll be glad to answer your questions. So kindly connect with me on WhatsApp, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. Send in your questions there. When I come back on stage, I would come and answer all your questions. If my presentation has been a blessing to you, then appreciate God and let's thank each and every one of you for coming. Oh, come on, let's do it better. I told you there are big people. Tell somebody there are big people here. Oh, tell somebody there are big people here. We have Madam Juliet joining us all the way from EcoBank, South Sudan. Oh, come on, South Sudan. Flying all the way to come for Success Africa. Come on, let's show some love to Madam Juliet. Oh, come on, let's do it better for her. This program is streaming live on the Success Africa Foundation YouTube. All our events are streamed. Kindly follow all the social media handles. Also, you can send in your questions. Please make the chat open so that they could post their questions and share the link with their friends and colleagues who are joining in the conference from all over. I know a number of students are watching live. Jack Pina. Who is Jack Pina? There's somebody here, your name is Jack Pina. I want to give you some 50 Ghana cedi, but you are not coming out. So Jack says, great presentation. May God bless you for the encouraging speech. But where are you? Please come. Come and win something. He sent me the first message. I'll give you the MS Express card. Come. Oh, you clap. Please, let's get ready to pick the presentation of Regina. Please, team, get it ready for me. Do you have the EcoBank mobile app? Have you downloaded it? Do you have the form? Please, can you bring him a form so that I can give him a... Yes, so get the form. I'm paying one of the cards for you. You have the card. Oh, then go for Henry to load 50 cedis. Go and follow that man. Oh, you clap. I thought if you were clapping, you are the only one clapping. Come. Do you have the card? You have downloaded. How much is in your account? Come. Pardon? We'll double it. Go to Henry for double. I told you are going to do double for double. The lady in blue, come. Yes, you the one turning in spectacle. Do you have the account? Do you have the app? Do you have the card? You have all. Put your hands together for her. She has everything. Success Africa. Success Africa. Kindly subscribe to the YouTube channel right away and share the link with your friends and colleagues who couldn't make it here, so they could also get to follow the program live. I'm about to introduce our next speaker, but just before that, I want to give a short time to my brother Daniel Sapon to speak to us in the next 5 minutes. Daniel, kindly join me quickly. Okay, kindly give me Faith Capsule by Bishop Dominic Alote as we prepare to have Madam Regina from EcoBank as our next speaker.
also Accra, Ghana. Happy to come by your way today with a few nuggets of wisdom about wealth creation. It is established all on a sound and a good foundation, and by knowledge its rooms are filled with all precious and pleasant riches. It said, a wise man is strong, and a man of knowledge strengthens his power. For by wise counsel thou shalt wage your war, and in the abundance of wise counselors there are victory. The Bible says that thou shalt remember the Lord thy God. It is he who giveth thee power to get wealth. Hear me, the heaviest thing you can ever carry in your life is an empty wallet. The heaviest thing you can carry. Empty wallet is very heavy, okay? And so you need to have the ability to create wealth. Okay, wealth is created. Okay, you don't create wealth or you don't get money, you make money. You don't get money, you make money.
Amen. You don't get money, what do you do? What do you do? Why there's leakage? I wanted one person to answer for 200 cedis, but everybody answered. Okay, so let's have our next speaker. She has spent 20 years in the marketing and communications profession, moving from one specialist role into another in Unilever, Guinness Ghana Breweries, Ricketts, Vodafone, Ghana Limited, and now EcoBank. She's risen through the ranks and have experienced various industries, FMCG, breweries, telecommunications, and banking. She believes in hard work and understands that success is not always built on success. Her all-time guiding principle is simple: always beat your own record. She believes in the power of empowered minds and therefore dedicates herself to harnessing the power of individuals and teams to achieve results. Regina loves to share and support others get better. The holistic development of women is very dear to her heart. She has a weakness for music and dance, loves cooking and trying recipes. Very fun-loving, has no time for naysayers, and doesn't waste time brooding over what she cannot change. Oh, come on, University of Ghana edition of the Success Africa 7th campus. Come on, let's receive Regina Ofori. Come on, let's show some love as she comes. Oh, let's do it better for her. Very powerful woman, building brands across. Oh, come on, let's do it better one more time.
All right. Good morning. I am super delighted to be here. And for your friends that are not here, they've just lost. I mean, as I was listening to him present, I said, why isn't the room full as yet? Anyway, so my name is Regina. You've heard my name. I've been doing marketing and sales for a while, 20 years. Don't try and judge my age or assume my age. You won't get it. But I'm here this morning to share some things very simple. And actually, I had the very simplest topic for today. Lessons on my journey. So this is my journey and no other person's journey. So a disclaimer. I know you guys are in school. You are reading big, voluminous books, all the philosophies and the rest. I am not here to talk about any big words, anybody's journey. This is my personal journey. However, if you've heard, I have done everything that any marketing and salesperson would like to do for the past 20 years. I started my national service, just as all of you, early 2000 in Unilever. I just wanted to finish my service and do something, get some money and support my parents. That's all. They spent money on me in the university, so I just wanted to finish. I finished my service. Unilever retained me. The same time, I got a job from Guinness Ghana. And I said, oh, Guinness is very close to home. I live in Accra. Guinness is in Accra. Unilever is in Tema. Let me just take Guinness. And somebody said, no, Unilever is a university for marketing. So build your foundation there. Took the sacrifice, be in the trotro from Accra to Tema for as many years as you can, and you start. And that's how my journey started. So I've done media, I've done brands, I've done communication and everything. So in the next 30 minutes, it's just sharing with you some of the things. And the earlier speaker actually talked about some of the pointers that I'm going to speak about. So like I said, no big words, very basic facts that happens in every corporate organization. It happens in our homes, in our church, and these are truth. So please, let's move on. So for the next 30 minutes, I want to share with you 3 basic things. The themes are just 3 basic, and I picked it from Harvey Coleman's pie theory. So you can just check online or Google now. So the pie theory basically talks about 3 buckets: your performance, your image, and exposure. So I have grouped my personal experience under these 3 buckets for us to discuss this morning. Let's move on, please. So now let's talk about performance. Now, that is what all of you in this room would know very well. It's about you scoring your 100% or something, getting an A, or getting your, whatever score is a perfect score, that's performance. But on my journey, what I have learned is that everything counts. And usually when I'm speaking to people, I say, be like a sponge. That is the only thing that I see very close to when I say everything counts. And the reason I say be like a sponge is very simple. When you get to our homes, in the kitchen, I think of the many things that we value. A sponge will not be one of the things we value. However, it does all the jobs in the home. It is the only thing that cleans every material type in home. The glass, the metal, the plastic, any material type is the sponge that gets contact with that. And through that is various experiences and exposure that the sponge is getting. So whether you are in school, whether you are doing your own thing as an entrepreneur, don't take anything for granted. You keep mopping, soak, anything you get to do, try it and do it. Because you don't know, sometimes you're not even able to define really what is my true passion. What is that thing that gives me true joy? Until you try the glass, do the metal, do the plastic, you may not know. Everything counts. As you begin to work, you will be asked to do so many things. Sometimes you are thinking, these are my managers or my supervisors. At the early stages of your career, believe you me, it is better to be like a sponge. Do anything. They ask you to print something, learn how to use a printer. They ask you to learn anything. By the time you get to a certain level, there's nothing you don't know. You have tried it all. Everything counts. Hard work beats bad luck. It is not smart work, hard work. I am one person that believes in the power of hard work. I work smart, but you must have hard work plus working smartly to begin to achieve. Because whenever you look at the proponents of smart work over hard work, they're always talking about physical efforts. But not every job requires physical efforts. There are jobs that is just your brains. I remember somewhere 2 years ago, I took my kids to my office, and I was just there typing. They said, Mommy, so this is all you do when you come to the office, just sitting down and typing. I am not moving stones. I'm not carrying bricks. But that, for me, is hard work. So when smartness comes in is when you know your trade. You have studied whatever area. You own it so much that you know that whenever I get here, this is where I move to be better. Being efficient, working smartly. In Guinness, so many years ago, we had something that we called OTIFINI. On time, in full, no error. OTIFNE. OTIFINI. On time, in full, no error. So that is a component of hard work and then smartly working. So you are bringing quantity and quality together. Work hard. When you work hard, There's nothing like bad luck. It beats bad luck all the time. So do not be fixated about working smart. If you do the kind of work that I do, you only have to work hard. Every time, I always say, smartly working, having talent, is like the thing that gives you a spark, like a matches when you are lighting the fire. Pop, that gives you the spark. That's your talent. That's how smart you are. But the only thing that keeps that flame sustained throughout is hard work. Because when you put on fire, you spark the match and it's on. That fire can go off. What keeps it going is fanning. That is work. That is work. So for you to keep that performance sustained through a certain year and for people to now know who you are, you need to work hard. There's no other conversation between the two. If you don't work hard, talents can get you a place. Sometimes even good luck. You went to sit with somebody at interview because you were so eloquent, you spoke so well, you got it. Well, you promote yourself to failure. If you don't know what it is, by the time you are 6 months through the job, it's obvious. You just have the spark. You don't have hard work. You don't have ownership to sustain that flame for anybody to know that you can deliver. So please work hard. Hold yourself accountable first. Please. Don't go blaming people. Everything that happens to us, we have a part to play in that. Everything. So think deeper. Stop staying on the surface and brooding. And like you heard in my profile, I don't have time for things I can't change. I mean, if it happens, better luck next time, you move on. But please always own your part of what happens to you. Once you begin to do that, it helps you become better. Hold yourself accountable. You only do that first, and then you have the moral right to say, but you, why didn't you do this? Or, but you, if you helped me with this, I could have done this. So the first point of call for accountability is you. So just as he was saying, he said, look, this 40 marks, I'm going to lose it. He held himself accountable. He knew that he can't be in Cape Coast. However, he has assessed the problem and said, look, I'm having the practicals. If push comes to shove, I can deliver on this one, somebody will not deliver. So hold yourself accountable. Do not push blame to others. If you do that, you won't succeed. If you keep blaming others, you are just giving yourself blind spots. You can't see. Ask yourself, what could I have done better? What in this thing can I own to be better? Then who else do I need to support me? Learn to say no. He said so many times when he said, look, I'm in Cape Coast. Even if I fly a jet, I won't be there. I can't do it. As you learn, as you practice other things, begin to see what are the things I can do, what are the things I can do. Like I said again, if you are not careful, you will promote yourself to failure. And that happens a lot. Where he said, there are young entrepreneurs when they start. Today, when you go on LinkedIn, everybody is an expert. Expert in something. He's been doing this for 3 years. CEO of something. And because they have the title CEO, they think they can compare themselves to the CEO or the MD of EcoBank. What is the net worth of your business? That you are just promoting yourself to failure so quick. You won't take your time and learn. As for the titles, I mean, there's nothing that stops all of us from having it in front of our names. But do the work. Because in the corporate world, when we are looking at performance, we are looking at your own contribution, the collaboration that you give to others, and your contribution. So always look at, what do I bring to the table? Don't be selfish. How am I helping others? Because if you are a sponge, you are doing things for other people, you are learning from them. Then what is the total contribution? And some people call it the what and the how. What do I do? How do I do it? It's very important. So hard work is important in performance. Now, let's go to your image. Your personal brand is the separator that makes the difference between who this lady standing here is and who the next person is or will be. Whenever I sit on interviews, it's important and it's funny. You interview two people and sometimes on performance, if you are measuring the competencies or the skills, you could say all of them got, say, 70%. There's a tie. Whenever there's a tie, anywhere in the world, there's always a tiebreaker. And that tiebreaker can be anything. Big, small, petty, unimportant. But who cares? Somebody has the right to make the decision, and the decision will be taken. That small thing can be just the person looking at your nails when you were sitting there, and they had dents in your nails. You're a lady, and there are some grates in your nails. You didn't take your time to clean your fingernails when you're coming for the interview. You're a gentleman, your shoes are not polished. We don't take these things for granted, because at the end of the day, Henry got 70, George got 70, I need one person. So I look at them and I say, when I look at George's shoe, I think he'll be good for this. There's unconscious bias as well. So when you're going to any place, know the place. So your brand, choose to be over than under. Any day, I will choose to go to a place overdressed than underdressed. You don't want to go to a place and say, wait there. Or you get to a place, then you see that everybody is dressed, and you're like, oh, why am I dressed this way? Then suddenly you are stuck at the corner, you can't even mingle. When it is a networking opportunity, choose to be overly early than late. Get to the place 2 hours before and say, oh, but the thing was starting at 10, you got here at 8. It is better than to be 1 minute late. Choose to be overcautious about anything. Choose to overlearn. Anything over is better than under. Choose to be overwhelming than underwhelming. I would like my team members to overwhelm me than to underwhelm me. So remember, it's very simple. Always choose to be over. So wherever you are going, whatever you are required to do, think of these words. Am I being over something or under something? Choose to overperform. That is a better place to be. Learn to communicate. There's so many brilliant people who cannot speak. They just cannot talk. And if you can't talk, we are not magicians. Nobody is a magician. Not your lecturer, not your pastor, not your supervisor. We can't see what is in your head. Young man, young woman, speak out and speak for yourself. It doesn't come easy. Learn. You can learn anything. Please don't take it for granted. Learn to communicate and be conscious of mannerisms. You see, and this one, it shows you don't have confidence. It shows you are not prepared, so you are underprepared. It shows all those things. There are people today who stammer, and they are taught through how to overcome the stammering. Nobody has an excuse. Learn to communicate. Once you prepare and you are confident, learn to use the right words. Learn to communicate. If you don't speak, you get to a corporate world, you start your own job, you have all the brilliant ideas, everything somebody is looking for, an investor is looking for. If you cannot voice out and speak to why it should be you, you would always lose. There's no other way about it. Speak. So if you are here and you think, oh, as for me, I don't talk, I just do the work. Too bad. You have to talk. So learn to talk. You are what you post, like, or share. Our digital footprints. We are always forwarding people and tagging on and all those things. Please be careful. Be extra careful. I mean, you know, we've said that the internet does not forget. Now, people that are recruiting, that are hiring, also don't forget. They go and check what you've been doing in the past. One of the tricks you need to remember today, every brand that you see that is worth its salt on social media, whichever digital channel, they have a brand strategy. So they have decided that me as Regina, when I'm on Facebook, this is how I want to present myself. This is how I want people to see me. And this is how I want people to receive me. So for your personal brands, when you open any, whatever it is, Facebook account, any your Instagram, on Twitter, begin to think about it. What am I projecting? How are people receiving me based on how I'm behaving? You cannot push or like some violent material or video and say, oh, I was just sharing. You are not just sharing. You believe in that ideology. You identify with it. If you don't, then don't just push. When you push it, put a copy there and let's know why you put it there. So you saw something that disgusts you, you have an opinion about it. Don't just push. Write and let us know that maybe this thing has to stop in Ghana, whatever it is. So when I see you share, I know your standpoint. So don't just be a carousel. When you go to the airport, when the bags are coming, the carousel is just pushing things out. Don't help people to push their unworthy and immoral content. You are not that person. Everything you do shows who you are. Live and own your brand. He was talking about brand equity and making sure that you build your brand. All of us have a brand. If you want to know what kind of brand you are, ask your friends who are bold enough and love you enough to tell you the truth in your face. That when you look at me, or when you engage with me, what kind of energies do you have? How would you describe me? When they describe you, those words are your brand. If they say, we think you are a very nice person, you are welcoming, you are understanding, that is your brand. If you don't want to be nice, you have an opportunity to change. If they say you are too abrasive, you don't have patience, or that is your brand. That is how they receive you. So please know your brand and own it. What that helps you to do, when you begin to do this brand analysis, by getting your people and assess yourself, you're able to see where the gaps are. So maybe for you, integrity is important. So you are the one person that you want people to know that your word is your bond. If your friends tell you that you are always promising and failing, it means you are failing on that value that you have as a brand. Then you begin to work on that. Do not allow societal influence. He talked about it. Do not allow peer pressure, trend pressure, whatever it is, to give you a brand crisis. You come into this environment, you have friends, you came with a certain value. You as an individual, there's something that you like. If you believe in that strongly, own it. Don't let people give you a brand crisis. When you have a brand crisis, that is when people that knew you 2 years ago will see you today and they can't identify who you are. The next 2 years, another set meets you. You are all over the place. We don't know what you stand for. If you are such a person in the corporate world as well, you won't go anywhere. Because at any point in time, your leaders want to know, when we think of Regina, what comes to mind first? We know consistently she is this person, or consistently she is that person. When we don't know where to place you. We don't know whether you are a square peg or a round or oval or trapezium. It is difficult. So please, own your brand. Exposure. One of the things we are doing today. Be visible. Visible. Want to see you. Network. There is no value in hiding. Doing good things. The Bible says that nobody lights a lamp and puts it under the lampstand. It is put on the table. There's no value in being excellent. And then we are asking, but who did this? And we can't see the person in the room. We don't take anything away from you when you own up. Be visible, be seen. Do things for others. He talked about volunteering, right? When all of us, and I always see when young people are thinking of networking, they're always thinking of, I want this person to be my mentor, I want this person to be this. So you're always thinking of what that person is going to do for you. Next time when you are thinking of a mentorship relationship, think of what can I do for this woman or man. Or you think there's nothing you can do for the person. That is how you begin to even show your mentor the kind of value and the kinds of things you have for the person to help you become better. The relationship, think about what can I do for the person. Engage in extracurricular activities. Please do it. Today, everything makes you money. There are people who play organs in church, they make money. They do this, they make money. There are so many things you can do to make money. Don't forget, be like a sponge. Do it all. When you get the opportunity, do it. Some of them will make you money. But what those things help you to do is to build your confidence, help you to interact, help you to know where your gaps are, and help you to develop other skills and competencies you don't have, and helps you also to be a separator. So you come to an interview. We interview all of you. Everything is spot on. Candidate A is good. Candidate B is good. I'm just thinking, oh, who can I hire? Then I see candidate B said, oh, I do public speaking in church. I do this, so I'm good with the youth and all that. You're thinking, oh, we're actually thinking of how we manage our youth segment better. This person can be a good resource. It is just in the hobbies. And that's why we ask for the hobbies. And you put it on your CV. You think it's for fun. You put it there because we want to know beyond the core competencies and the skills. When any of you get an offer letter, maybe in the near future, look at it. You are told that you are assigned this role and any other role that your company will ask you to do. And we look at those areas to see what else can these people do. This that I'm doing, speaking here, it is not on my offer letter. But I've said that I like to teach, and I do these things, and it's on my CV. So when these opportunities come, my company will say, when our car so go and do it. Isn't it? So look for those opportunities. I do interpretation in church. When the pastor preaches, I interpret. And this is something that I did learning from Sunday school. We used to go to Sunday school on Saturday to go and learn. Believe me, the only reason why I used to go as a little girl is because they were sharing yogurt when we went. Those times when they take the yogurt, they will cut it into 3 pieces. Then, unlucky if you have the middle portion, it's literally in your hands like this and you are eating. But that is why I used to go to church on Saturday afternoons, because that yogurt was guaranteed. So as a little girl, 7 years to like 12, I was going to church every Saturday after, I think it was 12 to 3. At a Beleng, we would just call everybody, your yogurt is actually go and eat yogurt. But I learned to read and write tree. And I learned to communicate fluently. So now I do that. And there are people who engage me for speaking opportunities, and I get money for that. But I went for yogurt. Right? So everything you get to do, please, do it well. Do things for others. Engage in extracurricular activities. Please go for substance over form. There are too many people who are fixated on, oh, but this is the way it should have been done. Look for the weightier things in everything that you are doing. There's a process, yes. But what is the end game? Should you spend all your time? And that is when people will say hard work is not good, smart work is good. It's because people are always fixated on the form and not the substance. The substance is the end result. Please, whatever you are doing, thinking, okay, so if I sit here today and I don't go for lecture, but at the end of the day, I know I'll write and I want an A, I'll get my A. Which one is the substance? Is anybody going to say, because you are not there, the A is not yours? Anything that you are doing, please look for substance. Don't be too bogged down on, oh, this is it, this is it. Those things, it is not always that way. There's no always a clear cut. So please, look for the right thing, the substance, and move. We move, right? Who are the people that support Kenyatta? To move. Yeah. Please, move. It is just the word, move. Don't stay in one place. Move. Because if you don't move, somebody will push you off the cliff. And when anybody pushes you, it depends on the efforts and the force behind that push. You may fall down, you may not recover. Don't wait for somebody to move you. Move by yourself, at your own time, your own pace. Movement, I look at it in 2 ways. You move for depth, and you move for breadth. So depth is this way. Whatever you are learning, whatever it is your specialty, you do it so well that when we are talking about people who have done marketing, the right way in Ghana, your name will be there. So that is depth, your area of specialty. Doing it so well, or breadth. Do so many things. A person who is good in marketing or accounting, whatever, do everything. That is breadth. So wherever you are, whatever you are doing, do different things. People, it is boring to just do one thing and be in one place. It is boring. Nothing grows in a comfort zone. Now begin to think about it. Each time you get to a place where you are so comfortable, you are retrogressing. Just move. Get on, do something else. You can move for money. You can move for skill. You can move for managerial role. You can move laterally, but different industry. Do different things. Please don't stay in one place. Don't do it. Don't do it. Our fathers will stay in one place and do something for 40 years. It doesn't, I don't even know how that works. Do different things. Move. Read the room. Whenever you enter a place, on the concept of being visible and networking, read the room. Somebody will say, apply your emotional intelligence. Others will be sensitive. When you get to a place, read the room. Know when you have to be seen and know when you have to be heard. It is not every place that you go that you have to talk. Don't have to dirty yourself in every place. Read the room. Apply your emotions. Believe you me, common sense, it hasn't expired. It still works. So those of you that think common sense has expired, and this is breaking news, common sense is still working today. So when you get to a place, apply your common sense. And know that in this place that I've entered, what is happening here? And let me share with you something. There's something that we call the crowded room experience. You can read more about it. But it simply means that when you enter a room that is full of people, there are two ways that you can stand out. The first way, so everybody is here, everybody is talking. The first way is to shout the loudest. Then everybody will stop and turn and thinking, who was that? That is the first thing. So everybody is doing something. Be the person that does it the most, the highest optimal level. So we all stop and look at you. Or in a crowded room, you can stay away, get yourself into a corner and go and stay there quietly. By the time we realize, you're thinking, hey, I don't know, no Regina corner. Then we are thinking maybe there's something happening. All of us will stop and look at you. So you are either talking or you are either being seen. And that's the crowded room experience. So please, common sense still works. So remember these things. Consistency cuts you a slack. If you don't remember anything, just these 5 points, take. When you do something consistently and you are knowing for something, or we know that this lady called Joanna, she always does, she's always on time. So your lecturer knows that every time since this lady started in level 100, she's always here before I come in. The day that the lecturer says that all those that come late, you go out. When you come, the lecturer can cut you a slack. If you say, please, sir, I'm sorry, maybe that happened. Say, for you, I can allow you to sit because each time you are here before me. Consistency cuts you a slack. If you are the person that comes in late, before you start talking, hey, Master, go, out of my lecture room. Because consistently you are late. So when you do something the right way or the wrong way, whichever way you are consistent, you'll be excused. So look at what you are being consistent with. Leaders know who to call at night. This is one thing that one of my leaders told me, and I've never forgotten. He says that, don't worry. When all of you are working, we know sometimes you do appraisal. Let's say all of you get an A. Excellent work. So I have a team of 20. 6 people got an A. It doesn't mean that when the leader is pushed at night, midnight, to do something, she thinks of all the 6 people. There's always one person that the leader knows that this thing that I want done, tomorrow morning or this night, I'm sending Henry an email, and I know he will do it. Out of the 6 that are still A students. So your leaders, your teachers, they know which of you that if they have to recommend any student in their class, even though there are 20 people that are getting A's, they would know that one person to pinpoint. So think about it and be careful. Do not just smile because you are one of the best. Oh, there are 10 A students in my class. I'm one of the 10. Be sure that when your leader is called at night to give a name, they will think of you. Beat your own record. Beat your own record all the time. Life is not always competitive. It depends on the lens with which you are looking at it. Let me break this down. As I break it down to my children all the time, very simple. So you are in the university today. You are in class with somebody doing the same course. And the person that is called Regina. Regina in my family, the person with the highest education finished SS. So me, Regina, now that I'm in the university, I'm the most achieved academically in my family. Because before me, nobody had entered university. You, candidate Henry, in your family, you have people who have done doctorate. They are emeritus professors and all that. So when you finish at the uni, you have not achieved in your family. So your record that you have to beat is different from mine. Regina, anytime I vacate and I go home, there's an entourage that comes with drums meeting me because I've entered the university. When Henry goes, they tell me that, make sure your marks are good, though. You have to do doctorate. You are not there yet. That's what he's always told. So your record can never be the same. But make it even easier for you. Last semester, you did psychology. Your grade was 67. Somebody got 98. Look at the gap between your 67 and 98. Why are you aiming for the person's 98 when you can push yourself to move from 67 to a 70? Because you are having a personal progress. The person got 98. If the person got 90, the person has declined. For that person, it's not progress. But it's still higher than yours. But for your personal record, it is a growth. So please, look at that success in different ways. Your success and your record is always different. So stop comparing. Look at me. Today, I am here. How do I get better tomorrow? How do I move from a C to a B? So it is that progress that you need to aim for. I've talked about your digital footprints. I won't talk about it anyway. Digital is called footprints. Now I do digital marketing. We do that. Everything you do, we see. Whenever I talk to my kids and I see, oh, so you open this one, you downloaded this app, say, Mommy, how did you know? I said, but I see everything you are doing. Digital footprints, wherever you are going to, the porn sites, all the things you are doing, shame on you, it is there. Don't think that you have whitewashed a certain link or something. People see. So be careful what you are doing. Lastly, success is not always built on success. Do not be lied to. If I dare say, don't be fooled. Success is not always built on success. In career, wherever it is, it's not like 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Sometimes in our career, 1 + 1 gets to -0. The arithmetic doesn't add up. And you'll be surprised that 1 + 1 can be 3.5. Because of the many things I've spoken about, somebody may just have a lucky break. And that person may have prepared. So the person who is at stage 1 and will move to stage 4. You all started, you still now be going through stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. There are no rules to success. So don't expect that because you did well, the natural progression is that you are going to go up. You'll be disappointed. And once you get into that frame of mind, sometimes you are not able to perform. So please, success is not always built on success. However, you need success. So I'm not saying don't be successful. I am saying when you are successful, don't expect that the logical conclusion is another successful event. Because you can be successful this year, next year you can fail. But it is okay. The good thing is for you to hold yourself accountable, look for who I can hold accountable in this to help me, and see how you can now get back and get on your journey and beat your own record of last year I failed. But this year, guess what? I have improved. Thank you.
He can do it better. I think he can do it better. I mean, I cannot hide my surprise and how excited I was listening to knowledge being shared so easily. And I said earlier that I wish that some of us in our days in the university had the opportunity to hear some of these things. So I count it a very big privilege for you, and I think you should put your hands together for yourself. I count it a very, very huge privilege for you to be hearing stuff like this, to shape you, to mold you, and prepare you for the world of work. Because it doesn't just take a university degree to penetrate the world of work. There are several factors that contribute to how successful you would be in the world of work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am very, very blessed. I mean, if I can use that word, I'm very blessed. And I'm sure that someone here is going home impacted and imparted. Put your hands together for yourself once again. I just want to be sure, I just want to be sure that some of us are learning and are grasping things that are being shared. So I just want to take us back to, I think, the last but one slide. She said something, please don't show it. I just want to be sure that people are taking notes and are learning. She said there were certain things you need to remember. She outlined five of them. Now, I'm going to pick two people. If you can just tell me one out of the 5 pointers she made, I'll give to you an MS Express card. Let's see. Okay, so I saw your hand up first. The lady in white with the glasses at the back. Yes, so can you shout a lot or you want to come? I think you should come. No, try and break the boundary of shyness. Come. Put your hands together for her. And then let me take another person. For gender balance sake, let's do a guy. So we have one lady, one guy. Let's see. Okay, I see a gentleman at the back waving. Yes, you, right there. No, you. 2 fingers. Give me 2 fingers. Let me see. Yeah, you. Right. That's it. Come. Yeah. Come to me. You don't want to come. You're shy. See, this is part of the mind shift. If you're going to take over territories, you need to be able to break. No, not you. Him. Yeah. Sorry, but him. Okay, you can also come. You two come. Sorry, you don't lose that. Come. You two come. So you two come. 3. I said 2, but 3. Yes, so come. Where's she? Oh, it's a long way up here, so I think you can put your hands together for them to encourage them. It's beautiful. So you're going to tell me 1 out of the 5 things she outlined. If you say yours, you can't repeat what he said, because there are 5 of them, and I have 3 of you. All right? So do you remember what she said? Just one. She made 5 pointers, things to remember. Just one.
Okay. So one of the things she talked about was consistency. Consistency cuts the slack. So you have to be consistent in everything that you do.
Okay. They're already clapping for you. She actually said consistency cuts you a slack. Because I just want to show you get it right. So consistency cuts you. But I'll still give it to you. So 1 MS Express card for my sister. See the gentleman. He'll note. Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't get your name. What's your name? Regina. Okay, so you say your name and then you tell us.
So I'm Joseph. Okay, the last one, she said, success is not always built on success.
Okay, I'm Dennis. The 4th point she made mention of was that you need to watch out for your digital footprints.
My name is Joshua. The 3rd point was that leaders know who to call at night.
Thank you so much. So I just want to be sure that we are taking notes and that we are paying attention, because these are strong points that you will probably have to pay a summit to learn. Okay, at our age now, to learn some of these things, we go for paid events, go for TED Talks, you go for conferences. That's where you hear some of these things. And that's something that I count a privilege for you to be hearing some of these things at an event like this, and even win cash and cards. I think it's a very, very big privilege. And I think we should put our hands together for the convener of this movement, Success Africa. You know, and like I said, I call him the youth president of Africa. You know, empowering young people and bringing them up to speed to the dynamic changes of the world. It's fantastic. Right, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And this is a very strong personality, someone who has made huge footprints in the corporate world. At one point in time, she was head of products and services at Scancom Limited, MTN. Then she rose up to, or she moved into consumer operations consultant in MTN Swaziland. I think you should put your hands together. No, it's not a small achievement to show. Look, some people have not been able to break the barriers of Ghana. So to rise into a role in another country speaks of how strong you are in the corporate world. Then she moved on to become Chief Marketing Officer at MTN Eswatini. Wow. Then moved on further to MTN Ghana as General Manager. Wow. Strong personality. And University of Ghana, I have the single privilege to welcome to the podium and introduce to you, I don't know if it's Mrs. Sylvia Otu Echampon from MTN Ghana. Put your hands together. Let's encourage, let's welcome her with so much excitement. Madam, you're welcome to Success Africa.
Thank you so much. How many of you are learning today? I'm happy. Your feedback in terms of answering the question gave us comfort that you are not just warm in the pews or the chairs. Thank you so much, Regina. I've learned this morning. Every time we come together is an opportunity to learn. Please don't just come in because you were asked to. Ask yourself, why am I here? What do I want to learn? So thank you so much, Albert, for having me here. I like to interact with young people. We don't just say you are the future because you grow to be like us one day. You are the future because there's a lot of expectation in how the youth should be molded for the future. I won't go much into who I am. You know who I am already. But I was quite happy when Regina started talking about marketing. That's how I got into the corporate world. I was a very passionate marketer. So thank you for the reminders again. And please, these nuggets, you will go with it for a very long time. Somewhere along the line, as Regina said, be a sponge. I think is the biggest learning I've picked this morning. Because when you're a sponge, you keep absorbing. And you never know when that will be squeezed out of you. And my journey so far, I've had opportunities when I had to let go of what I had absorbed. That's how I survived Eswatini. Most of you don't know where it is, somewhere in the southern part. My first time in that country, and I was asked to do so much. I was so squeezed out until there was nothing else coming. So when we ask you to be a sponge, please be a sponge and be a good one, because all of it, there will be an opportunity to let it out. Today I'm going to talk to you about what I've been busy with, which is innovation. How can you innovate with purpose and excellence? Somewhere in my career, I got the opportunity to be shifted into innovation, and I have loved it up until now. So how many of you even know what SMS is? Short messaging service. It was a big deal, early 2000s. It was the first innovation I launched. SMS. It was an innovation. Then came MMS. Then came voice messaging. What is happening in the world today is disruption. Disruption in a way that you have other people that are rising up like you to challenge the status quo in a way of innovation, to bring innovation out of innovation. So today, most of you are using these apps. You never know that when SMS started, you only had 160 characters to say everything you wanted to say. Today, you can say anything. You can Snapchat on the move, you can show videos, you can do anything instantly. We didn't have that. Innovation has made it happen. And from what is on the internet, you have about 2.5 billion users between WhatsApp and Facebook. Some people got up and decided, we don't want to be limited by 160 characters, we want to do something different. And from that hunger, birthed the WhatsApp, the Facebook, the Instagram that you are. So I want to encourage you to start thinking, stirring up, okay, your gifts. When I launched 3G in Ghana a few years ago, speed was at 2 Mbps. For us, it was like, wow. But today, they said 5G is going to give us 20 Gbps. That's how fast downloads and uploads are coming to with the launch of 5G. There has been no technology that has been resilient or tested until COVID. So during COVID, what sustained all of us was technology. 4G did it. Now I don't have to go to the office every week. I do twice a week. My organization allows me to do that, and the 3 days I work from home. Using Teams, Zoom, I can talk to anybody anywhere. I can form a core team to work on a new idea, and we never meet physically by the power of technology. So technology is evolving so fast, and you have to find out, what would I do with my phone? This phone, people are doing things with it, apart from leaving digital footprint. Others are innovating here. What are you doing with your phone? After you catch up on a bit of gossip, what do you do at night? Okay? Speed. Today, where I find myself in mobile money, and you see the evolution. Mobile money started as a money transfer. Okay, you now send money in, send money out. Some of you will never imagine that when we were in university, I went to KN University, the only university in Ghana. So when we were there, when your mother is sending you money, or my father is sending me money, I have to go to Edum and wait for the trotro or the bus driver that is bringing my pocket money. Otherwise, Valentine is not going to happen. Okay. So, but some of you could never imagine, because now everything is possible. I can now transfer money to anybody, anywhere in Ghana, even outside. We are evolving beyond P2P. Now, bank tech. I can get a loan, I can invest, all from my mobile money. I can do insurance, okay? I can receive international remittance straight into my mobile money account, and I don't have to leave my room. All these things are happening by the power of technology. Now we are evolving into platforms. So some of you are shopping online, everything gets delivered to you. How is it happening? By the power of API integration. You can integrate locally, internationally, and get businesses come together. You have buyers, you have sellers. Technology enables you to do that. I have something to sell, you have something to buy. Technology is enabling that. We are also enabling fintechs. There are so many of them, and that is where you should find your niche. Within all that is happening, there should be something that gets you going. There's also enabling partnerships. Mobile money has partnered with almost all the banks in Ghana, and now you can push-pull, move money from my account to my mobile money to my account, all by the power of technology. So why should you care about innovation? You should. You should. With all the transformation that I've only given you a tip of the iceberg, we still have huge problems. The world challenges limited solutions. You don't have to be a tech icon, yeah, come with tattoos, wear earrings to look different, to innovate, okay? You can just think of an idea and see, how can I solve this problem? The world is looking for solutions, and we need people like you with clear mind that can think of something and say, I want to eradicate poverty in my village. You don't even have to try and solve the world problems. There can only be one Mandela in this world. But in your own corner, what are you doing to change things? If you have never been interested in the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, please do get involved. It's now evolved into the ESGs, which is the environmental, social, and governance. There are 17 problems that the UN is trying to get the world to solve, okay? Equality, eradication of poverty, and hunger, and all of that. Innovation is how we will solve our problems in Africa. And we need you to lead in the pack. I just want you to Google this after this session and find yourself and ask yourself some pertinent questions. How am I solving problems in the school, in my hall? What can I do? Where can I make a difference? I just wanted to go back to the topic, which is innovating with purpose and excellence. So I'm using MTN. MTN started just as a phone call, make a call, end of story. I told you early 2000s, we launched SMS, it was a big deal. Now there's been so many disruptions, and we keep disrupting, okay? Now MTN has evolved. We now even have Mobile Money Limited as an entity on its own, okay? So what problems are MTN and MML solving? I just decided to put this here just for you to know that organizations are solving problems, and you can be a part of it. We are providing modern technologies. Like I said, we've moved from 2G into 5G into the future. MTN is providing internet connectivity through smart devices. Some of you cannot go a day without your smartphone. We are also, through mobile money, solving the issue of financial inclusion. Okay, today you can send money, you can bank, everything on your phone, and you don't even need a smartphone. A basic analog phone will be able to do that for you. MTN is also providing digital connectivities. Now there's an app for everything. I am lazy like that. I'm looking for the app that will bath me, that will cook the food, clean the house. There's app for everything. Which app are you developing? Okay? Now enabling platforms. I've told you technology is already doing that and building ecosystems. Today, EcoBank, MML, MTN are in partnership because we want to include everybody, both the banked and the non-banked, into the full fray to be able to transact and own an account. There's a lot that is going on in the world. So how do you position yourself? I'm using my own experience to just encourage some of you. If we get maybe 10 of you to start thinking innovation, like I said, you don't need to be a technical person. It could just start as an idea and you develop it, okay? So how I've done it, you know the purpose of MTN that I shared earlier on, they said they believe that everybody deserves a modern, connected life. I believe in that vision. I believe in that purpose. So the first thing you do as an innovator is to begin to understand the world and be clear how you become a solution. Remember the ESG that I showed you? Is there something in there that you could do? And when you have done that, over time, you have to align your personal values with the organizational values. I believe that everybody deserves a modern, connected life. So everything I put in my work is to ensure that somebody is connected. Okay? If you have a vision, you have to have a higher purpose to align your vision with. Okay? So please do that. And always focus on the bigger picture. There are too many issues in this world we are trying to solve. So always ensure that whatever you are doing and the contributions that you're making are solving a problem. What is the big picture? Okay? If, for instance, you are a customer of EcoBank, and then you realize that you need 6 steps to approve one transaction, nothing stops you as an individual to sit there and decide, how can I reduce these 6 steps to 3 or to 2? And begin to sort of think through, ideate with friends. Why do you think we can? How do you think we can get this? How can we improve? And then go to EcoBank and say, you know what, guys? You were giving us 6 steps for one transaction. I've come up with an idea, not just a product, an idea that we can reduce your 6 steps to 3, and it would improve our experience. Nothing stops you from doing that. Okay, the bigger picture is your comfort, your experience, but then one little idea ends up benefiting a whole lot. Okay? So always focus on the bigger picture. And then ask yourself, what am I doing today to improve the world I'm living in? I know there's a huge expectation on government, on institutions, but your idea is your idea. Start from there, okay? A few things when you really want to be an expert and try to innovate into excellence, you have to always put the customer at the center, okay? The reason why I showed you my earlier picture with a car and a bit of storm is that when you are an innovator, you don't just stick to your ideas and say, I have this, I have to launch, or I have this product. Go back and ask, who am I even developing this concept for? Who is my customer? Is the customer they use? Is it me? Do I even need that product? There is always a need, and customer needs are changing so fast. How I saw telecom when I joined the industry has changed so much. I fear what will happen in the next 10 years. Okay, so there is constant demand for new ideas, fresh ideas. And so always put the customer at the center. Who am I developing an idea for? Be agile, be flexible. An innovator cannot just start an idea from beginning to the end and say, this is the best thing that happened to us. By the way, what you are thinking of, somebody has launched it, others have moved on. So you should constantly, and I love the word consistency that Regina shared earlier on. Stay on it, okay? Innovate, innovate, innovate. What you have achieved today, tomorrow, how can I improve on my own innovation yesterday? Okay, so you cannot be an innovator and execute excellently if you are not thinking about the customer and putting them at the center, if you are not agile and flexible. Okay, now agile is not just speed. Agile means I'm doing something for Regina, I'm not sure whether she will like it. So I will do a piece and I check back with her. Is that what you wanted? Do you think is meeting a need? And then says, no, no, no. Add a sweetener. You come and add a sweetener, you go back and check with the customer. Does it work? Oh, yes. And then you move on. Agility is all about developing with the customer in mind, okay? If you don't take anything as an innovator, think about how do I make their life easier. And then focus on building dynamic capability. Some of you will be wondering, okay, so where do I start? Start simple. Dynamic capability just means building the capability to sense what is happening right now. People that were using Facebook 20, now they said they've left it to my age. We are okay with that, it's fine. So what is it that you can do to innovate, okay? So always ensure that there is something different happening. How do you seize the opportunities? There are so many problems in Legon campus, okay? And have you identified the problems? How are you seizing that problem as an opportunity to transform? So when you think dynamic capability, it is building your capability to sense, to seize, and to transform. These are competencies that you can go to school for. You can train yourself also to get there. How I have done it, number one, scale. Do the work. When Regina said do the work, that is how we are all standing here sharing our experiences with you, because we did the work. It's not easy, okay? And scaling means always look at yourself. Today, I've done this. Tomorrow, what can I do differently? Stretch yourself. Stretch. A sponge doesn't just absorb. Squeeze out, and you absorb again. So stretch yourself and challenge your mindset. What you knew yesterday, what is changing? What do customers want? In campus here, what are customers doing? How are they ordering food? How are they receiving food? How are people solving, cooking, learning, and all of that? Is there a solution that you can provide for them? See things differently. As an innovator, you always have to see things differently. Blue is not always blue. Black is not always black. That's why you have turquoise. And somebody, what is turquoise? Is it blue? Is it green? Always see things differently. And also try to understand the bigger picture. Always have something that you are looking for. It could be from the ESG, that is your biggest goal, but always have something you are focused on. And finally, stay relevant, okay? Don't just stay relevant where the gossip is. Stay relevant by providing solution. And stay resilient. It's not easy to be in a technical company for more than 2 decades. I had to stay resilient. Women are not supposed to talk, we are talking. You were not expected here, you show your face. You do the work, okay? And this I'm leaving with anyone. How many of you feel you can start your own business? That's comforting. If we had, when we were your age, what you are receiving today, I don't think I would have stayed in the corporate world that I don't want to reveal my age, so let me say that long. Okay, I love entrepreneurs. I just want you to leave you with something. My last slide, I said, never stop learning. When I finished my first degree, and most of you are just waiting to finish, that is just the beginning. That's why we call it undergraduate. It's when you have come out, then you see the world and you work, and then you realize that there are more problems that need my knowledge to solve, okay? I went for an interview quickly. When I was moving to my current position, I had opportunity to be interviewed by Pricewaterhouse that was doing my assessment. And at that time, this was 2016, one of the things that went against me was that my MBA was too old. 12 years of MBA had no relevance in 2016. The topics I covered, nobody is talking about them anymore. So if I wanted to stay in tune, I had to get into the discourse, academics, areas, be part of the current discourse. And after that revelation, I decided I need to go to school again. I have been learning for the past 4 years. Just last December, I finished my 3rd master's. Okay? It is possible. And this is in addition to being a mom, being a wife. It's a different ball game altogether. Okay. And trying to also be where the discourses are. Some of you we need academics also in the corporate world. All I'm trying to do is this topic, business model innovation. After 2 decades, starting from phone conversation to mobile money, I just feel like businesses are there to evolve. So how do you evolve a business? You might have started a small business, it did well for a bit, it's not really doing well. Evolve. Evolve. Okay? And evolution is all about reinventing your current business. Every business has a model. How do you reinvent your current model? Banking was only about put your money, and sometimes getting your money out was a problem. Now they even want to provide more channels for you to get the money out so that you can put it in. Every business is evolving. If what you started with is not working, evolve. Look for more problems. Try and get solutions. Please, Google this. I picked it from Jeff Desjardins. I used this for a group work a few months ago. 10 types of innovation. 10 types of, there is so much that you can learn from here. If you want to be an entrepreneur, please start, but don't get stuck. Keep evolving, keep evolving, keep evolving, and you will get there. Okay, one day you'll be here sharing your experience like we've done, and people will hear you, and they will take just one idea, and who knows, that could solve all our problems or part of our problems in Ghana. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Kindly put your hands together again. Thank you so much, Sylvia. You know, throughout the program, we keep hearing learn. You know, the very first time we heard learn, unlearn, and relearn. Do you remember? Do you remember that? Sylvia says, learn, keep learning. Don't stay at one place. Otherwise, you get what? You get stuck. I am actually challenged. She just finished her 3rd master's in December. Some of us, when we finish MBA, we think we are done. I'm going back to school. Oh, put your hands together for Sylvia once again. Before we play the adverts, let me just quickly remind you that we're taking the questions in the chats column of the live streaming. So feel free, get on the live stream. And let me also acknowledge our audience online. We know you are not here, but you are here with us. And we hope you are also learning. I wish I could throw a question to the audience online, but I don't know how they'll get back to me, but we'll see. Maybe before we close, we'll find a way. But the questions are going online. If you also want to put a question across, you can take this number and then send your question on WhatsApp. 0245 110 640. 0245 110 640. Because of time, we might not be able to allow some time for Q&A, but we would like to take your questions so that along the line of the program, we'll read it out and then see if we can get some answers for them. Media team, do you have some adverts to play for us? Adverts? We're good? Okay. Let's have some time for adverts. We want to acknowledge our sponsors and those who have made Success Africa a success. All right, so let's see.
yourself up to knowledge. Knowledge that will build you up. Knowledge that will add to your own stock of understanding.
You can't walk in life without having a vision and a plan for your life. A vision guides you. You will fail, but you'll succeed too. If you fail, you will learn. So try new things, all right?
It does not take you to be 40, 50 to get access to money. It takes positioning and understanding how to use that position to become that thing you want to become, and then it brings money to you.
Thank you very much. Put your hands together for them. Let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Put your hands together for EcoBank for helping make Success Africa possible. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge SIMA, the Future of Finance, for also helping to make Success Africa possible. Kindly put your hands together for SIMA. I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Bell Kwa. Now, if you are seated in this auditorium, may I kindly ask you to just lift your bottle of water, if you have it. If you have your bottle of water, kindly lift it up. Now, that was made possible by Bell Aqua, and I think it's a good place to acknowledge them. Let's put our hands together for Bell Aqua. Last but not the least, we want to acknowledge Binance for helping make Success Africa possible. Put your hands together for Binance. Put your hands together for Binance. I'm sure they'll have some time to tell us what they are into. Beautiful. So next to speak to, I hope you're learning. I am so challenged. I'm learning, I am challenged, and I have been provoked. All right? I have been provoked, and I'm hoping that the same is happening to you as well. I'm going to introduce someone who is also coming to speak to us, and I'm hoping that you would also learn equally. This man used to be programs and events manager in the University of Ghana, and then he moved on to become the senior sales and marketing executive at Ringier Ghana. Then he moved on to become head of business development at Primvial Media Limited. Forward from that point, he went as a brand manager for Promasidor and currently the head of marketing at Blow Group of Companies. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, at the right time, I'll acknowledge the protocols present. But ladies and gentlemen, if you would have me, kindly put your hands together. Let's welcome to the podium Mr. Magnus Day to speak to us.
A very good afternoon to you all. Good afternoon. Yeah, good to see you all. I'm so excited to see very familiar faces as well. I think I was here 2019 with Albert to do one of these things, and we are here again. And Albert, thanks for the opportunity. And for all the people who were here earlier to speak, Madame Regina, good, Madame Sylvia, thank you for inspiring us so much. I've been so inspired. I have some few minutes here, so good. I was supposed to talk about my journey so far. So thinking through it, I came up with a few things that, let me philosophize a bit. Some few things that could be helpful, and that could be.
Okay, so please, after my admission to University of Education in Winneba, I came to realize that there are a lot of capabilities in me that if I have to pursue it, I would get it, regardless of my background. So when we were going for break, I went for a letter from the administration. That's where they allowed me the privilege to work with the district chief executive as the secretary to the district chief executive. Aside that, on campuses too, meeting a lot of directors have, they are mentoring me on how to go by the vision that I see. Although they have challenges with how I see it, but I know by with hope and perseverance, by God's grace, we'll get it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Yes, he's attempted it quite well. It's true, there are no overnight successes. Actually, it's said that when you look at people and how successful they are, sometimes you think that it was done overnight. But it takes a long time to become successful. It takes a long time to build a career, and it starts today. It starts while you are in school. Creating the right environment for yourself is the only guarantee that you can become successful in future. It is not by chance. If you look at anything that grows and become great, it starts somewhere, and it's a general principle of life. God himself made it so. So if you want to harvest corn, you have to plant it. And when you plant it, you have to ensure that there are the right conditions available for the corn to grow, to even germinate, grow, and then you can harvest, isn't it? So I thought, okay, what are the three main, or perhaps four sometimes, main conditions for germination for a plant? What are the four main conditions? Yes? Oxygen, yes. Another one. Sunlight, yes. Water, yes. A good soil, yes. Good seed, yes. Yeah. Temperature, clap for yourselves. Can I have my slide, please? Okay, yes, next, please. Next. Good, creating the necessary conditions. So we mentioned water, we mentioned oxygen, we mentioned sunlight, okay, or light. There are some plants that need darkness to grow. Are you aware? Yeah. Okay, so we also mentioned temperature, warmth. We talked about the seed, we talked about the soil. Today, you are the seed. University of Ghana is where the soil. Your parents planted you here. Are you aware? Yeah. If you don't make good friends today, if you don't join good associations today, if you don't come out for programs like this today, your soil will not be fertile. You will just come to school, read, pass your exams, and you are gone. You realize that you will not produce in multiples. So you are the seed, you are on a soil, which is University of Ghana. Determining those things determine the fertility of the soil. Okay, so I equated the water for the condition, the first condition for plant germination, I equated it to knowledge. Permit me for my biases. Yes, I'm a Christian, so I know that throughout the Bible, God talked about water, and water signifies word. Okay, it talks about knowledge. It talks about content. So the first condition for germinating or having a career that starts today is how much knowledge do you accumulate while you are here? What are you reading? Are you only reading economics? I read economics at Legon, but while at Legon, I read so much more than economics. I did a lot of things. I read a lot of things. I like to just get knowledge, get more information. So you usually see me reading other things than my books. So you need to find yourself reading. Even in the workplace, when my colleagues close from work, I spend more time at the office to read. At least I have a witness here. Yes. Daniel Sapon is a colleague. We worked at the same place. And I was the youngest on the team at the time in my sales department. But I kept learning and reading, okay, from all the sales experts. I kept learning. How do I do my cold call? When you call people like Madame Regina, and then the receptionist says, do you have an appointment? How do I bypass those people at the reception? How do I bypass the secretary and schedule a meeting with Madame Regina? Because I need to make sales. At the end of every week, there is a board at the office. How much did you sell? Then they'll be writing numbers. So I need to make sure that I've sold something quite good. So I've practiced how to master cold calling, how to get straight to Madame Regina, and how to get her give me a time to come and speak with her. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it's important. So you need to learn it. So the first condition while you're on campus is to read, is to learn. I told the story of a man called William Kamkwamba from Malawi. There was a time they had serious famine, they had serious poverty in that country and his village. All he did was to go to the highest level, then was grade 4. But he stepped into library to read. Are you with me? So the first condition is what? I wrote this down, and I think it will be useful. So if you can write it. Knowledge determines what goes into your mind. So it determines your mind. Okay? We are doing mind shift. Your mind determines the things you think about. Your thoughts determine the quality of your life. So the ultimate goal of this condition is quality of life. Quality of life. The second one is exposure, initiatives. I equated oxygen to exposure. Who breathes for someone here? Can I breathe for you? Can I eat for you? You need to breathe yourself. If you like, don't breathe yourself. Who can stay without breathing himself? Just 5 minutes. Okay, good. We all agree that you need to take in your own air. You need to go out there and help someone. You need to go out there and volunteer. You need to go out there and get some experiences. So that is the exposure we are talking about. Networking. Coming out to places like this. And when they ask questions, you are the first to raise your hand. Because you want to share something. Good that the school now has, internships. So when you are on your breaks, you are required to go for internships. Where you see yourself in 10 years should determine where you go for internship. Isn't it? But some of us prefer to go to the most comfortable places because it is my auntie's workplace or my mother's shop, or my father's workplace, or it is the closest to my house. So everything we do is based on comfort, not based on the long-term goal. So the lady who spoke about being an influencer, or a gentleman who wants to be the UN Secretary General, has to choose where he wants to do internship when he has the opportunity. So I was expecting him to tell me that when it's time for internship, this is where and where I expect to be. And this is where I have been going for internship, so I can prepare myself for the 10 years journey. Actually, in level 200, I planned where to do my national service. I had a career objective, a 10-year career objective at level 200. And I came for a program like this. So we were told to after school, and she had none. Not even a single design. You see, so she's not taking initiatives. And she told me, oh, when they recommended her, she thought she had the job already. Hey. So I went on her social media page. I saw she was busily slaying. So I said, no problem. You come the next day for an aptitude test. Hey! She shouted at my office, hey, aptitude test. It has nothing to do with exams. Just show me your acumen, like what you are made up of, or what you became after KNUST. Show me something small. And you are shouting. So already she's scared. And I know very well I'm not going to hire her. I was sure, too sure. So I wanted just to talk with her and let her go home. You know? So you need to take initiatives. That's for the breathing part, the oxygen. The temperature here talks about temperament. You know? Initiative, I wrote some things about, all right. So this talks about temperament. What is your attitude? What is your character? Some of us say, this is how I am. You don't know me, and this is how I am. You see, there are things that you need to work on while you grow. There are things we learned bitterly. Some of us, we had to learn how to manage anger. Some of us, we have to learn how to manage dishonesty, how to tell lies. We need to manage it. You need some good attitude to succeed in the workplace. A very good one. And one with integrity. Some of us, we like to pride ourselves with integrity. It's very important to us. So some will say, I be man. He will not steal. He will not allow you to steal. I like it like that. Yeah, I like it like that. So I remember people will call me, I have these billboards plenty here. They'll call me and tell me, look, if you give me this deal, I'll give you this card. The rules of a marketing person. And that'll be the last time I will pick your call. That'll be the last time. Because it's something, look, I don't own a business. I work for someone. The only thing I have today is my career. I cannot taint that. Are you getting me? The only thing I have is the results I generate, is the career I hold. I'm not the owner of the business. So why should I be going after cats? I need to keep it. It's just too important. Recently, I hope you are not recording this one. So recently I wanted to leave my boss. Then, where is he? Okay, so I wanted to leave my boss because someone decided to give me 3 times more if I leave my boss. Actually the person has been pursuing me. I said, okay, if I leave, I didn't tell him I wanted 3 times more, but in my head, I mentioned an amount that is like 3 times more when I was taking. And then he says, okay. So the next 4 days, he sent me an offer with the 3 times more. And now I was bragging, thinking he cannot pay me that amount. And he was ready to pay so I can leave my boss to come to him. my boss got wind of it and says, look, I can't let you go. I mean, there's someone as good as you, but someone as honest as you is what I cannot get. Are you getting me? Someone as honest as you. And that really, really humbled me. Okay? Because you need honesty at the place of work. And Ghana is the way it is today because very few of us are honest. True of us? Yeah. We are very dishonest. We take advantage of the slightest opportunity to steal. Very, very dishonest people. We cannot have people sit at any state-owned enterprise and show integrity. Maybe we have a few, but the majority will steal. We are all waiting for our share of the national cake. So attitude is very important. You see, the thing about attitude is that while you grow, others grow around you. Are you getting me? Others grow around you. So my boss called me and said, look, if that's the case, let me meet the offers of the person. In also a very honest way. Initially I was scared that, yeah, he wants to do that and then. But because of honesty, I have got to get my salary tripled because I will not steal like others will steal in that same workplace. Do you get the difference? Do you get the difference? So I'm sharing this story with you, not to tell you that, yes, now I have more, but to let you know that building integrity, and it starts today. Exams hall, you've not studied, you are bothering your friend. Teach me. Look, don't do it. Write your brain and go. Okay, now that you are clapping, I know I'm hitting the nail on the right place. Okay, so it's the little things we do today. You may think it does not matter, but it matters. It matters a lot. You need to show yourself to be faithful in the little. And if someone gives you, I don't know why a lot of business owners here will tell you, Ghanaians are so and so, Ghanaians are so. Why would someone give you his business? Invested his money. And I tell my team all the time, if the money you are being paid, you don't like it, go. Don't steal. Isn't it? Yes. You came in hungry for a job. I said, I can give you 1,005 cedis. You accepted, okay, yeah, boss, you give me 1,005. I want something. Now you entered the job, you saw that, yeah, this business is doing well. Say, oh, this man is cheating me. When did you realize that? When you were home with nothing, I took you in, I'm giving you 1,005. Now you think I'm cheating you. Okay, good. If I am cheating you, and we all think like that, every employee, if you think your boss is cheating you, go for another opportunity. But don't steal from your boss. Are you hearing me? We are more than 100 here. If I can get 100 people, okay, from today, who will be determined that wherever I am placed to work, whether there are systems in place or not, whether they are structured or not structured, I will not steal from my boss. Raise up your hand, let me see. I will not steal from my boss. Tell yourself that. Now tell your friend, don't steal from your boss. Don't steal from your boss. You know, when you don't steal, you have some kind of courage. You know, you have some kind of... My boss is a very confident person. Let me just put it that way. You know, and can bully anyone anytime. One day he sent an email that, yes, all this is scam of funds. You know, but because not a single kobo, you know, marketing, we sit on a lot of budget. But because not a single coin enters my... I don't touch money, that's my principle. You approve budget, my team handles it. They come and retire the money. Do you get it? So I am not tempted to take anything. I replied my boss that this word, he has to withdraw it. My caliber of person cannot take it. So I did it politely. And he apologized. He's got nothing on me. Do you get it? So I'm confident to say that. But if you go and steal and they use that word on you, that you are a scam, what will you do? that you are a fraud, what will you do? You go home and accept that you are a fraud. So your temperament is important. Lastly, light. And that determines the skills you gain while you are here. Some of you have to learn how to speak in public. Some of us have to learn how to use Microsoft very well. Some of us need to learn all from time management is very key. It's a skill you have to learn. What other skills can we learn? I'm talking about hard skills, not soft skills. Give me some examples and I'm out of here. Yes? Graphic design is one. Copywriting, perfect. It's a very great, very important skill in this digital world. Yes? Computer programming. You have to learn it whether you are reading computer science or not. Yes? What else? Forex trading. Forex trading. One of my team members, always after work, is on his laptop trading. I don't know how much he makes anyway. He tells me, boss, I am learning it. I'll make it. I'm just putting some small coin to check how it's going. Yes. What else? Thinking. Thinking is very important. Very, very important. And, okay, we'll talk about strategy maybe one day. Yes? Coding is important. You wanted to say something, boss? Affiliate marketing. You know what it is? Okay, if you don't know it, don't forget about it. He will tell you. Okay. Yes, I saw some few hands here. Yeah. Content creation. Okay, so thank you very much. Clap for yourselves. Make sure that your career germinates today. Set the right conditions, acquire knowledge, breathe, get the right attitudes, and learn a technical skill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Magnus. Kindly put your hands together for Magnus. We'll take a very quick advert and then we'll move on. Right. Let's go. So the video showing on the screen is Success Africa Kufuridia edition. So we're just bringing you excerpts from what happened in the Eastern region, Kufuridia. Enjoy. This is Success Africa Cape Coast University edition. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Success Africa. Success Africa. No, I didn't hear you. Success Africa. And I'm very privileged to announce once again that the convener of this movement is right in our midst in the person of Mr. Albert Prempeh-Kusi. Put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Albert Prempeh-Kusi, the convener of Success Africa.
Oh, come on, let's give it better for ourselves. Come on. Oh, University of Ghana, come on. Success Africa. Let me acknowledge the presence of my partner and his team, Kwame Upuku. Come on, let's give it up for Kwame and the team. Come on. Sam Harvard, Moses, COD. They'll be speaking to us shortly. But I have a guest who will be coming up. And right after he's done, Moses would be taking over. So this man is a very busy man. I mean, he does a number of courses already, but he's even currently in the University of Ghana studying. Tell somebody, study. Tell a person, study. He left Infasipim School in 1995. He's been to KNUST. He's been to Helen Business School for his MSc International Securities Investments, Banking and Finance. He's worked with several banks, from Standard Chartered to Barclays to ABSA to Fidelity Bank, and currently the Executive Director, Wholesale and Investment Banking. Join me, let's welcome our next guest speaker, Sam Adu, Executive Director, Wholesale Investment Banking, GCB PLC. Oh, come on. Show some love to him as he comes. Oh, University of Ghana, let's do it better for him. He's just coming from the classroom. He'll be back in the classroom right after the presentation.
Thank you very much. How many of us are in relationships? Not married, but in a relationship? Oh, please put it up. Are you shy or he doesn't know you are here? Okay. Hey, not a lot of us. So. How many of us are married? Even fewer. And how many of us are not in a relationship? Oh. So I think I have to make changes to my topic today, and my topic is going to change to how to find a life partner. Because I think what I'm trying to solve is not really relevant for the audience today. Yes, my name is Sam Adu. I am Ghanaian, if you're asking yourself. I read and write a few languages, Ghanaian languages as well. I describe myself as somebody, an imposter. Okay, so I'm someone who likes to make believe in something. I am not fully what I represent, but I'm very comfortable with that. I don't need to know the full extent of everything. When I was in university, I normally would go for lectures from the 10th week of the semester. And then I would obviously not have all the notes. Then I have to go and copy all the notes, photocopy all the notes. And then I have to try and cram all the notes. And then once I got 67, 68, I was happy. And then the term would end. But that's very bad advice for anybody who looking to follow. And I want to run through a few thoughts of mine as to how my career shaped up to be what it is today. And there are a few difficulties and choices that we have to make as we go through our career. And you come to realize that whatever choice you make, you know, my choice not to go for lectures was not that I was sleeping in the hall. No, far from that. I was running a business. I was organizing hall weeks. I was doing all sorts of things that meant that I wasn't on campus for a long time. So I don't want you to believe that I'm one of those people who would not do the right thing, and the alternate thing that I end up doing is also useless. No, I don't use my time that way, and so should all of us. So I'd like to start off with my education. The blue one is Tema Parents Association School. I don't know how many of us know it. Anybody lives in Tema here? Oh, only a few people. Again, the wrong crowd. Then I went to Infant Swim School. How many people went to Kaboche here? Hey, again, the wrong crowd. Then, of course, I did science for A-level. I didn't do too well. I got a B in biology. I got a B in chemistry, but I got an E in physics. And then I got an E in general paper. And the reason was that when I was in infant swim school, every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I was going to nightclubs. Yes. I was going to nightclubs. So I didn't do well. I didn't do well in my A-level. Up to O-level, I did very well. I was really studious, but sixth form, I got sidetracked. And I find that in life, it is very easy for you to be on a track or a path that is working. And then all of a sudden, something will move you away to where you don't want to be. It could be a family issue, something at home. I got upset, got a chance to travel abroad. Then I got admissions to tech. And guess what subject I was got given into tech? And guess what subject I was got given in tech? Anybody? For graduated with a degree in fisheries. You understand? You're not likely to be on this stage come 2023. It's highly unlikely. But I said, let me try this job. So I went around with the editors and so on, went to do interviews, so which company is doing well or launching something, and I did a lot of those stuff. And it kind of went well. So I got given the job to go and cover EcoBank, who was launching a card of some sort. Don't tell them who. Then I went to misreport the whole thing on air. I'm trying to explain to you the way things can go in a different direction from where you want to aim to go. You understand? So that happened. And then I was sure I was going to lose my job because EcoBank wrote a very nasty letter. But everybody in the newsroom knew who they were talking about. So fast forward, I did a course at the stock exchange. And if we can still go back to the previous slide, I'll tell you when to move to the next slide. And I promise we have 10 minutes more and we are wrapping this up in 10 minutes. So I went to do the stock exchange course. And then by some miracle, I got a scholarship to go and study at Reading, at the ISMA Center, which is a center for financial markets. So I went to study portfolio management, option pricing, a whole lot of things. I hadn't seen them in my life. When I was in university, I didn't know. You're not coming to arrest me. Hi, I thought I said something wrong. Thank you. So I didn't know anything about the global world at all. I didn't know anything about that. But today, I'm sure most of you know. Who doesn't know who Goldman Sachs is? See this fish for me. So I was at home drinking something with a friend over the weekend, and I got a call from the head of Africa. Barclay says, "Hi Sam, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend." I say, "Yeah, I'm doing good, whatever." Then he says, "Would you like to go to Botswana?" Right? But most people in this room, when somebody asks you when you're sitting somewhere, do you want to go to somewhere 7,000 miles away? You say, "Oh, let me think about it." But I'm not that sort of a person. Me, I said, "Yes, I'll go." You see, so when I said, "Yes, I go," I closed the conversation and everything. Then I remember that, yay, I have not told my wife. Yeah, so I had to go back. I spoke, if you go to church in some places, 15 reasons is an easy number. They have 25 reasons why you must have a mega church. Never mind. So if you look at my trajectory, I've never kept a job for more than 2 years, 3 years. I never keep a job because I almost go into a job where I am not adequate to do the job. I have overspoken to get into the job, but after a while, I get bored with the job, and I like to change the job that I do. Not everybody can change things that quickly, because in life, everything has a cost. Everything. Not doing anything has a cost. Changing too much has a cost. Not changing too much has a cost. There's always an alternate, a cost for doing something over the other. But what I am able to do is to simplify what the cost is for me. You know, so traveling all around, I couldn't travel with my family. So my wife and children were somewhere, and I was also somewhere. Some people end up with broken marriages. But it's a cost that you must estimate, calculate, and then take the risk on. And you must look to repair some of the consequences. Nothing is for free. That they are coming to me so that I give them something is on the contrary. I'm actually looking for something from people all the time. So always take advantage of that. The fifth thing I would say is that there's more than one good choice. You have many different things you can choose. But please, don't take too long in deciding. Analyze what the benefits are, what the costs are, and then make a decision. Number 6 is look the part. Fake it till you actually make it. Don't be shy to pretend. Don't be shy at all. Always pretend in a positive way. I mean, don't be deceitful. That is a sin. But don't be shy to pretend, to look the part, to let everyone know that you can do it. Embrace inconveniences even when they are... embrace inconvenience, yeah, even when... Who repeated the word twice? But I think it's for emphasis. But the point there is this, that even if it's inconvenient... So today, for instance, I am in class. I didn't tell the lecturer that I was coming to speak. So I just went out the back door and I ran here quickly. So when I finish, I'll go and sit back down on my chair. He wouldn't know I am here. And nobody here will also tell him as well. Because it can cost me some marks that he's sitting there lecturing and I'm standing here. You see, so always do that. The third thing is that every 2 or 3 years, every time you get to a point, reevaluate. Whether you are doing well, whether you're not doing too well, sit back and reevaluate where you are. Take stock of what decision you must take. Don't be fooled by how well you are doing or how well you are not doing. Sometimes you must still stay even if you are not doing well. Sometimes you must move even when you are doing well. And then the 9th thing would be ask for help and take advantage of criticisms. I've always had a handful of people that I run to all the time. I've always done that. When I went to do the interview from a junior role in Standard Chartered to a senior role in Barclays, I had a very senior person help me put together my presentation. So all of a sudden, my presentation didn't look like a junior person writing. It was the full 9 yards. And I spent 2.5 weeks memorizing every slide before I stood there. So when I stood there, the guys were super impressed that how can such a great person be in such a junior role in another bank? But I didn't tell them that it was this man. No. I always have people I run to. You need people that you can run to, and then they will help you. If they say wait, sit down and wait. I have no problem waiting for help at all. I actually don't mind waiting to be helped. And you mustn't mind the inconvenience. If you have to go through something, go through what you have to go through. And then the final thing is that in chaos, there is opportunity. There is significant opportunity. Even though things look very difficult in Ghana today, somehow I am very happy about it. Because not everyone can stop looking at all the noise and focus their attention on something that is in the chaos. And that's how I like to spend my time. I don't spend my time with people who provide me negative sound. If I go home and all my wife is going to do is complain about my son, if you like, watch me. I'll start moving in the opposite direction from what she's saying. Somehow, by the grace of God, she would also stop saying what she's saying. I move away from negative noise. I do it. I can't comprehend negative noise. I have no room on my C drive for that. So there's always an opportunity, and I'd like to leave you with this slide. What does this slide tell you? Has the bear done anything wrong? Huh? Why? Why has he not done anything wrong? He's sitting somewhere. Yes. And all of us sit out somewhere on a daily basis. Right? And you can be sitting there idling. You can be sitting there doing a good thing. For all you know, the bird is singing some nice tunes that somebody else is enjoying. But life doesn't care. Life doesn't care about what you are doing. Okay? There's always going to be something like this. Whether you're doing well, whether you're not doing well, whether you're in between. So always find something to do when you have idle time. Find something to do. I don't need to do the master's program that I'm doing, but I've come to realize that when I sit in a room and the economists are speaking, I am a little limited. So I said, let me quickly come in and learn something small in economics. So I've never done economics before. You know, I have a degree in fisheries. Right? But most of the time, they don't know that I have a degree in fisheries. So what I'd like to leave you with is this. Always remember this picture. Whenever you're sitting in your bed doing nothing, whenever you're wasting your time doing something else, always remember that you have a picture like this to follow. I'd like to end by reading two Bible verses, if you permit me. So the first one is Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 9 and 10. And it says, 2 are better than 1, because they have a good reward for their toil. For if they fall, one will lift up the fellow. But woe to him who is alone when he falls and has not another to lift him up. So woe to you if you fall and you have not another to lift you up. The second one I'll leave you with is a very favorite one, which is Proverbs 27:17, which says, iron sharpeneth iron, and one man sharpens another. Thank you very much.
Kindly put your hands together for Sam. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sam. Very simple presentation, but loaded with so much nuggets for prosperity. And in fact, you heard something that you didn't hear. He gave me a warning, because Sam actually happens to be my boss at work. So we'll move on, but I just want to quickly remind our audience online and for those here that we are still taking your questions on WhatsApp. I gave out the number 0245-110-640. We are ready to take your questions, so kindly send them in. And then you can also type out your questions on our live chat. So we are streaming live on YouTube and on Facebook. So once you go on our page, Success Africa Foundation, you would be able to type in your questions and then we would respond to them in the appropriate manner. Our next speaker, a very, very loaded person, an astute businessman, a man who is a serial entrepreneur, global business keynote speaker. He's also been on the TEDx speaking platform. He's a transformational author and a development planner by education. He's also been involved in a lot of youth empowerment and youth development programs. If I want to go ahead and read his credentials, I probably would need about an hour to do all of that. But ladies and gentlemen, I want us with a round of applause, welcome Mr. Moses B. Arthur. Please put it up, put your hands together. Give a resounding applause to Mr. Moses. We are so privileged to have you here, and we can't wait to hear what you have for us.
Celebrate yourself for being here. feels like I'm about to preach. Before I say anything, there's something I want to do. The first time I walked into this auditorium, I was 23 years. That was November 2019. And it was for the SDG Summit that my big brother, futurist Kwame, had organized. True story. Those of you that were here can actually relate. And I remember when the event was going on, I was volunteering for him. I was the one handling social media for day one. And I wondered when I'll be on this stage, when I'll be on this platform. And so when the event ended, we used to share a room. It was some small room somewhere in Ogbojo. He would sleep on the floor, I'll sleep on the bed, together with one other guy who is in here. And I remember that day when the event ended, people were blessed by a Huankudim. And we had nothing. And so I purposed in my heart that I was going to sow a seed. That day I decided that I'll be the one to feed the brotherhood. So I called some few people I knew because at the time, and I said, Charlie, can you give me this amount? Can you give me this amount? And I ordered for food for all of us to eat. And it was my seed into his grace. And I remember when we were eating, I just said a prayer in my heart that some way, somehow, I'd be on this stage someday. And there's thing, we're eating, then like, I didn't tell him what I said in my heart, but he said that. And so, I'm not the type of guy who waits for somebody to die. If I'm standing here today in all and I want us to be on our feet, I call him commander of forces. I want us, those of you that are not clapping, the angel that is soaking your cane, he has not started. Thank you. Kindly take your seat. And for me, this is to say two things. Your dreams are valid. When Kwame said I was going to be here in some few years, I didn't sleep. I didn't go around not doing anything. I put in the work. And I'm starting this way because after this meeting, a lot of you will walk up to us and say, I want to be like you, I want to do that, but are you ready to put in the work? And so your dreams are valid. The second thing is that the value of a relationship is the value you bring to the relationship, not the value you extract from the relationship. I take that again. The value of a relationship is the value you bring in time. Time is very, very important. There's a theory I preach about the 7 universal currencies. Time is literally the only currency that when you spend, you do not get back. It is a currency. That's how come for those of you that have girlfriends and have hostel rooms, you tell the person to come and spend some time. Come and spend the night. You are not a rapper, you would have said bars. Because when you spend time, you will not get it back. The unit of every man's destiny is time. Whatever affects your time affects your destiny. Time is the only commodity that you and I have that we should not downplay with. When somebody is dying and you ask the person what they want, they would emphasize time. Out of time is everything that we are seeing here. So I propagate something I call every man has 4 seasons in his life. I believe that there's the morning season of your life, there's the afternoon season of your life, there's the evening season of your life, and then there's the night season of your life. The morning season of your life is from ages 0 to 25. The afternoon season of your life is from ages 25 to 50. The evening season of your life is from ages 50 to 65. And then from ages 65 upwards, it forms the night season of your life. What do you do in the morning season of your life, 0 to 25? You get to know yourself. You get to discover what people call purpose. You discover your strengths, your weaknesses. It's a season of discovery. Then the afternoon season of your life, it's a season where you build and you acquire. So in that season, from 25 to 50, you are building a business, you are acquiring houses, you are building assets, you are getting married, you are building a family. It's a season of building and acquisition. Then from ages 50 to 65, you establish what you built. Then it leads into a legacy. I'll talk about legacy later on in my presentation. And so, how many of us are in the morning season of our lives, ages 0 to 25 in this auditorium? Good. And so, Kwame just raised this. So almost about 95% of us are in a season of our lives where we should not take these things for a joke. Conferences like this. I'm just 26, and at 26, people wonder how I'm able to pull the results I've been able to pull. And I tell them that in the morning season of my life, I was not treating it like how every youngster out there was doing. The next thing I want to establish is that success is very personal. I believe that every man should have a metrics by which he measures his success. Success for Mr. A should be very different from success from Mr. B, because everybody is coming from different backgrounds, different situations, different parents, and so all in all, it will affect their success. Why am I establishing the issue of success here? We're already at Success Africa Summit. But then it's also to establish the fact that I believe, for me, my metric for success is your exposure, your environment, your orientation, and your discipline. I believe 4 things affect the success of every man: your exposure, your orientation, your environment, and your discipline. For the purpose of today's conversation, I'm going to talk about environment. Environment is very, very important. You are the product of your environment. And it's by far one of the things that affects your success the most. And so, leading up to my presentation, can I have 3 pretty girls come up stage? I want to show you guys why environment is extremely powerful. The 2 ladies walked up first. Hey, plenty people are coming. Elimination by rough tactics. Awesome. I have something I've written. Something. Please pick one. Pick one. Pick one. All right. I'm trying to explain why environment is important. Please open it. You're what?
Miss Dubai. Miss Ghana. Miss USA.
All right. So, Miss what? Miss Dubai, Miss Ghana, Miss USA. All right. So, Miss Ghana, 50 cedis for you. Miss Dubai, 50 dirhams for you. Miss US, $50 for you. Now, now me choose some. You are lucky we don't have, I didn't add Miss Nigeria. All right. Miss Dubai, Miss Ghana, and then we have Miss US. I gave everybody 50, 50, 50. Same quantity, but different environment and different locations. So the value is not the same. What am I trying to say? For the next few minutes, my presentation will be on the $1 Million Unfair Advantage Online. Young people, move to a place that has better prospects for you. You either do that physically or digitally. And the truth of the matter is that a lot of us in this room probably cannot afford to move digitally, cannot afford to move physically, because you are going to go through the whole visa process and everything. But you can move digitally, and you can still be in Ghana. I know of friends and people who are in Ghana in the comfort of their homes. They are doing remote jobs, and they are being paid tens and thousands of dollars. Yet they are in Ghana, but they moved digitally in their mind and with their skill. So we see here from Miss UAE that her 50 dirhams will probably be more than the 50 cedis. And the $50 is definitely more than every three of them, all three of them standing here. Dirham is times 3 of the Ghana cedis. Times 2. So, you can see just by this that environment affects your success a lot. All of us cannot travel, but we can move digitally. And so it leads to my presentation for today, the $1 Million Unfair Advantage Online. Ladies, kindly take your seat. I'm sure the one who took 50 cedis is saying, hey. The one who took the $50, hey, made 7 million, 8 million. All right. All right, next slide. Please run with me. I have some few. My name is Moses Biat. I'm a serial entrepreneur, I'm a speaker, and what else do I even do? In some, I'm a hustler. Let's carry on. Next slide. A little bit of what I do. I go around speaking, sharing knowledge. I believe that knowledge is one of the stabilities of our times. If a lot of young people will pay attention to knowledge, their lives will see a different shift. In life, what you don't know is darker than the night. So knowledge is very important. So I go around sharing my body of work and everything I've learned in this journey with as many young persons as possible. I'm an author. I have my second book, Understanding Systems Thinking, is done over thousands of copies in over 16 plus countries. I farm, I'm a realtor, I'm into a lot of things. That's why I said I'm a hustler. Next slide. The first thing you need to understand when it comes to the $1 Million Unfair Advantage is that there's a problem. The problem that you and I are not aware of, as many of us, especially if you're in school, is that the CV is dead. I don't think I was not impressed. And because I didn't ask anything, I was not impressed. And because I didn't ask anything on the CV. So I was asking her basic things, social media and stuff on the CV. So I was asking her basic things, social media and stuff, and her answer was just off. So she was leaving and she said she had to go and do something at KME. So I asked her, are you going by Uber or you are going by Trotsky? And she looked at myself and my head of operations and said, then I said, are you going by Uber or Trotsky? And she said, what is this effort to make greater gains? And I called that the advantage of leverage. My big brother and business partner, Dr. Sam, lives in Dubai, and I had the opportunity ambassador for. And in 4 hours, recorded 60 videos, and you don't want to know the tens and thousands of dollars is being paid for that. And so how do you put in less effort to make great gains? Follow the conversation. Africans All-Star Weekend. That is happening, God willing, tomorrow. We have Burna Boy, we have Terms, we have Rima headlining the NBA, happened years back. For the first time, the world wants you to be you, and you get paid and celebrated for being who and what you are. And so one of the ways in which value has changed is identity. The next one in which value has changed is wealth. Growing up, when we said somebody was wealthy, it meant that the person should have money. But today, wealth is in networks, wealth is in relationships. Kanye West, in an interview, said that he knew he was necessarily in the amount of money you have, but it's in relationships and networks. I will elaborate that some more in the next slide. The third way in which value has changed is what I call a legacy. What are you doing and why are you doing what you are doing? You want to make money. Why do you want to make money in the first place? And so legacy is very important. I tell my siblings that there are 5 dimensions to a legacy. If my father is dying and he's to ask me what I want from him, I do not necessarily want his cars or his houses. I want his convictions and his thoughts, which is a dimension of legacy and inheritance. Because if I'm able to get what is in his thoughts, I can produce the cars and the houses he did. For lots of us in our generation today, we meet people and what we want is the pocket. But you see, when you meet a man, you can get what is in his head. You can generate what came out from his pocket. And so legacy is the third way in which value has changed. The fourth way in which value is changed is called the stacking up of skills. How do you combine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills to generate money online? The fifth way in which value has changed is what I call the premium of free. Growing up, free sounded like an insult, but today, for lots of businesses around, free is the way in which you get clients. Free is the way in which you get people coming to buy. You wake up and you see an ad from Malcolm China Mall saying, buy one, get one free. The psychology of selling is very simple. When you walk into that place and they say, buy one fridge, get one free in relationships. And for me, this for me is very, very important because of our generation today. We live in a world where people literally, in our generation, the Gen Z folks, they don't care who is what. The fact that somebody offended them, they are cutting people off. Young people, understand that your grades is just 20% of the equation of life out there. The world out there, I remember when I completed Anglican Senior High School. Any disciple here? Any disciple? Come for 200 cedis. The fact that you're a disciple. Which house were you in? Your sister is a disciple. Please see Laurie, we'll give you 200 cedis. Right. Kwame will come and I was coming to say that I went to the best school, but Kwame will come and lash me for it. All right. I need you to understand that relationships are currencies. There's something I preach and I tell people, all blessings come from God through men to men. Nothing happens outside of this world without the conduit of a man. Men are the people that make things happen here. It is very, very important to understand. And so there are 3 categories of relationship that I believe everybody should know. There are general relationships, there are seasonal relationships, and there are covenant relationships. Under these 3 main blocks, there are 4 categories of relationships under them. So depending on which one, there are the collaborators. The collaborators are the people who do things together. We have the creators, the people who do things first. We have the controllers, the people who ensure you do things right. And we have the competitors, the people who make sure that the best is coming out of you. In our world today, from ourselves, and we are becoming better versions of ourselves. I think 2 years ago, during the Ballon d'Or, Lionel Messi and Ronaldo were sitting, and Ronaldo said something. He said, it's never happened in the history of football that 2 great guys, 15 years down the lane, were playing each other. And you realize that that competition kept them at their peak, and they made the best out of it for football and the world as we have it today. So these are 4 categories of relationships that you need to have. Next slide. But the most important thing is, out of the 4, which one are you? Are you the guy that creates? Are you the guy that competes? Are you the guy that likes to control? Or are you the guy that likes to, oh, why? The guy controlling the slide. You don't like my matter. So out of the 4, which one are you? And so if you are here and then you are finding it difficult on personal development, I just gave you one of the metrics to do things. You are there, your whole life, ideas will rarely come into your mind. When you wake up and you think it's jollof and wachi, you are not the creative guy, you are not the creator guy. Next slide. A couple of weeks back, I made a tweet and I said, everyone is the one who understands how to leverage the internet to connect with people for entertainment and to make money. Next slide. Then it's important for us to understand that the internet as we have it is a distribution channel. The internet is not TikTok. The internet is not Instagram. The internet is not Facebook. Consider it this way. The internet is like Temamoto way. TikTok, Facebook are your Rolls Royce, your Lamborghini Uruses, and all of those things that ride on that distribution platform. And in business, you would bear with me that products do not necessarily win wars, distribution does. And so the mother of everything we are seeing is the internet. Next slide. There are 5 internet. That's not the shocking one. The shocking one is that out of this 5.47 billion people using the internet, 4 billion plus people access the internet via their phones. What does this mean for our world today? Over 4 billion people access it via their phones, which means that attention is expensive. And attention has shifted to people's mobile phones. Very, very important. And so I'm going to present 2 case studies of real lifetime people who have leveraged the tools on the internet and are making great money. Next slide. The young man you guys are seeing here is just 11 years old. He's called Ryan Kaji. As I speak to you now, he makes $26 million off YouTube every year. That is $500,000 per week. You can multiply it by 12.8 or 12.9. How many of you know this young man? The whole house. Awesome. As I speak to you now, he's the most followed human being on the globe on TikTok. And he's just 22 years. And I've not heard his voice before. Kabi is 22 years. He charges $750,000 per post. We've not spoken about his endorsement deals. And he does that on the same TikTok that you go and stand, get your friend to get umbrella, be pouring water, then you be singing, of course I fucked up. Young people, please hear me. Everything in life is built twice. First in your mind and in reality. Anything that your mind has not been able to achieve, you will not see it in your reality. My mind achieved thought. So if you are here and you are not comfortable and happy about your reality, what is your dominant thought? We're looking at mind shift. If you want to know how powerful your mind is so powerful that it can stop God from working. When I say this, people often say I'm blaspheming. People come for me for saying that my mind can stop God. A group of people decided to build a tower whose top will reach the heavens. They did not start building. They imagined. God said the thing that the people have imagined to do, it is too solid. Let's go and confound their knowledge. Your mind is very powerful. Very, very, very powerful. And you see, the citadel to your mind is your eyes and your ears. So what are you paying attention to? 99% of your life will change when you begin to change the things you are paying attention to. What you are listening to and why you are listening to. Who is even your friend? The previous speaker said that he hates negativity. And so the least thing he wants to walk away from negativity. And then it's important for you to understand that your programming leads to your thoughts. Your thoughts leads to your feelings. Your feelings leads to your actions. Your actions become your results and reality. I take that again. Your programming leads to your thoughts. Your thoughts, they lead to your feelings. Your feelings lead to your actions. Your actions become your reality and results. And if you do not appreciate it, for most of us, we grew up from homes where our mothers will look at us and tell us, the least thing, you want 50 pesos for toffee. Mama will tell you that, that statement subconsciously formed a part of your programming. And so oftentimes when I meet with parents, I'm not a parent yet, oftentimes when I meet with parents and they say certain things to their words, I tell them, you are programming your child in a very interesting way. I watched a documentary of Lil Baby. He was teaching his son maths. He brought $200,000 bundle and said, Jason, sit. The guy is 5 years. And he said, subtract $100,000. The guy subtracted. He said, subtract $20,000. He subtracted. So how much is left? He said, $80,000. He said, okay, subtract $5,000. How much is left? He said, when I watched it, I paused and I started meditating on just that. Why? Some of us, we grew up, mass is countess, is stones. They will call it countess, no fanta, no ye, what they call her no man, we camion, what bond do hair, 3, 4, 5, Ubenya saying. How will you grow up and compete with Jason? His father is teaching him maths with dollars. That dollars, you have not even seen some before. And so for posterity's sake, you want to take meetings like this serious. For posterity's sake, you want to determine that you'll be great. Because me, I want my children to also come and learn maths, and I'll be using dollars to teach them. Somebody will go like, because I gave $50, I come from a wealthy home. No, let me give you a little bit of story and background to where I'm coming from. The picture on the left, this morning, I don't know what was happening in the house and why they dressed me with hats like, it's in a bag, the picture on the right, we all have a beginning. My mother, she carried me for 11 months, 2 weeks. And after 11 months, 2 weeks, she put to bed. And when she put to bed, my father, looking at everything I had gone through, decided to call me Brain 2. So that's my middle name. Brain 2 means a warrior. Brain 2 means a fighter. I believe that in every family, in every race, in every generation, God raises his special fighters who see the world through the lens of a child without bitterness, who decide that they'll break the shackles of poverty. And so if you are that warrior for your family, I want you to turn to the person by you and tell the person, it shall never be war with poverty. It's like some of you, poverty, you like poverty. It shall never. You don't understand. It's poverty that will make you say that jollof ne boy ding. Poverty will make you say that kelewele. You see, kelewele is one of the most expensive things in Ghana. Scoop is 100 cedis. There's one at Laboni. Scoop, 100 cedis. You look at it and say, kelewele ma John this. Sikana uni. So poverty is a bad thing. Me, I hate it. I don't know about you. But the woman that gave birth to me, the watcher seller. Next slide. All right. This picture on the left, this is actually a video. That they are not eating, my head was aching. I was feeling sick, but I needed to still carry water to the farm. The one on the right, we were fetching water for some masons we used to work for. And my good friend who took this picture, he's currently in the States. So he sent this picture 2019, the same 2019 that I came here. And he said that, bro, we've come far, please keep pushing, and added some money. How did the hustler, the guy that grew up from there, transition to this? Next slide. To this, having audience with Freedom Jacob Caesar. Next slide. I've had the opportunity to work with the likes of A.Y. Williams Uchemba. Next slide. My godfather of blessed memory, I'm sure he's watching me from heaven and he's proud because Dr. Ubon King, when I was being made ambassador for Ubon King Foundation Ghana, Craze Clown. Next slide. Next slide. With legends like Vusi Tembikoya. How did I transition from the key is in what we call the $1 million unfair ad speaking about. I need you to understand, making money is an action. Maintaining it is a behavior. Multiplying it is knowledge. Making money is an action. Maintaining it is a behavior. Multiplying. You won't clap for me again. Whatever action you are doing to make money, your behavior is what determines the outcome of it. But you see, when it comes to the subject matter of money, you have to learn. Our parents didn't know about money, so they couldn't teach us about money. Where there's so much money out there, and you, on this continent, in this country, and beyond. And my generations will be proud that they had my name. You see, in this life, your name, it either becomes a padlock or a key. So you choose which one you want it to be. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Moses Biata. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Moses. Fantastic presentation. Making money is an action. Maintaining it is a behavior. And multiplying it is what? Is what? I just wanted to see if you were paying attention. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have personally learned a lot of things. I don't know how I'll feel from tomorrow. I just feel like a Superman. I just need to start gliding and just going because there's just so much going on in my head. But we're so grateful for that impactful presentation. I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Mr. William Abiem. Am I right? Yes, Mr. William Danso Abiem, Head of Direct Banking, Ecobank Ghana. If you are here, let's just see you. Mr. William Danso. Oh, super. God bless you. He brought Regina. Our next speaker is a very astute speaker, actually. He's also an award radio and TV personality. He's a host of Property Take on MX24. He's a YouTuber. He's showing homes in Accra, Lagos, and South Africa. He's the CEO of CLD Realty and Properties, a leading real estate company in Ghana. Listen, I just cannot say everything. The people who are on the bill today, these are people who are experienced in the world of work, in the world of business. And I am saying it again, that you are so privileged to be seated under the audience of these powerful people. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Kwesi Oteng Desmond, popularly known as COD. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. He's about to take us on a roller coaster of knowledge sharing. Wonderful, wonderful. You're welcome, sir.
Hello. But first things, I'm going to make them AC in the kakara. Mundu mesi na kakana. I remember some time when I took a VIP bus from Accra going to Kumasi, and there was this woman in the corner of the bus, and she was shivering so much. And I went to her and I said, "Mama, bus no, ubeti me dum AC no was so." I said, "Debi meba mechiaka." She had actually paid for the seats in the car, and so she wants to enjoy the car to the fullest. And so say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited to be in the University of Ghana. For me, University of Ghana was one of my dream schools, but I never had the opportunity to come. And I always say thank you to Jesus for not letting me come, because it would have been very deadly. And I'm not sure I'll be standing here by now. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of the SRC of Accra Technical University. Please put your hands together for them. We were with them a few days ago, and the impact was strong, and so they decided to come. Do we have the School of Engineering executives too? They told me they were coming. Oh, okay, just the SRC. I want to acknowledge Pastor William. It was marvelous when we're launching the Success Africa, and every single human being that is here and all protocols kindly observed. Kwame Eo Poku. This man. Please put your hands together for him. I wanted somebody to read a certain message between him and myself, but when I was coming, he told me to use 5 minutes for my presentation, and so I'll skip that. But I just want him to know that we all appreciate him so much. It's okay. I've heard countless times people say, why are these people following Kwame and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Charlie, I don't care. I don't care. Before I met this man, all I was doing was my real estate, doing so well. I had so much passion for public speaking and everything. But when I met him in May, just last year, 22nd May 2022, the explosion happened. And today we work together and people feel like I've known him for 10 years or for 20 years. I just met this man in May last year. And we are even beginning to look like twins. It's crazy, you know. Everybody say, it is possible. It is possible. Today I want to speak to you to something I have entitled that every man is the architect of his own future. Every single man is the architect of his own future. Let me start from here. How many of you are here? The course you're studying in the University of Ghana, your mom, your dad, your caretaker, or an uncle filled the form and put the course there. It's not what you really want to study. How many of you are here like that? I have one and one there. How many of you are there like that? This guy. Boss, how you are sitting, I can tell. Say course now studying. You didn't choose it. You didn't choose it. But don't worry, okay? There's always a way out. How many of you are here and you actually haven't really discovered that one thing that you would call, this is my gift or this is my talent? How many of you are here with that? You don't know what your gift is, you don't know what your talent. Oh, this whole lane, you don't know your gift, you don't know your talent. This side, you don't know your gift, you don't know your talent. And I watched a previous video and I'm going to say, when people say that we give money, so I want us to be realistic today. How many of you are here? You don't actually know what you're about. Woo. Wow. That's about 89% of the room. Africa will rise again. So today I just want you to know that you are the one, and you are the one who has the ability to transform your life and change your life. Quick story, when I started life from a young boy, all I wanted to be was to be a crime scene investigator. So I wanted to be the guy that after somebody has been shot, blessed memory to AK, the South African rapper, they would have called me to come and calculate the distance the bullet traveled and what kind of bullet came out and what gun they actually used. That's what I wanted to become because I was so glued to my DSTV and watching CSI Miami and all those things. Fast forward into about grade 6, I had an uncle come to our house. He was driving a very beautiful Mercedes-Benz. I asked him, Uncle, what do you do? He said, I'm a doctor. And I changed my career path quickly. I said I wanted to become a doctor. And so from grade 6 up until JSS 3, I just wanted to be a medical doctor. After school, I went to second cycle institution, SHS, And I realized that if you are the guy who's wearing the spectacle, you are those prempor kind of guys, no girl likes you. No girl wants a boring boy prempor book. So I switched from there and I told everybody my name is Cypher One. And so I turned myself into a rapper. Yeah. I quickly changed my career path and I was a musician. Fast forward from SS1, SS2, somewhere around SS3, I became a bit serious. I said I want to be a pastor because I realized that pastors were making lots of money. So for me, it was about where the money is and how you can position yourself to attract the money. And so that was what I wanted to become. I saw that, no, pastors, there's this other P, you know, pastor starts with a P, and there's another P called a politician, and they also make lots of money. So mid-third year in the second cycle, I said, no, Jesus, leave me alone. I actually want to be a descendant of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, and I want to tell the people that it is possible. Yeah. So that's my early days. The picture on the right is my first time I ever came to Accra. Before you confuse yourself. Baby, I'm what? Into Mekasa and Pachoti. This is my first time I got the opportunity to be in Accra. The part of Accra that is Labadi Beach. So I took that picture with my water bottle and I was so excited. That's my junior brother, that's me, and that's my mom. I grew up in a small town called Inwasu New Town. A lot of you will never even get to see with your eye before you leave the earth. It's somewhere in the local Manya municipality. So around Bon, Akosomo, Somenya. I like the reaction on your face. A lot of you see my pictures and what I do on Instagram and you think that Sikabi Shemenu Mana go do or sure, Mr. Sam can't want it. Package till the thing come. Adelai. That be damn. Let's move to the next slide. That's my mom. Please put your hands together for my mom. There are two different pictures. The picture on the right is the innocent one, and the picture of the left is me trying to be a drug dealer, because you can tell from my face, right? I look like somebody who just, but can you tell so much transformation? Great. Let's move to the next slide. This is just to appreciate my mom. And there's one thing I always tell people, that no matter how much you have, and no matter how much skills that you have, without Jesus in your equation, you will amount to zero. I am not insulting any religion, and I'm not against what you believe in, but this is my story I'm sharing, and for me, if I take Jesus out of any part of my story, it will be zero. Manya Krobo Senior High, Brains International School, and all of these, I'm not sure I'm supposed to be having a company that runs successfully in Ghana, in Lagos, Nigeria, Cape Town, South Africa, and Dubai. I'm not sure about that. I'm not. So Jesus is the center and my focal point. Jesus out of my story is zero. At this point, this was my musical group, so I used to have a singing group, and I put this picture there because I want you to notice the logo. You see the logo on their dress? When I started, that was the logo I was using for my musical group. This same logo is now the global logo for my company. That's an award-winning real estate company in Ghana, and we are going global. Move to the next slide for me. So that was me when I was in SS. When I finally decided to be a politician, they said when you think it in your mind, you need to take a step. So vote for Senior Otin Desmond. Now look at me here. Going to read my manifesto. The guy is carrying the laptop, and I'm going in there. And that was me when I was the SU prayer secretary. I stopped this and moved to being a politician. You say, you people, the prayer, it be too much. You are even in the class, they'll pull you out. You go to the bush. I say, hey, wait. And that's my next speech. When I moved into the tertiary education to still with a dream, politician. So I ran for SRC president in Accra Polytechnic by then. Together we can, you to you day inside. I did all the campaign and every single thing. And trust me, I lost the election. Next slide. Within about a space of 3 years, when I finished school, I completed school, I'd actually been perching with a lot of friends. So I'm a professional percher. I'd actually slept in 10 different locations. So I moved from here and I moved from there. And I was very annoying because within this time, I was on TV and I was on radio. And I have a blue suit and a black suit because I was part of my church choir, Holy Hill Assemblies of God. My spiritual father. Please put your hands together for Reverend Dr. Kojo Boateng Bempa. It's very important for me. At this point, I had 2 suits that I had from being a member of the choir. I used the same suit, but I had different inners. So I have a white, I have a blue, I have different shades. I sit on radio, it's amazing, and I go on TV and I spill. But when I go home, I perch with people. And everywhere I go to, the people look at me after like a week or 2 and they're like, now, so in this car, watch the suits, what bon perfume, what tracking, what radio, too free. Then I move to the next. I moved to the next. For the space of 3 years, this young man you're seeing had purged in 10 different locations. In this Accra, it hasn't been easy. And I put there a scripture, Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. When you go home, you can read that. Move to the next slide for me. So that was my media life. That was me, Live 91.9. That was when I was on TV, Home-Based TV, Max TV, Praise TV, all of that. I've done that. Move to the next slide. That's construction for me. So we started off as a brokerage firm where I was just doing the agency thing. You come, I rent for you. You come, I sell a house to you. I moved into being a consultant because most of the people from the international market were coming into my market and they wanted to know how to position their real estate companies in here. So I wrote a whole proposal on how you can actually be successful in the real estate market in Ghana. So automatically I became a consultant by myself, presented it to some companies from Turkey, London. They're in the system now, moved into being a consultant. Then God gave me the vision, put yourself on YouTube. Talking comes to me easy. If I sleep and I wake up, I can talk for anybody and do a presentation for anybody. When I was in school, I was doing all the project work, emceeing for lectures, wording, emceeing for circular programs, emceeing for church programs. So talking in front of any crowd, I just love it. When I see people, I just love to talk to them. And so it was something that came easy. So I started a YouTube channel. People started contacting me. Oh, you're showing these lovely homes. Can you build for me? I had the civil engineering background, so I started building for them. Currently, we have about 20 projects we are on and building successfully for people who live in the diaspora. Move to the next. So you realize that the same logo I showed you from the beginning, it was a musical logo. The same logo is now what I'm using for my company, and we are doing so well in the construction space. Move to the next slide for me. The anointing makes the difference. I was confused. I didn't know where to go. Within every step, I'm fast forwarding the story because of time, but it was so challenging moving in and out every single time until I actually became very close and started practicing what my man of God said. And this was one time when he called me in front of the church and said that, if I don't become successful, he'll stop the ministry. And that was a serious one for him to do. And for every single person, you know, it's easy because people can buy 3-seated data or 10-seated data and they lambast pastors left, right, center and say all sort of things against religion, whether Christian, Islamic, or whatever. But I'm trying to tell you that if you take spirituality out of your life, you would never, never. Apostle Joshua Selma says it so well. He says that for every single man and the wealth they attain, they bow to a certain spirit. It's either a good one or a bad one. You can never attain a certain climax of wealth. And that's all. The reason why we are all seated here is because of money. I've seen how people react when we give money. We were in Winneba. We gave 100, 200, 300 to people, and they were going crazy. I was in ATU. I paid for somebody's fees, right? The lazy went crazy just because of small money. So that's why we are all sitting here. But the truth is, if you really want to attain that kind of wealth, you need to bow to a certain spirit. Either this side or that side. So you can't take out the anointing and spirituality for anything. So those of you, you see people praying on campus, you're laughing at them, saying that you're the serious one, and they are the non-serious ones. When I was in Accra Poly, my first semester had 4.7. I was always doing MC, praying, that's it, no class. What I do is that when they have group study, because I've identified myself that I'm good with my listening, I just go and sit there. So fluid mechanics, I had it. Engineering, maths, everything was in my head. And they were repeating past questions, 4 years, 3 years. So I wrote engineering maths examinations without no calculator. And it's been me till date. Give me a book, I can memorize it and deliver every single time. Spirituality and anointing is very essential. Next slide. There's always light at the end of the tunnel. No matter how many times people laugh at you for the things you do, there are friends who today call me, and when they ask me for 1,000, I send them a 5,000. Because those are friends I was living with, and when they were sacking me, I remember so well. When I was doing my national service, I was on Life FM and GH1 on Sunday, and one day when I got back around 6 p.m., my things in Chado, my things were packed in front of the door, and my friends looked at me and they said that we have a timetable for people to scrap the washroom, and I hadn't done that for 4 consecutive times, and so I should go. I have vowed that I would never live with a family member, so I packed my things. My mom and my brother were in Koforidua, so I moved that day, 6 p.m. But actually, I had a job which I was supposed to start in the next 4 days. So I'd gone to Koforidua, and for 4 days, myself, my mom, and my brother were on our knees looking for where I would stay. And for me, that's how real estate started. So that was my first real estate job, Gold Key Properties. It's an amazing story. Time will not permit me to tell you the whole story. Imagine you go into a job and they tell you to go and bring a police report, and you tell them that police report was 75 cedis or something. And I told them that I didn't have. So my salary that they will pay me at the end of the month, they should deduct the 75 cedis. And I remember, so the HR looked at me and said, these are signs of a bad employee. You know, but fast forward 8 months into the job, I realized that I was a superhuman, and if I sit here, I'll limit myself, and that's how my company started. Now, this is what has kept me throughout the journey, and this is where I want your focus to be. I want to share with you my personal conviction and my personal 4 L's. This thing has stayed with me throughout. Anybody who heard me campaigning in Accra Polytechnic will tell you, I always came, and the first thing I say before I introduce my campaign was, the limitation of a man's mind is a measure of his thought. When you go into the courtroom, they'll tell you, stretch your hand. Where your hand ends is where your right ends. But in the law of life, where your hand actually ends is where life actually begins. Because it's not about you, but it's about the world and how you take on the world. So you're able to program here to begin to see things differently. My first L for you today is what I call length. Is what I call what? Is what I call? Is what I call? You need to begin to see the world in a different dimension. You need to begin to see that. I have never sat in any class or lecture hall and I'm competing against the brother sitting by me. I learned this principle when I started to imagine the world and how planets work, and how that somebody is in Dubai and the person is 8 hours ahead of you, and somebody is in some other part of the world and they are 4 hours ahead of us. And so they get opportunity to even see the next day before we see the next day. And so why would I want to compete with somebody that I sleep and wake up with in Accra? And that has been my principle every time. I start a company in Accra. I'm like, why am I competing with real estate people in Accra? Let me move to South Africa. I go there, I partner, we work the thing out. I'm like, why are we staying here? Can we move somewhere else? And that thing has always been with me, because I've never and ever been in competition with people who are close to me, and I've never even seen myself staying small, regardless of my background. This has been with me from day one. I saw myself doing public speaking, being on radio, being on TV, and it's that thing that I saw. And when I realized that, oh, I've seen the right path, I went to my second L. I changed the way I talk about myself and the way I talk about what I do. So I changed my language. And the Bible says it very easily. What does the Bible say about the poor? It said, let the poor say I am, and let the weak say I am. So therefore, what is faith? Who can answer that for me? What is faith? Can you help somebody with a microphone? So I know my audience is with me. Just a quick one. Who has the microphone? Is there a second microphone? I'll actually need a second. Come to me. If there's no microphone, come help me from here.
Hello. Okay, faith.
Okay.
Faith is the evidence of things not seen, but hoped for.
Okay. All kind NIV. Why not? Our so without for no KJV.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen.
Hey, we are Apostle General. Okay, into movement now, I'm 200. Into me demo Cameriana Mabeje. 12,000 for the architectural drawings, and I've actually landed a new contract to do 3 units of a 2-bedroom. And this is why I do the things I do. Talia, 50 pesos until let me share with you. The Bible said something. He said that a good man leaves inheritance for his children. But in our world today, our parents are looking at us to take care of them and bury them, and then it defines them. I don't blame them. They were not privy to this kind of information we have today. But ladies and gentlemen, if you sit in any part of this room, and if you're online watching me, and you ever live for your children to be the ones who take care of you, you have been selfish and you've never thought about your kids. Because the kind of information that you are privy to and the kind of people that are giving their time to you. I'm going to be speaking in Kenya next month. Ask Kwame how much I've charged the people to do a 3-hour section on marketing and sale of real estate. And I'll say some of these things I'm telling you today to them. But I'm charging over $10,000 to do that in 3 hours. And I'm here speaking to you the same amount of time for free. If your children come and you don't succeed, I'm throwing this challenge to you. You haven't done yourself something good. And they have all the right to curse you. Please, please. Life will come at you. It came at me. I've run you through my story. Mr. Sam said almost exactly what I'm saying. You need to understand that this life would be easy for other people. For other people, the kind of things we have prayed for. Because I prayed that I wanted to be a leader. I want to be a public speaker. It's a woo see out now your mom Micah. Story ben ababeka. I understood it. I understood that every single thing I'm going through is actually preparing me for the stage that I have prayed for. And so I enjoy the ride. So stop complaining and stop telling yourself, you go there, you want to kill yourself because of some school fees or some feeding fee, or your friends are changing clothes every day and you're not able to change and you feel like nothing works in the world and you want to kill yourself. Wow. Suicide. iPhone 15 is coming in September. You won't get to see it. Forget about suicide. Can you go to my next slide? No, my next slide. My advice to you is that whatever you're looking for is also looking for you. Whatever you're looking for. And oh, how I love God. I told him that I never want to speak about something I've not experienced. I don't want to be that kind of thing. I'm not even a motivational speaker. Take me away from that. I'm a mindset person. I'm somebody who wants to show people possibilities. Now look at this. In 2020, I sent a message to George Quay. George Quay was in Joy, but when I was in Life FM, a young boy, he had heard my voice one day on radio and said, who's that new guy on the blog? Charlie, that guy is super, thumbs up and everything. So we built a rapport. So I sent him a message and said, hello, boss. Trust you are doing well. Please, I'm looking to join the team at MX24. A friend told me to get in touch with you because you are the one handling everything. Then he said, okay, boss, I'm sorry to disappoint you. My work there is done. I actually did a setup and then the pre-staff employment. And all I told him was, okay, sir, I'm grateful. Thank you. He said, all the best, bro. And here is Antoine Mensah. He was actually my radio manager when I was in Life FM. So in 2018, I had even texted him, hello, sir, good afternoon. I'm Kwesi Otendesmon. He didn't say anything. Then he came to me and he said, bro, can you please get your YouTube content to show on TV at MX24 to be precise? Now, this is 2020 and this is 2022. 2 years, what did I do different to attract the same thing that I was hoping to get 2 years ago? And so I established the point that what you're looking for is also looking for you. It is all embedded in the womb of time. Just don't give up too early. It's just embedded in the womb of time. So we go to campuses, we speak, and people come to us and they say, COD, I'm doing every single thing you've spoke about. I pray so much. I've changed my language. I've changed my every single thing. But it's not working. And I'm saying, you know what? All you got to wait for is the moment. Because the God I know and the life I've come to understand, he wants to do things and people will say, this one is not man, it is God. If George had given me the opportunity, he would have said, oh, COD, I gave him MX24. Today, proudly, no man in any part of my journey can say that they made me. Never. Not my mom, not my dad, not my uncles, not any single man. No, no, no. Every single thing attributed to God. Because you know what he does? Every time he wants to open me up to the next stage, public speaking, he brings a Kwame. Every time he wants to open me to the international market, he brings a Reverend Dr. Kojo Boateng Bempah, open the global world. So I'm always working and positioning myself, and that single prayer you have been praying for a breakthrough is actually just preparation, meeting, opportunity. Simple. You pray, God give me breakthrough, breakthrough, and you prepare. So in these 2 years, what I was doing is I was preparing, and when I started my YouTube content, I actually had a first cameraman, I fired him, second cameraman, I fired him, third one, I fired him, till I got a fourth one. And I told him I wanted this way. And it worked that way, and they had to call me back on TV. That's it. Within that 2 years, you know the other thing I did? I had a TV, it was called Chico, and when they are showing a movie in the Ghanaian language, the sound I'm hearing is a Chinese language. So I took the TV, 55-inch Chico TV, and I took it to my church, and I gave it to the youth department, and I told God that if I give this TV out from today till whenever an eternity, I would never call a TV station, and anybody I associate with would need to have that exposure of the media. And so my partner in Cape Town now, Jody, I shot a video content with her, just one video, presented it at a BBC Lifestyle, and she currently has a show on BBC Lifestyle every Wednesday, 7:30 p.m. That's the difference. Move to the next slide. I have a simple gift for you. I travel a lot, I do a lot. Construction is not easy, so I don't get the time to meet people, except it's personal consultation, about $3,000 up for an hour. But I can't do that to you. But I have a free gift, a free community where I share. When I just feel inspired, I share every day. Even this morning, I've dropped the video on how location is essential for the real estate market. It's in the group now. So if you join the Telegram community, you'll be having the essentials even as you're in school. So scan it. If you don't get opportunities to scan, go to my next slide. You have my social media handles there. If you go to my Instagram, there's a link in my bio. It will take you to the Telegram. And so it's at ITZ_COD1. At ITZ_COD1. And then you have a link in my bio. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can I have you on your feet? Let's do the last thing I always do before I leave. Oh, amazing. Amazing. How many of you are excited you actually came? Yeah, don't get tired too early, okay? I just told you, don't give up too early. Just wait. Wait for the time and the right time for the thing to come to you. My brothers are going to come. Please, can you lift your right hand with me? For every single of my elves, I always had a daily affirmation to them. So each morning, I told myself, I'm great, I'll do well, I excel, I'll go global, and they are the same things I want us to do. Are we on the same platform? Okay, so when I say I, you actually mention your name, and then we proceed from there. I, Kwesi Otten Desmond, today, let me get the date right. What's today's date? 18th, March or February. I, Kwesi Otten Desmond, on the 18th of February, in the CD Conference Center at University of Ghana, I have declared that I'll change the way I see the world, I'll change the way I speak about the world, I'll change the lifestyle I live in the world, and I'll begin to think about my generations yet unborn. From today, my life is not the same again, and my mind is focused. I'm moving from this point. You need to move to that point. And my life has actually moved with me. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kwesi Otten Desmond. Put your hands together for yourself, and I appreciate every single minute.
Oh, come on, show some love to COD. Come on! Show some love. So who wants the 100 Ghana cedis? Don't be in a hurry to leave. We are bringing it to a final end very soon. Welcome once again. This is Success Africa Summit brought to you by Success Africa Foundation in partnership with Reset Global, Living Faith Ministries, and all our partners making it possible for us to be here. We are being supported by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, Belakwa Mineral Water and Belakwa Drinks, Sima, and Binance. Let's have, Kwame, you have to do double work when you come out. Just download the Binance app and you stand a chance of winning $5. Please download the Binance app now. Download the Binance app now and you stand a chance of winning $5 in your Binance account. So if you're looking for money, then quickly pick up your phones and download the Binance app. So he happens to be the co-partner and the co-lead to this event, having spoken across every single city. And as Siodi mentioned, it wasn't easy from Takwa at all. Siodi, but we started a journey at 2, and it was crazy leaving Takwa to Cape Coast. And we got there, you have to just pick up the microphone. You guys had a bit of time to rest. I had to just walk in, and I was sleeping while I was holding the microphone. He's an award-winning futurist global business keynote speaker, 3 times TEDx speaker, investor, entrepreneur, one of the continent's leading minds on blockchain technology and Web 3.0. Namely the 40 most influential people of African descent in 2020 and 100 most influential young Africans in 2018. Having won several awards, I can go on and on. But he's the founder of the Ghana's AI and Blockchain Forum and co-founder of the Digital CEO Summit, which runs in 8 African countries. He's a dynamic millennial who brings international experience to driving transformation and youth empowerment across the globe. His clientele and partnership list include the United Nations, UNDP, British Embassy, Canadian Embassy, Stanbic Bank, MTN, Vodafone, Kimpiskibi, ET, MVT, Bolt, UNICEF, the Office of the President of Ghana. And Kwame, yesterday a call came from that office. I'll give you details. There was a call from a high office in this country about this event. I'll let you know. Republic Bank, Liquid Telecom, Access Bank, Standard Chartered, University of Ghana, Fidelity Bank, Goyals, Ghana Stock Exchange, IBM, African Union, and Coca-Cola. Join me, let's welcome our co-host and the only futurist in this country, Kwame A.A. Opoku. Come on! Oh, University of Ghana, show some love. Oh, come on, let's do it better. Oh, is that all you can do? Your vim and energy is down.
Okay. No, sit down, please. Hi, everyone. How many of us are hungry? We're hungry. Wow. Amazing. I've been told that item 13 will start rolling up very soon, okay? Okay, good. I have so much to do up here and so little time. How many of you are excited to be here? Have you enjoyed the section so far? Albert, we need to do our thing, so don't go far. Any of you have been in any of the previous locations? Huh? Where did you people come from? Cape Coast. Jesus is Lord. ATU is here? Yeah. UPSA? Ha, Mobejiska. All right. I'll bet you come and show me who organized the most people for this section. Because you know it's tradition. Wherever we go, the person that gave the most or that brought the most people, we always award them. Somebody should find Albert for me, please. He'll be back. All right. EcoBank. Where's my brother, my EcoBank brother? Where did he go? I need my EcoBank people. Henry is coming? All right. Simon, join me. Let's do something real quick for Binance. And then I need to do like 3 or 4 different things for protocol. Can we play that Binance video real quick?
P2P. Before you start, however, be sure to transfer the crypto you have to your funding wallet. If that's already done, log into the app and select P2P trading. Over there, you will have the option to buy or sell. Tap sell and select the crypto you want to sell. You'll also see the available offers on the market. Again, tap sell next to the preferred offer. You will see the buyer's payments method, payments window, and terms at the bottom. Enter the amount of crypto you want to sell under Buy Crypto. Go on and sell to confirm your order. Your sell order will be generated. Please wait for the buyer to make a payment to your selected payment method. You may now tap chat to contact the buyer directly. You will be notified once the buyer completes the payment. Make sure you always confirm that you have received the buyer's payment in your bank account or wallet before confirming. After confirming you have received the payment, tap Payment Received and confirm to release the crypto to the buyer's account. You will be prompted to confirm the release of the crypto with your 2-factor verification.
All right, put your hands together for Binance. Henry, please join me. So Binance is one of our main sponsors. So I'm gonna please come. Let's do it all together. Please put your hands together for EcoBank. I'm trying to do all the commercials that are paying for the bills. Did anybody pay to be here? No? Good. Okay, all right. So let Binance say something in a minute to you. I will speak more about Binance, don't worry, but let's hear from Simon.
All right, hello. Success Africa. Success Africa. Yeah, thank you very much, Kwame. I think a lot has been said already. I'll just quickly run you through some advantages you can take online, as most of the speakers have said already. Yeah, so we at Binance, we have a lot for you. How many of you have heard of affiliate marketing? Yes, there is a lot of money out there that you need to take advantage of. So first of all, Binance gives you the opportunity to join our juicy affiliate marketing. Okay, whilst you are going through the section, you'll be paid $400. Whilst you are going through the program, you'll be given some tasks for you to just complete. That is one. You can also join our P2P merchant. It's more like the traditional way of, the mobile banking thing, okay? The mobile vendors, you send money for people and then, retrieve money for people as well. So you keep the differences, which is very nice for you to take advantage on. And also, there is a Binance Angel program that you can take advantage of. You groom your talent as you go through the process to give you opportunities within the tech space. And lastly, a Binance N. Instead of you to, how many of you realize that most of the big men in the country now mostly save in dollars? Most of them save in dollars. And I realized that the government has given orders that there shouldn't be any dollar accounts anymore, So you can actually use Binance to convert your Ghana cedis into USDT. First of all, you protect yourself against inflation, and then you get value for your money in the long term. So today I have some giveaway for you. If you just visit our booth stand, and then I'll give you 5 USD after going through the registration process, and then KYC. KYC is literally using your Ghana card to go through the process, just like that. So any questions, just visit us our booth stands, and then my colleagues will help you through. Thank you very much. I'm Asante Simon, the community manager for West Africa.
All right, you can do better for him. Okay. Please come. I like this man a lot because next year, all the enjoyment he enjoyed will collect the money. So I want to make sure I get him on video and camera saying things so that if he fails, I can send it to court. In my hand is the EcoBank MX card. How many of us have online businesses? Online. Have you tried Facebook ads before? And they blocked you out because of your card. Anybody? I've brought you a solution. Now, all of you who've had that problem, stand up, let me give you a gift. All of you, your card has been a problem. How much is this? 30 CDs. Count them for me.
Please come.
So come, real quick, come. I'm paying for 30 CDs for all of you to get an account and get the card for free. Are you guys clapping for me or not? Hurry up. Hey. Respect yourself. I brought 30, I castle. In power of. Go and fill the form, open the account. I'm paying for the card for all of you. Once it's 30. Henry, when it's 30, don't share again, otherwise you pay. You have a card already? Okay, then you're fine. You're okay. See, Albert, I've even oversold it. Where's Albert? Now EcoBank owes us. Can anything be done about my sound? Maybe a little bass, a little higher, if it's possible. All right, so sit down and fill the form. All right. Please, if you're at the back and there's a seat in front of you, can you move to the front for me? We're about to do something and I need all seats filled. So if there's a seat in front of you, with all due respect, let's fill it to the brim. So when we take one picture, all the empty seats are on one end and the other, and everywhere else is filled. Thank you so much. Okay. If you didn't get the form, there are more forms. I can do now at 20. So 50 people is what? 1,000? Yes, I can do 50 people. So if you didn't, you can come and grab a our sponsors. Where is Albert? I need Albert now. Let's fill it up. Don't worry, I'm using part of my time. My presentation is 8 minutes, 14 seconds. Those of you who have heard me before, I said that, right? How many minutes did I take? Don't tell them. They will go home. Keep quiet. They will also endure it here. Where is Albert? Can I celebrate a few people whilst I wait for Albert? How many of you ever saw me on an MTN ad or billboard? Those of you who've not traveled a lot, you might not have seen me because I was in the airport. Some of you are house witches. I've collaborated with the boss of your house. The only transportation you have is VIP. Albert said 2 minutes. He's in a meeting. Albert. Okay. All right. That's fine. It's the young man here that put me up on that billboard. I was somewhere one day. He called me and he said, "Kwame, come to the office." So I ran to Innova BDB and he said, "Go get yourself ready for a photo shoot." And in 72 hours, I was being shot in the MTN office, and I got a 1-year deal with MTN. And he called me about 2 years later and said, "I didn't let them cancel your deal, so they've renewed it for 2 more years." So for 3 years, this guy got me plugged. And just like my brothers came and celebrated me, I want to celebrate. I don't think he knew anything like this is coming. I want to celebrate Opon, who came here today. Give a wave, so they see you. I have sold 50 cards. 50 for EcoBank, yes. So that's bright. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I was giving pressure at airport. Immediately people arrived, I was the first person they saw. So I was representing Ghana. And from that time, I didn't respect again. Till now, I still don't respect at all. Have you been on a billboard before? I remember when we filled the UPS auditorium, nobody could talk to me in the house. If you talk, I ask you, have you filled your bedroom before? No. Don't talk to me. Simple. I also want to recognize the presence of 2 very amazing men of God that I respect. Everybody who's been here has shown you that we believe in the spiritual. Who believes in the spiritual? I didn't say Jesus, I say spiritual. If you're in Ghana and you don't believe there's something there, all the best. Yeah, you will see. They were on radio the other time. A guy traveled without telling his aunties. Woke up in New York, entered the bathroom, opened the door, said she also, bam. You think transportation is only a replay, you will clap for God. So we as for me and my household, we don't play with God, we don't play with Jesus. You know, when I look at the things the other people do for spirituality, it long too much. I like the tongue speaking and things. I don't have to go to cemetery and sleep in coffee and things. So I like this. All of you who are on the other side, I dey hail you, you dey try. But I want to celebrate the presence of 2 major apostles. Apostle Jude is here. Come on, you can do better. The next man I'm about to introduce you to is a rare man. I have a father in the Lord. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about pillars in my life that I don't do anything without. All I can say about this man is if you want to understand the Issachar anointing, if you want to understand times and symbols and what man ought to do, this is the man. Inner Circle Medicis, if you were looking for the hack of where that information came from, I'm about to give you source. Do I have Inner Circle Medicis here? Yeah, my people are here. We have a meeting after. Help me celebrate Apostle. Come on, Apostle, just everybody. Come on, guys, you can do it better. Sorry, no more. Okay, all right. So, we can get to work now. Cape Coast, what's the tradition? What do we do when I'm about to start? The money will come, don't worry, it will come. But the other one, the one that you people are still winning. The shout. Are you ready? Please, let's be up and standing. Who is filming today? Is it you? Where's my phone? Kenny, get ready. Daniel, get ready. Are you filming today? I think we should calm down. We should calm down. All right. Please bring up your smartphone if you have a smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone and you have a yam, it has touch, bring it out. If you don't have any, go outside and buy torchlight and run back. All right? So, I'm going to introduce the city we're in. I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to ask, where are we? And I want you to shout your loudest, University of Ghana. The loudness of the sound is a competition. So far, UCC is leading. And they are here, so I know they will keep quiet so that you people lose. UCC, we beg. We need your help. I know, Lagos, I came here. I will tell you their story. If you leave them, we will be last. The Lagos, here, there's a spirit here. All right, are you ready? I think we should do it down. Let's pass it. If I drop, my house witches will let me bounce. I know them. Okay. So we used to hold it ourselves. Let's stand here. This one we have. I wanted to move these people here, but no, this like this is fine. Okay. All right. Are you ready? When you are done, run and take a picture too. Okay. Are you ready? Are there men in it? Can I get a yeah? The women, can I get a yeah? Yeah, there are women in the house. All right, let's do it. Are you counting? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the amazing speakers, my partner Albert, in one of the best places on earth, period. We are in one of the best cities, best universities, best venues. Ladies and gentlemen, where are we? I didn't hear you. Where are we? Amazing. This one, hold on, don't sit down. UCC, what do you think? Not at all. Or we've won. What do you think? UCC. UCC still. I think, what do you think? UCC. So Lagos is number what? After UCC, Takwa. Then Takwa here. The people who have two is UPSA. UPSA, you people, you are Lagos and S. You cheer your home more than we, the originals. Okay, last one. Please take your phone up. Let's do this real quick. Winneba was good. Winneba was good. Okay, this one is picture. Please, put your phone up with the light, everybody. Please, everyone. Okay. Say this after me. I want you to look at your phone like you have a fight with him. Say, use smartphone. You better make me money. I put on this light to remind myself that there are more uses to you than TikTok and Instagram. I will use you to make money. You will not just be taking money away from me. So help me. You may be seated. All right. Put your hands together as you sit down. Okay. Doc, it's not my way to, it's not still. We have been doing today, as at now, COD is winning. Guys, do you remember he said he's a professional pitcher? Even today he was pitching. Yes. I've been waiting to give this punchline. Because his house is at the other side of the town. And all of us are in East Legon. So if he doesn't come and sleep, we will leave him. So he came to pitch. So he's still pitching. His destiny has not changed much. Yeah. Yes, professional till he dies. Professional pitcher. Yeah. All right. I'm going to bring somebody up who flew in all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. In fact, from Dubai, UAE to Lagos, Nigeria to Abuja and then to Accra, Ghana, just to be with us. I want him to say something for 2 minutes. I know him. He's my cousin. He calls me Uncle K. I call him Cousin Kenny. This man, in 2 weeks, how many of you have seen my videos online? My videos. This is the guy that taught me how to use Android phones to shoot like I'm shooting with a Magic M4. Are you celebrating or not? So, if I give Kenny the mic and I leave the stage and he starts cutting soap for you people, soap cutting refers to the idea of giving insider information. If he starts, I won't have anything to say, so I will not lose guard. I'm going to bring him for 2 minutes. I'm going to stand here. Then whilst he's talking, I will do like this. So he will not keep. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Dubai UAE, help me welcome Kenny Nwokoye. You want to climb the stage? Say something for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hello. It's such a big privilege to be here. I mean, standing here with beautiful faces, amazing speakers. Something took me back when COD was speaking. It took me back to my university days. And I see a lot of beautiful students here. It took me back to my university days. I remembered how things were when we were in the university. And I made a huge mistake. I'm about to share with you. I love all the stories that have been told already. And so I wanted to go in the line of stories. One of the biggest mistakes I made when I was in the university, by the way, I graduated not with a first class. I didn't graduate with a second class upper either. I graduated with a second class lower. The type that they call let my people go. You people know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. So that happened as a result of the fact that I wasted a lot of my time when I was in school. You see, what happened was when they would give us assignments in school then, I did what most of us would do too. When they give you an assignment, you will play, you will play, you will watch Netflix until the day that you're supposed to submit the assignments, and you rush to class very early. And everybody that enters class, you'll be asking them one by one, Alpha bro, you don't do it. Alpha bro, you don't do it. So that was what I was doing all through my university days. And so what happened was I got the result of that particular action, which was my 2-2. Now, sorry, pardon me, I have a little bit of a cold. So what happened was I took that same behavior into my business. When I started as an online entrepreneur in 2019, I took the same behavior into my business, and I was, doing that same thing. I would go and DM people that are in the same line of business and say, bro, how far, which one are you doing? And so they would tell me the one they are doing, I would do it too, use the same strategy. I used that same strategy for 11 months. Guess how much money I made? See, I'm dressed nice now, so guess how much money I made in that 11 months? $24. Thank you. Thank you for the round of applause. $24. Now, that taught me something. It taught me that if you see people who have results, especially the kind of results that you want, and you think that by copying them, you will get the result that they want, that they have, you are wrong. How many of you have tried copying someone here before? Raise your hand. Did it work for you? 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work for you. Simply because of the fact that you can copy someone's steps, but you can't copy someone's thought process. You can copy the steps, but you can't copy the thought process. And so I had to switch and became focused more on building capacity. When you see people who have amazing results, they are a product of capacity. It takes someone who has capacity to wake up in the morning and he knows exactly what he needs to do in order for him to put $10,000 in his bank account. He doesn't have 10 heads, he only has the capacity. You've heard a lot of the speakers talk about how you need to gather, right knowledge, right skills. These things are not just mumbo jumbo. They are not just mumbo jumbo. I love the speaker who said something about time, how time is the currency of destiny. What you do with your time, there are some who spend it, there are some who invest it. Between the time 2019 when I discovered I was struggling and now, That's a 2-year period. That same business that did me about how much? $24 in that time frame. Same business. I didn't change my line of work. I only changed the person I was. And so between that time frame and now, same business has expanded into a coaching, speaking, and consulting business, now based in Dubai, and has generated over $150,000 in that 2 years time frame. 2 words: capacity building. But put God first. Capacity building. For every niche you find yourself, there is a relevant skill or a set of relevant skills that you need to have in order for you to generate that capacity for yourself. And with every single one of them that you acquire, you are increasing your capacity to generate results. I'll give you a perfect example of this. For someone who, say, for example, your content creation is your skill. As a content creator, your ability to generate results only borders around your skill of content creation, correct? And so in order for you to generate results that is outside of content creation, then you need either to learn a new skill or to get someone who has the skill to do it for you, correct? And so naturally, in order for you to generate more results, the more relevant skills you have, what does that do to your income? It has an increasing quantum growth effect on your income. It has an increasing quantum growth effect on your income. I said this during the 40 Streams conference in Accra, Ghana a couple of months ago. I said that you have a lot of people who their focus is on growth, yes, but they are focusing on the wrong thing. They are doing so many different things at the same time, thinking that it is in the more businesses I have, that's where I have the more money, right? But then I realized that it's in the more skills that you have. Your value is not in the number of businesses that you have as a solopreneur. If you show me, if I should ask you now, how many things are you into, and you tell me you're into 4 things, I will ask you, how many team members do you have? You say you have 0 team members, then I'll know you're not making money. You don't even need to tell me. I will know you're not making money. But if I ask you the same question and then you tell me, in my skill set currently, I'm a copywriter. I'm a direct response copywriter. I also have sales closing in my skill set. I also have graphics design in my skill set. I also have funnel design, funnel building, offer building, and so on and so forth. All this in my skill set. Now imagine what I would be able to do when I put skill on top of leverage. Imagine what I'll be able to do when I have these skills in my skill set and I have an audience of not even too many, just say 1,000 people. If I have 1,000 people who will see my stuff when I put it in front of them and I have those skills, guess what? When I leverage those skills, skill plus leverage becomes income on demand. Please, someone should write this down. Skill plus leverage becomes income on demand. So I'm going to close with this. Thank you so much for the time, Uncle K. So here's what I'm going to tell you. For those people who feel like you are being pressured to conform to societal standards, because like I said, society has pressured so many people, right, into believing all manner of things. And I love everything that has been shared about some of the programming that society has put within us and some of the ones that our parents have put within us. So what I'm going to tell you is, I'm going to tell you 4 things. The only 4 things that you need to take away from here if you want to be able to take your income from where it is now to probably $100,000 and beyond. The first thing you need to do is find your lane. Find your lane. For some people, find your lane might be finding your passion. Find your lane might be finding the one thing that you are good at that you can monetize. Find your lane. Number 2 is stay. Somebody say stay. People are very tempted. People are so tempted for new experiences. We're always jumping after the next new experience. And so you find yourself, you're doing something already, you're getting results in that thing. But you are so hungry for a new experience that you don't know when you shift focus. Tell somebody, stay. Stay in your lane. That's number 2. Number 3, grow. Tell someone, say, grow. Grow in your lane. When I say grow in your lane, I'm going to break it down very quickly for you. You are going to start getting results in that particular lane where you have found. And when you start getting results, thank God for that. That's not when you celebrate and move on to the next. That's when you double down and scale. That's when you double down and build momentum and scale. So stay, then grow within your lane. And finally, which is the most important thing, I tell you, if you can understand these 4 principles and apply it to one thing, you can build a life of your dreams. Number 4 is expand within your lane. Expand within your lane. The same business I started out as an affiliate marketer back in 2019. Same business has become a coaching business, speaking and consulting within the same business, and it's now worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I have people on my team who are working with me from all over the world now within the same lane. So tell someone, say, find your lane, stay in your lane, grow in your lane, and expand in your lane. Thank you very much. My name is Kenny.
Are you clapping or rubbing your hands? Okay. Doc, no start time. I know you want to do me. Albert is not here. How do I find the person who brought the most people? He mentioned a female name. Find out real quick. Let's do that. Do I have anybody here who is below 18? Where are your legal guardians? You are here under 18. You are under 18. It's a lie. How old are you? 17. Where's your legal guardian? You shouldn't be allowed to go to events alone. 16. 16. Behave yourself. 16. All of you are. You want to raise your hand. Don't let the devil tempt you. 15. 61. You are 61. Sir, raise your hand. Everybody stretch your hand towards him. All right. I need to do this so that because when I'm done, I'm introducing our international speaker and special guest. Okay, good. Who organized the most? Is that her? Please put your hands together. This is the first time we've got a female. Come on, you can do better, man. How many people did she organize? 250 people. Are you celebrating or what? Count this money and let me see. Count it. Fast. Don't let us people see it. 10. Did you guys see the guy that won lottery and went to take with a mask? That is so me. I would have gone with Tapoli, head to toe. Until me guys can no pressure. Or they don't know kind me back. Who traveled the furthest just to be here? Who? Get out. You people already owe you money. Who? Nope. Where did you come from? Where? Come from BA. Bro, just to come for the event. Apa. Bra. How many of you know that I'm from BA? What did you rough on him? Oh, before for us, oh, they jano. Oh, no. Nife by what's none so. You came from Abu. Oh, no, let me blow your case. So I know your source. You came from BA for this event. Why? Because of Apostle Jude or COD. You came because of COD. Boss, your heritage is my testimony. What? Why? What about him? Only you. Hey, let me tell you the truth. The E-class we posted. It is ours. As for that one, I will tell you it is ours. But, so, what do you like about him? Right. Papa no who are no pay was. Where from Bronga Hafo? Kwame Nasu, Atebu, me was as well, a quite rough. A born is saying, a born is saying, how much did you take to come here? Can I have my pouch? How much did it take you to get here? About what? 190 CDs. 20. 136 CDs. Okay, so is that only in? Is that only in or in and out? Don't worry. Don't worry at all. Who did you come with? Did you come alone? Come. Did you also come from Brungafu with him? Or you are here? You came with him? Okay. Mubedu Dabe, when did you get here? When did you arrive? Dawn, like this morning? Or yesterday evening? Okay. I'm giving you money to cover your transportation. Ope. He rather wants to see you. That's all. He doesn't need the money. Come. Now where? What about you? That's all. Get a picture for him. Let him go. My money is safe. Thank you, Jesus. Let me get out of here. Let me come out. This is legacy. This is the legacy we are talking about. Akwana Puska. Okodrufia no go so wedding kasem. But the manager picture is here. He doesn't need money. No. He's by tapping into this grace. Please say something.
So, for me, it's not about the money, and it's not about giving people money. I said it earlier. I just want you to understand. I'll give you money because of a reason. Where I'm coming from, my money multiplies. So, mini physical cash. And my physical cash now me one on suswa. So I'm not going to give you. I was going to give you momo of a certain amount, but you don't want my money, right? But I'll give you just small money. And if you have a bank account or a momo or whatever, add it to yours. You can ask all my friends. They can testify to it. I'm the guy, you're going out with me. I say I don't have money, but when I go there, I do the most. They can talk about it. It happens. I said I'm buying a car. A car was over $45,000. I bought it, and I didn't breathe, and I didn't have to close my eyes twice, and I'm not even thinking about it. My money multiplies. So I'll just give you a note. Add it, and I appreciate you. Whatever you've seen and celebrated, you get double and triple portions of it.
Well done. Go have a seat. Go have a seat. All right. Okay. I wanted to dash money, but the time is gone. Or do you have time? So, because if I don't give the money now and I start flowing, I can't come back because of some. So let me do 5 minutes or 2 minutes of giving money, and then we go. Problem solved. Abi, confirm. All right. Akwanis kana wanje ne super o ashimi da bi menye nyame mpangu. I'll give it to somebody else. Inner circle Medicis. Inner circle Medicis, stand up please. All inner circle Medicis. All inner circle. Is that Paul? Inner circle. Oba Benawa. Is that Haja? That's Haja. You people can imagine. Look at Haja. Okay. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Who are you? Oh, yeah, Deborah, I've seen you in class. Okay. Now, how to give this money that this guy didn't take? All right. If your phone has any of these apps, please sit down, Medicis. You have money. I'm not giving any of you. If your phone has any of these apps, immediately I mentioned the app, stand up. EdX. EDX. Sorry. Men go download the men how. Rapture foul. Don't try. Some people too are disqualified. I know you have it. Don't try. Raise your hand. EdX. 2 people. Come. EdX. Somebody say EdX and EdX same crane. Check it for me. Please bring that, the other ones. Bring it. Yes, that's EdX. You two you have. EdX a addition app. Addition. Fadi. Is that Fadi? Yes, it's for studying online. You also have it. Okay. Their phones are off. You just downloaded it, you. We say, see, now download it. Sharp guy. Meboa. I will hold that. Where you sure? When you phone do more so. Do you have, sir? But you say you don't need money. You have money. Okay. So take 100 and then pass it on, take 100, pass it on, take 100. Okay? All right. Fast. So we can go. You have it, eh? As for this man, because of beard, I'll give him 200 cedis. Yeah, because we have beard. Keeping beard is not a joke, bro. That's why I give you more. Yes. And this is home. This is my alma mater. I came here. I went 4 years through the university. The university didn't go through me. But we'll take it like that. Yes. Coursera. You have Coursera on your phone. Anyone there? Sit down. Customer say, no, I won't do it. All right. He has it, 200. Confirm. Cape Coast. Who's the youngest among you? Youngest amongst Cape Coast. Cape Coast. All Cape Coast. Please be up and standing. Please, this is part of the culture of the tour, so permit me. Who's the youngest? I know where. HFTV. Medemokambwa. Yeah, okay. But if I give you this money, you better do filter. My face should be shining. Okay. Albert, God bless you. Who's the youngest? How old are you, sir? 19. Hey, calm down. He's 18. Were you there? When he was born, were you there? 18. 19. Chama, your forehead a little chop 22. You say, why you do like that? So you came from Cape Coast this morning. You're going back. I better give him 200 Ghana and make it go. All right. As for Legon people, you people are okay. You don't need money. So now they can shout. Have you seen Legon? Now you people can shout. Okay. You have Binance on your phone. Calm down. See, they were crowd. We've won. Binance, let me see your hand. See, take a picture and send it to Binance people. All this. All right. Your last one. Why? Why are you Juma season way from Winneba all the way to here? Entry, Emmanuel. He has 2 of my names. Entry, Emmanuel. Okay, put your hands together for him. Just so you understand, before we get into any city, he goes ahead of us 3 or 4 days to go and do grassroots work. Are you celebrating him or not? Albert, can you say bedroom 500? Now you're celebrating. Okay, 500 CDs for you. Well done. Okay, go sit down. All right. Doc, you can do it now. Are you ready now? Oh, I'm not done. I have, before I leave, the money I was going to give the guy was $100. I'll give it before I leave. Okay? All right. Now I can do my presentation. Doc, my time starts now. I'll beat all of you. I will do. Today, no jokes. Please, if you see me joke before, laugh at this one, last one. No more jokes. Because we are competing who use the most time. Right now, COD did 58,000 minutes. Moses, 22,000 minutes. Kenny, didn't I tell you people that if I leave him, did you people see what happened? So now I'm going to win. All right. Now, in almost all of the tours, I've used a very different presentation. This is home. So I wanted to let us have a conversation about how much our world has changed. Because the man that is going to come after me will practicalize every single thing that I'm about to speak about. If I have men in the house, can I get a yeah, yeah? The woman, can I get a yeah, yeah? Everybody is in tune. Please, say a prayer in your head and say, house witches, not now. Any spirit that will make you doze, cast that spirit off now. If you catch yourself sleeping, slap yourself. Because what you're about to hear will transform your life. Are you ready? All right. The world at 8 billion. Next slide. If you can work with me, are you the one controlling? Who's controlling the slides? When I do this next. Okay, here. I'll give you money, okay? Okay, So when I do this, then you go. Then they will think we are using imaginable or non-existent clicker that moves by thumb, okay? Edit from the video so the video people will understand. All right. So this is the world you and I grew up in. 150,000 plus years ago, we were growing up on the savannas of Africa. We were training something called the amygdala. The amygdala is a part of the brain that helps us either fight or take flight, all right? I think that Africans and especially white people, we have different amygdalas. I grew up in Domahinkro in Brongahafo. It was a typical farming type of land. And when I was young, I was told, Ote chichire dwane. So as an African and a black person, immediately I hear ch, I'm out. I will explain later. You can tell me what happened later, but I will not stand there to watch. White people hear chichere and they want to go there. I don't know what is wrong with them. This is the reason why black people don't make any discoveries. We will be home before the discovery is made because we are not going to stay. This is the world we grew up in. But something interesting happened last year on the 15th of November 2022. A baby came into the world and became the 8 billionth person to ever live. Very interesting for you to pay attention to. Over the course of human history, about 117 billion people have lived. If you look at from 1999 till now, in 1999 there were only 6 billion people on Earth. Since then we've increased by 2 billion. Go back 2 slides. So we've increased by 2 billion. Life expectancy has risen from 67 years to 73. Birth mortality rates from 1999, 7.8 to 3.7. Poverty has declined from 30.3 in 1999, 8.4 in 2019. I'm going somewhere with this. More people have access to safely managed sanitation services comparing 1999 to 2019. And maternal mortality has also fallen. More children are in school. Resulting in higher literacy rates among the youth. Why am I boring you with all of these details? Stay with me, we're going somewhere. In order for us to understand where we are, we need to understand where we've come from. There's been 4 revolutions that we have seen in the world, 4 very interesting things that have happened as far as commerce and building wealth is concerned. The first one was the first industrial revolution. This was the revolution of coal. This was the steam engine, and it did so much. We moved from agriculture to manufacturing. The second industrial revolution was the mass production and the assembly line. A lot of us don't know anything about this because we're nowhere close. The third industrial revolution was computing, and it brought with it nuclear energy. And then now we have the world that we have, digitization, the decentralization of the internet, and what we have as renewable energies. 4 industrial revolutions from the early 1800s all the way to the world that we have today. Any of us like movies? Are you a movie lover? Have you seen this movie before? Has anyone seen the movie? Anybody? Nobody? What movies have you been watching? Korea, K-drama. I have one in my house. That's how I know. I buy data, 259 gig today. I wake up in the morning, 25.9 gig remaining. That whole night, she has been looking at Shin Jong-cheng since the whole night. That's how I know. But if anybody has seen this movie, if you haven't, if you go home today, go watch it. It's called Minority Report. In the movie, a guy called Tom Cruise plays a very interesting part. In the movie, his character is a policeman, and he works in a part of the police called pre-crime. The idea is very simple. Take everything that exists about a person online and use it to determine if they will commit a crime tomorrow and arrest them today. How many of you think it's a beautiful idea? A lot of you will go to jail tomorrow if we implement it. Next slide. Well, a group of Chinese saw this movie about 8 years ago. They thought it was an interesting idea, and the technology exists today. As I speak to you, they can tell to an 89.5% accuracy whether or not a person is going to commit a crime tomorrow. Are you with me? Next slide. Robots have started coming for our jobs. Anybody worried about this? Have you seen anything in the news like this lately? Has anyone seen that? Next slide. These are some of those headlines. Automation in Britain is staring unrest. Mr. Robot is often outshining his master. And these are the kind of headlines we see every day. Well, it will shock you to know that none of these headlines were from last week. They were not from CNN. On the top is from 1933 and down is 1951. The point is very simple. The robots have been coming for our jobs. Now, how did we get here? Important that I set the foundations. Gordon Moore is the co-founder of Intel. 7 years of studies from 1958 to 1965. They were building the integrated circuits that power our computers today. And he actually came up with an observation, which then became a law. And he said, for every 12 to 24 months, we are going to see computation power go down and price go up. I'm going to explain the law very soon. Well, as we speak, because of how technology is moving, there's a law that cannibalizes this particular law. And the new law is the law of accelerating returns by Ray Kurzweil, an innovation or one of the biggest innovative thinkers who is actually positing that when innovation starts moving at a certain speed, it starts cannibalizing itself and goes at a rate that we cannot measure. So 12 to 24 months is no more the measure. We're now moving far more faster. Let me make the point for you. This is it. How many of us remember Pentium 1? Anybody? Did you have one? No, you couldn't own one because they were internet cafes. They were too expensive. But Pentium 2? Oh, there are young people in this room. Wow. Pentium 3? Pentium 4? At least you saw a Pentium 4. And I'm going to crash. Or you people just saw laptops and your laptop babies. Jesus is Lord. So you people didn't go to internet cafe. You went to internet cafe? Okay. So how come you don't know Pentium 1, Pentium 2, Pentium 3, Pentium 4? Legon 4. Have you seen? Next slide. All right. The very thing that Gordon Moore did, this is the first ever integrated circuit that Intel built. It had 2 transistors. 1971, they released their first commercial product, Intel 4004. 2018, we had the Intel Core i9. Now people don't even like the I's anymore. We're dealing with M5s and M7. This is Gordon Moore's law in real life. First ever commercial GPS receiver, 1981, cost about $120,000. You needed a little bit of muscle to be able to carry it. On the right, the thing in your phone that allows you to order Uber or Bolt is less than a cent now. That is Gordon Moore's law. Are you following and seeing how it works? Let's go to the next one. Who has an idea what I have on the left is? What is it, sir? A what? A memory card, a storage. How many of us can guess the space this thing could take? Guess. 5 megabytes, ladies and gentlemen. So after this event, Albert and I will need to get an aeroplane, fly it into Legon, put in this thing that has copied 5 megabytes of only the introduction. It will fly to headquarters, go and download it, fly back, and come and copy 5 megabytes. You can imagine what will happen. A lot of you today, you have 256, 64 gig, and in 2 minutes it's full. There were days we used to have something called MP3 player. It could take 128 megabytes. All our songs could fit, and we had space for another corpse. But today, nothing can fit anywhere. Gordon Moore's law. Next slide. On the left are all of the things. When I was growing up, I'm a 90s baby, early 30s now. If you wanted to talk to a girl and you had a Walkman, you had already won. Because Walkman was the indicator that you have money. From Walkman, we moved to something called Discman. Did anybody use a Discman here? None of you. iPod babies. You had a Discman. Yeah, I mean, I used to use it to talk to girls. I will bring you and you listen to Celine Dion because we used to play according to CD. You couldn't have different artists on all the new people. They have spoiled you now. You buy one CD, you listen to the whole CD. You don't have anywhere to go. You take the cassette, it goes forward, you put your hand in the middle, you do like this, go back, rewind, put it back in. You people didn't see that. Today, all of that is gone. In fact, we used to have in school, in high school, calculator, scientific calculator. It was a thing. But every single one of these gadgets are now fitting in your pocket. All of the companies that used to produce everything on the left are out of jobs. Does anybody remember Panasonic? Where are they? Sony had a collaboration with Ericsson. But Ericsson couldn't stand, so Sony sacked him. So now it's left with Sony alone. There was one called Sadem. I bet, you people, what was your first phones? iPhone 4, 5, 3? What? Siemens. Yes, Siemens was a good one. There was one called Alcatel. Alcatel, yes. I had one. Yeah. And a Motorola, Hello Moto was king. And then the big boss that shut the whole world down, BlackBerry. When I was in Legon, BlackBerry, don't try. I was a kingpin. The number of people on my contact address, when we look and we see the contacts in your BBM, we can determine whether you matter or not. I used to show the contacts on my BBM to get access to parties in Legon. I showed them, I said, I will post your party on my flag. Quick, I'll get VIP access. I'll go and sit down. A lot of us don't know that. It's gone. Next slide. Now, when these technologies come together, that's where we start seeing the real effect. Let's go to the next slide. Now, last 1,000 years of innovation in our finance, from when we started having our first ever foreign exchange contract in somewhere 1136, all the way to when we had the first modern securitization of an asset. In the last 20 years of innovation in the financial space, we've done more in 20 years than we did in 1,000 years in finance. If you go to the next slide for me, you would also realize that none of these jobs existed 15 years ago. There was no social media manager because there was no social media. There were no AI related jobs because AI had not grown to this level. You couldn't be a virtual assistant. You couldn't be an SEO analyst or cloud architect or podcast producer. You couldn't do any of these things. None of these jobs existed. In fact, till today, I'm still struggling to explain to my mother how I'm able to make money online. Because for her, money is physical. So what do I do? How do I explain to my mother that me go teacher training, me radio with Instagram, ne Zoom, any TikTok, any Instagram? My mother will not understand. You only teach in a classroom. How many of you know my day job? What I do for a living? Anybody? What do I do? Anybody? I'm a fraud boy. What do I do? Instagram, teacher training for there's no difference between me and them. I actually teach. Inner cycle people, what do I do in inner cycle? What do I do? Teach now. That's all I do. So, 15 jobs that did not exist 15 years ago. We've seen what Uber has done to the taxi fleets. We've seen what Amazon did to the bookstores. Skype has disrupted long distance. Google has totally decimated libraries. Craigslist is totally, we don't even have classifieds anymore. And if you work in a legacy business in the hotel industry, how do you compete with Airbnb? When Airbnb wants a new room, all they do is I go to my room that I'm not using, I take a picture, 3 megabytes later, Airbnb has a new room. If you are Ken Penske or Golden Tulip, you now need to call everybody, call the construction team, call finance, call everybody who makes a decision. And before you put down the first brick, Airbnb has 100 rooms. How do you compete with that world? Any people, 2 groups of people I want to talk to. Are you a cook or a chef? Or are you a foodie? When we were young, we call it foodie. Right now they've brothalized, they say foodie. Who are you fooling? Master, are you a foodie? Get out. Chefs. Don't let me now call you and say, come and cook for me, and then you boil the water and the water will all finish. Chefs, proper chefs. Cooks. You can cook Indomie for your boyfriend and he likes it. You are a cook. Cooks. Even this morning you cook for him before coming. Hey, Adwa. Now, how many of you here can cook 50 meals perfectly? 50. See, let me be honest with you. When it comes to food, you can master like 3. The other 7, then you may do basically. If I start talking about my house, I won't eat today in my house, so let me keep quiet. When some of my daughters go to the kitchen to cook, I start praying. Father, let it go to the good side today, please, I beg you. 50, anybody? 50 meals. Correct. 50. Is everybody wants to look at you? They don't trust you. Okay, 100. I'll see ish. 50. Even the women don't believe you. Somebody is giving you some eye here. If you see, 50 is possible. Some people, they are really, really good. But nobody can cook 100 meals perfectly. Can we agree? 100. You have mastered 100 foods. Hey, any opinion? 100. Oh boy. Have you seen that thing on the screen? It can now cook a total of 20,000 meals perfectly. Say perfectly. And by perfect, it means according to your taste. So I put this because normally when we speak about tech, we take it out of some of these very human things like the food we eat. Next slide. Right here in Africa, we were able to connect the human brain to the internet for the first time. So Elon Musk with Neuralink is not the guy trying to connect the human brain to the internet. The first time it was done right here on the African continent in South Africa in a university like ours called Wits University. We connected the human brain to the internet. How many of us know about ChatGPT? Fantastic. It has already passed the medical exams. It has passed the American bar, the law exams, and it has already passed an MBA exams in marketing. If you're not paying attention to ChatGPT, I am praying for you. Any business students in this house? Are you still learning marketing? Do they teach the 4 P's? Next slide. On February 22nd, 1:30, history will be made. An AI lawyer will represent somebody in the courtroom for the first time. He came back and he said, I'm so sorry, I have bad news. I have been attacked by a lot of people. I've been threatened by different groups of people. I can even go to jail for 6 months if I let AI go to the courtroom. Why? It's because this is how people actually respond to innovation. So when Uber came, guess what started happening? The taxi driver started beating them. Did you hear of that? They even took them to court and said, Abai should ban it. Does anybody remember? That's how we all respond. Yesterday, somebody sent me one of my videos. I did a video, Kofi, on the future of sex. Do you remember? So apparently a blogger picked it and posted it elsewhere, and it's gained about 50,000 views, and I didn't know. Simply, I was reporting as a futurist that these are the technologies that are going to shape the future of sex. So you should get ready. I went into the comments. One guy down there said, "Foolish boy, how can you be saying these things?" I said, but me, what have I done? Me, I'm only reporting. The guy was I went to check, no followers, no DP. I say, yes, it is this kind of people that will say it. But the point is, we all respond to innovation in a very aggressive way. A lot of people started shouting. For my next slide, I'm going to show you. On the left, you see a very beautiful picture of a beautiful female. This lady was actually born in America. She grew up in the streets of Bronx, New York. She lost her mother when she was young, and her father raised her. Her story of becoming a model is all made up on this stage right now because she doesn't exist. This girl that you see on the left with a full propped out, beautiful props around her, was created with an AI platform in less than 32 seconds. She doesn't exist. To achieve this, we needed to get a photographer, get makeup artist, find the right model that will fit, plan it for about 7 days. In the middle, UI/UX design of a watch company that was created in that same 32 seconds using a mail platform. Any web designers in this house? How long does it take to create a UI/UX design? Anyone? How long? A day or more. This was done in 32 seconds. On the right, you can see the real prompt that I actually put in. Next slide. None of the two pictures you see, the muscled guy and the lady on the right, the African lady on the right, none of them exist as real people. They were all created on an AI platform simply using text. And then the AI would interpret it into images. What this means for our content and media world, you have no freaking idea. You are studying business, paying 4 figures every term, and nobody is talking to you about this. Next slide. A self-driving car got across 10 hours faster. Last week, Dubai announced that they are now working with NASA to map out air traffic regulations so that they can start using flying taxis. Ectolife announced that based on the breakthrough in the technology that's able to sustain babies that are delivered too early and are incubated, they are now creating the first ever perfect artificial womb where you and your husband don't even need to mate. They can just mix it up all for you artificially, put the baby in an incubator, connect it to an app. Anytime you wake up, you know where your baby is, how it is feeling, its pulse and everything, and you can deliver a baby without the pain. If you add this to the technology called CRISPR-Cas9, which is a gene editing software, it means that now man and woman can come together, decide to create the next Cristiano Ronaldo, put the sperm and the egg together, go into the gene of the baby who is yet to be born, edit everything low, and enhance the athletic genes in the baby and create it. The age of the cyborg is upon us. And I can see the wonder of everybody says, just like the people who are attacking the lawyer. Next slide. That's what the artificial womb will look like. Parents are both connected. They know exactly what's happening to the baby. They can actually communicate with it from the time it is brought in and conceived to the time it is delivered. Next slide. This is an interesting one. It's a video that I'm going to play to you for about 2 minutes. I want your full attention on the screen. Please play the video. Is that Barack Obama? Can we all agree? I didn't hear you. Is that Barack Obama? All right, watch the screen.
In all of our minds has been the loss and the grief felt by the people of Orlando. Most of us don't get our health care through the marketplace. We get it through our job or through Medicare or Medicare. And what you should know is that thanks to the Affordable Care Act, your coverage is better today than it was before. Women can get free checkups, and you can't get charged more just for being a woman. To give his employees all together to pass a common bill that would boost America's very, very...
Can anyone tell the difference?
Progress, at least within the small confines of the legal community.
Old footage.
I think it's real important.
Here we go.
That's the guy that created it, 19 years old.
When you're giving a speech, make sure you use a lot of pauses. America's businesses have created...
Next slide. Our entire operating system as a society is seeing is believing. Did you just see that? So a video can come out tomorrow of Albert saying that Success Africa is a nonsense summit and nobody should attend. He wakes up Monday morning, the video is already viral. Every student that has attended in the last 20 years has seen the video, but Albert knows nothing about it. How are our legal systems? The very fabric of trust would evaporate because of that tech. By the way, when I put this slide up about 3 years ago, you needed to be a real techie to be able to create deep fake. As I speak to you, there are at least 20 apps on the App Store that will cost you $20 for you to be able to do this. There is an account on TikTok called Fake Tom Cruise. He has 4.8 million followers, and brands are paying him to post things as though Tom Cruise did it, because he's clearly said it's a parody account. How do you account for this? Are you following me? Now, the idea is very simple. We're going on this tour. For me, it's Pitts and Wells. For COD, it's the power of zero. For Arthur, it's it shall never be well with poverty. The idea is very simple. When you enter institutions of higher learning, the four walls around you creates a reality that is not consistent with the outside world. And so a lot of you are going to come out and be absolutely shocked. So I'm going to help a few of you. You need to start seeing the world through a different lens. There are a few things I told them in Cape Coast, so I'm going to tell you. How much is my time now, sir? Yeah, you are recording me, I know. You need to check my time so I won't catch last. How much? I'll beat all of them, 30 something. I told you people. Now, can I say my final stuff and go sit down? Can I? Are there men in this house? Can I get a yeah? Good. I want to talk to the men. Women, please excuse us, okay? Bosses, who's in level 300 here? 400? Mutiate. Yeesh. Okay, boys, can I tell you something? I've said this in every school I've been to, okay? I'm going to say it to you. This is it. No offense to women, by the way. In fact, you people will be happy about this. A woman can misbehave from kring to krang. Misbehave. Boys, are you following? And all she has to do is to make one good decision. Marry the right person and she'll be fine. Did you hear it? No, as I said, wait. Men, I say, me, when I was in this Legon, there was a girl here. She would never come to class. She was thick, she was tall. I used to ask her, what's your game plan? So, Kwame, you people, you stress too much. My game plan, keep my skin tone on. Finish the university. What I will get doesn't matter. One good man, powerful man, will marry me. As I speak to you, it manifested. She has more money than me. It's her husband's money, but it is her money. Are you with me? You and I. See, Joe, I want to tell you the truth now. Do you want to hear truth? Men, let me tell you. No man is ugly or fine by their face. The aesthetics of men are determined by their pocket. Have you ever seen an ugly billionaire before? You don't believe? Look at Jay-Z. Look at his wife. Do you believe me? Men, it's like you are not hearing me. Ladies, can I tell them the truth? When we say handsome, I'm not the one who made this up. When we say a man is handsome, it means that in their hand there is some. So, there are some ladies here, immediately after gave the first money, his beauty went up like this. Are you with me? Men, let me tell you. Me, I didn't even know That when you hire and you rent a house, that you need to buy the curtain. I thought it came with it too, by default. And even the doormat you buy. Level 400. You are level 400 men. Let me tell you. I woke up 4 days after I graduated. 4. I graduated on Wednesday. Thursday I was partying. Friday I was partying. Saturday I was partying. Sunday I said these lectures, they will never see me again. I'm gone. My real this year. My deal to me na me kono. Bosu. I should not have partied. I should have organized funeral for myself. Chairman, your hair thing is nice. Let me come and stand by you. So when they take the picture, you come in, okay? And then you show it to your children. Chairman, I woke up now on Monday. First thing that came to mind, my roommate has Indomie. I'm going, let me get down, get combi from this guy's cupboard, and then get Indomie from here. So it was only me alone. Like right now, when you pay hostel fees, right? You go, water is flowing, Abi, and then there's light. Graduates, are you here? Where are the graduates who have seen life? Should we tell them? Chama, in the real life, when you get house, it doesn't come with the water. No. The water is different money. It doesn't come with the light too. Right now today, they have something called prepaid. 2 a.m. It will remind you that ECG is in control. All I'm saying to you is, if you make a mistake, as men, the women too. Because women, by the way, can I help you? Can I help women too? The hookup market is saturated. There's now more supply than demand. So if that's your plan, there's no more supply. Everybody does hookup. It's like the makeup industry. Everybody does makeup. Yeah, there's now this surplus. More supply than demand. So if your plan is to look fine, go to the gym and gym your bottles and go and meet somebody's father. Somebody's father has already been taken. Yes. Did you people see that somebody sued somebody? Yeah. The market is now bad. Because of that sue, all the big sugar daddies have run. They are not coming to market. So women, I beg. But the point is simple, my people. Our world has changed. Chances are, whatever it is you're studying, unless it's in a professional field, medicine, engineering, those of you in the other side, you are studying social, political, all those social. I'm praying for you. Did you see the guy that studied fisheries? He's in Banco. Did you see? I think even our finance minister studied fisheries or something like that. Don't be shocked at what you are seeing. I like it when one person gets the joke. I'm happy. The point is very, very simple. Our world has changed. Everybody here, by the way, I've never, and formal education is so important, but I have never cashed out on my CV. In fact, let me end like this. When I came to Legon for 4 years, I was here. For the 4 years, I studied psychology. I'm done. This is extra. This is not me. I'm done. No, that one's not part. That was EcoBank and thing. 4 years I was in this school. I went for lectures a total of 40 times in 4 years. So every year 10. The 10, 7 of them was for dance. Because they gave me psychology, they gave me dance, and they gave me info studies. The reason why I was in dance class every day was because there was a particular dance. They arranged us 1 boy, 1 girl. You know the dance, Abby? Any dance student here? That was the only course I got A. So, when you dance, I'm a big boy, I can't dance. It's against the brand. I would have shown you people the dance. I would have brought somebody's daughter. That is how I will go viral and nobody will book me to speak again. the devil will not use you against my career. So, they put a woman, they will go in circles. So when the woman jumps and then hits the floor, COD, then you, yes, you pat. I like the English you use. Otherwise, I would have gotten good English. You pat the back. Yes. Then you go again. You do it 6 times in one dance round. I never missed dance class. The day they changed the dance, I didn't go to class again. 4 years in Legon. If you tell me right now, Kwame, identify your 4 lecturers and go to heaven. Me and Jay-Z will be in hell. Do singing God did there. I don't know anybody. 8 receipts. Joe, the original seat self, I know seat, what's a receipt? Which one be receipt, Bozu? The school went through me for 4 years. I passed through the school. The day they were sharing the A4 sheet, I told my mother that I'm not well, I've traveled. All my mother wanted was to just come to the school and wear that thing. I told my mother all those things are fake. It doesn't matter. In fact, I'm more reading Eshe. Till now, my mother is waiting for the A4 sheet that Legon gave me. So one day she became very aggressive. Kwame, Auntie Mary, 2 questions. Are you being taken care of? Yes. Do you want money or do you want A4 sheet? Choose. Because if I produce that A4 sheet today, me and you, we don't get money. I say me pay scanning, sir. So now, problem solved. How did I go from the guy who didn't take the degree here? Degree is good. You better take it. If you have receipt, you will sit it till you pass. Whether you like it or not. Because even with formal education, your prospects are low. Now without. I'm not saying you, I'm saying the world. Do you know anybody who has been looking for a job in the next, your big brother, your uncle, anybody? Do you have anybody who is jobless in your house? I promise you, it's not their fault. I do not be your. They want to see you ready. Or more sorry call every morning through to evening. Some of them have not been paid for 7 months, 8 months, 9 months. The world is hard. It's because of the 4 corners of Legon. Right now, some of you, the only thing you are thinking about is of the 4 boys who have proposed to you, which one should you choose? Hey! Florence Nightingale. All right. Have I made sense to anybody? The point is simple. Don't limit your education to the classroom. If you didn't hear anything from me, there's a reason why I give money to the edX guys, the Coursera, the Khan Academies. You better not limit your education. When I failed here in University of Ghana, I enrolled in the University of YouTube. And I got many degrees, including public speaking that I'm doing now to collect money. All from self-teaching on the University of YouTube. I end with this. We went to one of the schools and I spoke to them about University of YouTube, and I told them, go to YouTube, whatever you want to study, this is exactly what you should do. The person I'm going to bring up is going to explain this a bit more for those of you who want to take action and find an alternate path to creating wealth for yourself. So we spoke about University of YouTube, we left. This person, I don't know what she was thinking, because it was a girl, right? I remember the message. She now sent a message and said she applied to the University of YouTube and she has gotten admission. Can I do like a pastor? Can I do like a pastor? Can I do like a pastor? Cape Coast, do you remember? Is Cape Coast there? Or have they run? Okay, let me do like a T. Mamene see. Tie me. Oha. Kasa sofuko. Tie. Me ma beka YouTube achire on. Mamene so apply. Apply and ya fano. Na fire no. School fees near 3,900. Now we send you scholarship. It is scholarship not cover. No one kasa switch here. Say see aka $400. And the COD. And man is $400 no. Now on University of YouTube. Hey. Was it University of YouTube? They made me catch YouTube. I got admission at University of... Does somebody want to read? Somebody should come. Open it. This one is not part. I finish. Somebody should come and read. Come. Just come. Anybody. Okay, lady is coming. In this world, we always favor women. I'm sorry. Read. Don't mention her name. Continue.
Good evening, sir. I'm Joy, the lady you met at UC. The lady you met at UCC who told you she finds it difficult in the program she was offering. But after your beautiful presentation on February 11th, when you came to our school, I have had a change of mind to try through the program. I have applied for a short program at the YouTube University. Which is Harvard University.
Inside the YouTube University, there is Harvard. Wait. Continue.
And I was accepted to read a 3-week program on business, and I also got a half-pay scholarship. The initial fee was $1,750, and the scholarship was $1,350. I need to pay $400 for the remaining.
Match.com. Instagram live on this COD their face. So $400 for University of YouTube. Hey! Joy. All right, can we all be up and standing? We're done. I'm going to bring the last person up. Can we all be up and standing? We're done. Please don't go. You want to hear this. Don't go anywhere. You want to hear this. Because for a lot of you, what you've gotten today is inspiration and motivation. Now I want to give you practicality. Can I say something to you? Do I have your attention, please? He that teacheth you to fish loveth you more than he that giveth you fish. Do you agree? Because even if I gave everybody a 2,000 cedis, it won't solve all your problems. It will be good, but it won't solve all your problems. Are you with me? So I'm bringing someone up. I started, and for me, a lot of you define your friendships based on how long. I define my relationships based on how deep and how valuable. I met this man, it's not been 6 months. I've known you longer than I know the man I'm about to bring up. There was a course I had created that gave access to my inner circle to teach everything I know about cryptocurrencies. I'm a 7-figure earner in crypto. You can calculate 7 figures later. Now, I have been trying to sell it. In fact, I did a 3-hour webinar, 3 hour, 18 minutes. It's on my YouTube for free. And I offered it for $70. Still, people didn't come. I was in Lagos with this man. He got up to speak. He looked at me and said, I feel like doing something. I said, okay, go ahead and do it. This man sold the same thing I was struggling to sell for $70 for $700. People were running. He now said, you go. We won't take any more people. And then we will ask you. See how my brothers were all giving me fans. That, they met me and this and we ate. Joe, you better respect grace. When you say grace, the man I'm about to bring up is arguably one of the finest salespeople I have ever met in my life. He's a multi-millionaire mentor. Kenny told you how much he earns in his business. This man took him and raised him. He has so many people who are doing multi-millions. In fact, on that very day, on that stage, after 32 minutes of speaking, he came up and used the speech I had done and did 11 million naira instantly, convert to about $10,000. in 32 minutes of presentation. Since then, he's been teaching me how to speak to sell, something I didn't know. I'm an amazing speaker when it comes to presenting, but to convince people to buy was hard for me. I'm doing this because I need you to understand the privilege you have. We have a limited time. He has about 15 to 20 minutes. We need to get out of here. But what he's going to do is going to change your life. So, with your loudest celebration, he flew all the way from Dubai just to come do this event and fly out tomorrow. Help me welcome my business partner, the founder of Ziba, Dr. Sam. I'm not hearing you clap. Harvard. Come on, you can do better than this, Ghana.
I think you can do better with the clapping. Thank you very much. Please remain standing. Please don't go. Don't go. All right, I want you to look at the person standing next to you. Look at that person very well. In the next 6 months, the person you are standing next to is most likely going to be a millionaire. So I want you to do one thing. Don't leave here without getting their contact, because you might need them in 6 months. All right, thank you very much. Please have your seats. I want to take about 10 minutes to show you how to become a millionaire even at a young age. Will you permit me? Let's close. I said, will you permit me? He said, yeah. I can't see the passion. All right. I want you to write this down. I mean, these are some of the thoughts that came to my head so that you never forget it. Number one, for those of you who are students of this campus, if everything you get out of this campus when you are done is your certificate, even if it's a first class, you are a failure. Write it down. If everything you get out of this campus is a first class degree or certificate, you are a big failure. Okay? How many of you agree? Wave at me if you know that if all you have is certificates. Okay? How many people are in year 1? Wow. Year 2? 3? 4? Is there 5? There's no 5, just 4. Okay. Now, because I don't have a lot of time, whatever it is that you want to do in your life, when you have money, you'll be able to do it better. Even if you want to get a job when you have money, you get the right kind of job and you have a lot of respect. I've once been on a job when I was richer than the CEO. I had more money than the owner of the business. I used to do palliative for the business. When they need money, I support them. So you command a lot of respect when you have money. And you are not too young to be wealthy. Do you agree with me? Is there any 15 years old here? Wave at me. 15? 16? 17? Okay. I have a couple of adopted daughters. My current first daughter became a millionaire in Nigeria at age 17. Not million naira, $1 million. Did you hear me? How much is that in cedis? That's about 13 million cedis, yeah? 17 years old. I have another one that is currently 17 but became a millionaire in Naira at age 15. So why did I say this? These two girls were still in school, but they had made so much money that many adults will never make in their entire lifetime. The moment we have together, which is a very short one, is a very critical one, because the information I'm about to share with you, Kwame said I'm a salesperson. I'm not a salesperson, no. I'm a prophet. All right. And while I was seated there, everybody has spoken well. You know, you guys, please put your hands together for yourselves. You've tried. You have done well. You know, sitting for hours listening to different speakers. Okay, this one too has come, he wants to talk. I'm not here to talk. I'm here on a mission. And I'm not really going to teach you anything except one thing. And that one thing I'm here to teach you is how you can make any kind of money you desire for the rest of your life. How many of you would like to learn? Please, the things I'm going to say to you in the next 8 minutes, I want you to write it down. If you still have batteries on your phone and you have camera, put it out and record this video so you can play it to yourself over and over, because this is going to be the foundation of a changed life. I am so moved and happy to be here and share this information with you. Even though it cost a lot for me to be here, but I'm happy because you guys are very young. I'm happy because you guys are the future. And I'm happy because whatever we are able to do here today and change one person's life, that life is going to affect a lot of other lives. And it's not just going to be you. It's going to be your parents, your siblings, and every other person around you. So to change one person's life in this hall is changing the life of a nation. Do you agree with me? So ladies and gentlemen, are you happy? Should we close now? Do I have 10 minutes? No. If you're convinced I have 10 minutes, shout it at me. All right. I started by telling you that if all you get out of this campus is your degree, you are a failure. So, please, that doesn't mean you shouldn't get your degree. You're already in, so finish it. I finished with a third class. Is there third class here? You have something called third class? You know, it's like bottom. Yeah, I was at the bottom of the third class, but I had a first class brain. Okay? I had a third class not because I was dull. I had a third class because I didn't pay attention in class, because I'm hardly in class. Most people will tell you that. But if I wanted to do good in school, I would do very well. But I needed to pay attention in class. So I didn't pay attention in class. I paid attention in another kind of class. This type of class you are in. You have a lot of classmates, roommates that could have been here who heard about this event, but they are not here. The difference along the line is not because you attended this event. It's about what you do with what you are hearing here, or what you're about to hear here. Your life should not be worse because you didn't go to enjoy or do something else like your classmates, but you decided to invest these few hours of your life in getting relevant information that can make your life better. Every one of your classmates, when they graduate, will try to get a job. True of us. What would they want on that job? Salary. All right? What if, think about this, what if those of you in year one, by the time you are graduating, you can employ half of your classmates? Would you like it? What if you could do that? 2 years ago, and this is going to lead me to give you that one lesson you all need. I met one young boy, I think he was 21 at that time. Anybody 21 here? He didn't have a university degree. He only had high school. And he was a carpenter. He could speak English. He saw me online because he had spent 4 years doing carpentry work, painting, bricklaying, and he has saved what will be about $500, which was like 400,000 naira because it was in Nigeria. So he has saved over 4 years, 400,000, and he wanted to do business. So he started with forex trading, and he ended up in the forest because his money disappeared. So he was left with about 50,000 naira. And then he said, before he go and kill himself or something, he wants to go and watch comedy videos on Instagram. And when he opened Instagram, instead of finding comedy video, it was my face that appeared. So it's an ad that I created that he saw. So when he saw it, he just eased all these people self. But something in him told him to click on it. So he clicked on it and he saw, I think, a 50 minutes video that I had done where I was teaching people who just want to start making money online, how to start making, I think, 50,000 naira per week or something. And he listened to it and then came to send me a message. So after he sent me a message, I added him to the main class, and eventually he learned from me. He went to practice what I taught, but he missed one instruction. And after 1 week, he lost 30,000 out of the 50,000 left. Then he came back. And when he came back, actually came to insult me. This was on WhatsApp. So after I did all his insult, I was like, okay, so how did you apply the information? He told me what he did. I said, no, you did it wrongly. Go and do it this way. And he said, yes, sir. He used the last 20,000 he had to redo what I had taught him. 30 days later, how many days? Okay, that means you are following me. Thank you. 30 days later, he had generated in commission for himself online for the first time 863,000. No, before you clap, I want you to understand. Hard labor for 4 years, he saved how much? 400,000. One instruction in 30 days, he did 863,000. Are we together? Kenny is here. You all heard him earlier. Because of time, I won't want to call him out. I would probably have done that. I think I have about 2 more minutes. When I met you, and I gave you one tiny instruction, how much did you do in 1 week? Less than 7 days, actually. How much? 11.2 million. Okay, Kwame, I talked about. Moses, they told me you made some money recently. How much? How much? $6,000. Whoa, interesting. So what changes people's lives is not labor, is not skill, is the instruction to do things the right way. Can I repeat that? It's not labor, it's not skill. You need labor, you need skill, but everybody else has that, but they are broke. So what will make you money faster are unique instruction. How many of you are Christian? There's this guy who labored all night trying to catch a fish. And they didn't get any fish. And then the master showed up in the morning. And master said, do you have fish? I'd like to get some fish. And they said, we toiled all night. We labored. We tried to get fish. We are professionals. We had the tools. We went to the school. We had a degree. We had everything. But we caught nothing. And the guy said, okay, put your net on the right side. and you will find. And they obeyed him. They put their nets, although they argue a little bit, but they obeyed him, put their net on the right side, and they caught so much fish that their nets started to break. So every net breaking finding is linked to the rightness of your approach. He said, put your net on the right side. So it comes with an instruction. So the question is, where does the instruction comes from? Who wants to know? Let's close. You want to know? Okay, I think I'm sent here for one person. I need one smart person to come. Yeah, come. The man with the beard. Kenny, come. Be fast. Thank you. Clap for them. Clap for them. Yeah, both of you, stay here. How much averagely are you making per month now? It's nothing. There must be something. Maybe gifts. Or you just give me an average money that come in from anywhere, like 500 CDs. Can we do that in dollars? How much is that in dollars? About $45. All right. On a bad month, how much in dollars are you making right now? On a bad month, he just sleeps and wakes up. $5,000. $45. $5,000. Please listen to this. This is your deliverance. How do you grow from $45 to start making $5,000? Instructions. Wow, that's a clever answer. Do you want to know how he can move from 45 to 5,000? Yes. Do you want me to teach you? Yes. So pay attention. This is the biggest lesson you have come here to get. If you can understand what I'm about to show you, you will never lack money again. I'm not praying. I'm telling you, you will start doing things for your parents. I was in 400 level when I started paying my parents' rent. My skill, and by the way, I was telling COD that the lady that sent that message has a very promising copywriting skill. She should be honest and pointed in the right direction. She can make a lot of good money for herself with that skill. She doesn't have to Yahoo. I have a lot of Yahoo people who publicly now talk to me and beg me to please help and mentor them. They are tired of Yahoo. All right? Because whatever they make in Yahoo is chicken change to what we make legitimately. I think you were there, 30 minutes of presentation recently, and 60 people decided to pay 2 million naira. That's 120 million in 30 minutes. Do you like that kind of gift? Okay, by the way, the boy of 21 that I was talking about that made 860 something thousand, in 18 months had made over 100 million. That same boy. And guess what? He didn't have any skill, any whatever. He only follows instruction till date. All right? So how would you move from $45 to $5,000? Do you have his number? You will take it like that. The way you will move is to find somebody who is already making the $5,000. Don't copy what they do. You will struggle. Okay? How is he making his money? Affiliate marketing, training, speaking, consulting, all these things. You might not have the skill for them. You might not know exactly how to do those things. You can try, but you will struggle. Or even if you will succeed, it will take you time, and you might not make $5,000. So the way to make $5,000, please watch this, is to approach him that is already making what you want to make. Then pay him. I know that's the bad part of this equation. Pay him to teach you what he does that other people who are doing exactly what he's doing and are not making money are not doing. For everyone who is earning, there is something they are doing differently that others are not doing. The only way you learn that is when you pay the person. Do you get it? The first bad news I have for you is that you will not make money, millions, thousands of CDs for free. I know you don't like that, but that's the truth. It's not going to come for free. Now, $45 is too small, actually, because you can't pay him $45 to teach you how to make $5,000. You can pay him $45 to teach you how to make $500. 10 times. It might take you small time because you might need to learn skills, but there are instructions he will give you that will make $500 possible for you. Then when you make the $500, listen, this is the wisdom. Don't spend it. Pay someone else that is making $1,000, $2,000 to teach you what they are doing differently as well. Learn that, then you see your income grow. That is the simple rule of earning. I struggled for so many years in the business that I do until I found people who are making the kind of money I want to make. I paid them to give me the secret. So the secret is what makes the difference. There's a story I heard about a man who said he can walk on water. And he was announcing in the village, I can walk on water, I can walk on water. And one day the king called him and gathered the entire village and said, okay, today you must walk on water. And the guy took them to the stream of the village and put his leg on water. And instead of him sinking, what's happening? Where is everybody going? Okay, the team. Okay. By the time he put his leg on water, he was floating instead of sinking. And he walked through the water to the other side, and everybody was like, wow, how did you do it? And all of that. And the king was very interested. Sir, teach me this power. And the guy said, King, I didn't have any power to walk on water. The only thing I did was to find out where the stones are in the stream. And every time I put my leg, I'm standing on stones. And to all of you, it looked like I was floating on water. Anybody can walk on water if you know where the stones are. So here is the instruction. This is what I believe God wants you to come and learn. For every stream, there are stones in them. There are people who have walked on the water already. If you can only get how they did it, it doesn't matter who you are, you will duplicate that result very fast. I have a lot of people that I'm mentoring that are doing phenomenally well. Most of them without education. Some of them, they're not using their education. Most of them don't even have products to sell. But by simple instructions, they are able to change their lives. So the question, therefore, is, how many of you here today would like to learn exactly what I taught him, what I taught the futurists, and Moses, and who else is here? Do I have any students here that is here? Anybody? No, I'm not saying who wants to learn. Any of my students here? Okay, fantastic. How many of you would like to learn exactly what they know and start making money even as a student on this campus? We very well. You too. This is the first time I'm doing this, what I'm about to do. Please put your hands together for them. Come. Let me upgrade your level a little bit. So, since you are not earning anything, what else? Let me see. I removed some money. Let me check. This is the first one that come. Take this one. How much is that? Which other one is there? Okay, you are in Ghana now. You might need to buy water. Take this one. Okay, anybody else wants? All right, so I'm the only one. Only one. So this is the first time I'm doing what I'm about to do. Please listen to me. This is very important you hear me. I've spent 10 extra minutes. Sorry about that. I figured out that 98% of Africans don't have up to $1,000 to their name. Well, maybe that statistic is wrong, but I know in Nigeria, 98% of Nigerians, over 200 million people, does not have $1,000 to their name. What's the percentage in Ghana? So, I decided to help a few people across the countries of Africa to make their first $1,000 online. When that inspiration came on me, I couldn't sleep. I recorded the entire training. I broke it down into 6 steps that anybody can follow. Either you have a product or not, or it doesn't matter. The only requirement is, number 1, a smartphone. How many of you have a smartphone? Number 2 is access to internet. How many of you have access to internet? Number 3 is ability to understand the English I'm speaking. How many of you can understand the English I'm speaking? If you have these 3 things, you can make $1,000 online in 30 days, and you can repeat it every 30 days. But like I said, you can't make money with nothing. It will cost you if you want to make money. The day you change that mindset, everything else you do will be simple. Okay? So I've not released this training. I've not given it to anybody. The first set of people that are going to go through that training are about 10 people here amongst you. Which of you would like to be one of the 10? It is not free. Don't come out yet. You better know the amounts. It is not free. If I want to teach you how to make $1,000, how much do you think you would like to pay to get that knowledge? $100. How many of you can afford 1,000 CDs now? Come out. Anyone? Come out if you can. I'm waiting for you. I need 10. Today, tonight. I need 10 people. 3. Where's the 4th person? Wave at me if you're coming so that I know. 3. Who else is coming? Are you coming? 4.